issue here onto Noah and zone them away. Another spear is going to land on the Gideon, but again, that's just the kill on the Rift Herald, but they also do take down Noah, and it looks like Zeus is going to follow. Remember, he used his flash to take that one, and Damwon are just finding kill after kill here. KT, they get their objective, but it's not clean, and Damwon find all of the scrap.
Yeah, Damwon Kia don't contest the Rift Herald, but they do prevent that rotation of the bottom side in, and KT Rolster just tried to force it. I mean, the whole point of your Samira here is to try to get in a team fight if they do, but if they're just going to try to zone you out, you don't have to keep walking towards the Rift Herald. You can actually just give that up. And they push the issue too far, and yes, KT will get the Rift Herald, and that's a lot of gold, but the value of this exchange is way better for Damwon Kia. I mean, I can't overstate how much better this is for them because they're slowing down that snowball here. For KT Rolster, when you get those kills, you get that extra gold. This is disastrous.
Yeah. This is another game where at 10 minutes, Damwon are going to be ahead, as we're going to see this once again.
Noah, you just leave here, actually. You know, like he's turning around. They're like crashed down into this. Like, why would you do that? You get the Rift Herald and you walk out. And then on the top side of the map, unfortunately, with Showmaker and Barrel rotating over, you know, KT are kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place there. There's no way out. So I suppose that could be one reason you could argue why Noah decided they were going to try to engage there, is to give another out. But well, unfortunately, that's not what you want as KT. Now they're just going to heavy dive here because they need kills. And if they have the Rift Herald here, they're not actually going to commit here.
They're going to stun it. Can they hit the back? Yes, they will. And they smite it down too. 25 gold given over to Damwon as KT gets 0 extra plates from placing that down on the bottom side. Canyon once again in the perfect position. That's the one thing about jungling. You always need to be, you know, a step ahead. You need to be in the right place at the right time. And man, he just always seems to be there. As we got a 1v1 up in the top side, Dominus is going. Doran did use his cask. You can see the sustain of the Gragas. He's going to have to be flashed away from Khan, looking to extend that low mana here for Doran. He's just going to get swiped out one time.
Very well handled here by Khan. And Doran, you know, didn't have flash there, so couldn't actually try to push the issue any further. Had to walk out. That bottom exchange was pretty weird because, I mean, the Rift Herald obviously plays in such a way that, you know, it's going to get caught there because Canyon responds so well. But also Dove kind of not committing there. He was going to lose a whole wave if he stayed much longer, so he decided to go back mid, but that's going to cost you big. If you're going to make a play like this, you have to hard commit. And this is, again, why I'm not a huge fan of the Victor here. Because if you had Lane Pry with something like a Lucian, like you mentioned, then this whole situation becomes completely different. But he's like, oh, I got to go back. I'm not going to make too much impact in this game. I'm a Victor. I don't have my items yet. It's a hard time here. As you can see, Damwon Kia started to catch up and actually have now a pretty massive gold lead. 1,500 in this game.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good for them. Obviously, a lot of that gold is actually in Barrelus 202, but also the top side of the map. CS number here for Ghost is not great after he died twice and lost a bunch of the waves. He was also called up from the bottom side to fight over the Rift Herald, even after Noah and Zeus had rotated. A lot of times you'll see the losing AD carry just kind of sit down there and get the free farm.
Yeah.
Didn't happen in this case, as we're going to see the junglers hitting each other. We got a fight down on the bottom side. They're going to turn it onto Ghost, who does not have his Feather Storm. He gets incredibly low, but he will actually get away.
They know Canyon's here, so they can't push the issue any further. And that's so unfortunate, so close. And this was actually a really nicely played rotation from Gideon. They knew the vision was going to be in the Tri-Brush there because it cleared their ward away. So he knew he could actually go over the wall and use the Krugs to actually sneak through. But he was spotted by Canyon. And it was a really nice play attempt. And unfortunately, Immortal Shield wasn't done. It was just purchased after that engage. And close but no cigar is actually just not good enough, though, for this composition. You don't win points for almost having the sickest play or the almost successful dive for KT. They're just a few millimeters away from having a really substantial snowball-y game, but those saves are everything for Damwon Kia, you know? And this is a game where Ghost can stabilize. Even though he's significantly behind now, the composition as a whole will allow him to do so the further this game goes on.
They're feeling pretty good about their situation right now. The Mountain Soul here for KT. You know, they were at least able to secure those 2 early Drakes, and they do have a bunch of guys that will be building at least some defensive stats. So if you can get that and maybe snowball some of the Drakes in your favor, you're not out of this yet by any means. But again, Dominant's position still looking pretty good.
If it was an Infernal Drake, you know, KT could actually maybe actually get serious value out of it, and try to push the advantage further. But Doran in trouble.
Yeah, we do have Leeson nearby. That cast is going to be so useful. And Gideon immediately spotted. They're looking to turn it around once again, though. Doran will be able to walk away from that spear. But, man, if he got hit by that one, might have been in some trouble, especially with no flash available.
Once again.
Yeah, here we go again. The party never ends. Magnus Storm comes in, and there we go. The Infernal Trigger is immediately stopped. And that's just going to be the end of that. Flash comes in, and Ghost and Beryl are angry after the way that early game went.
I mean, that is probably the, I mean, it sounds crazy to say it in a 15-minute game, but that's probably the nail in the coffin of this composition's tempo advantage right there. That was actually like, that was the moment we'll look back on in the replay of this game and go, well, that's probably when it ended. And, you know, the engage there, too, was basically just utilizing the Leona to get the S rank to actually Inferno trigger. But because she was so close in proximity to them, it's just super easy to hit the stun Solar Flare, which I believe was what actually canceled that Inferno trigger super early on, and that's just the end of it. Like, can't actually push that fight anymore. I have to go back and watch how that was interrupted, but I'm pretty sure that's what did it. And it was just really well handled by Damwon Kia. It was just really patient, and it almost felt like they were like, are you really trying this? Just with how carefully they waited and then perfectly turned that Inferno trigger off.
Definitely called their bluff and was totally fine to sustain themselves against that. We do have the Mountain Drake here in a minute, but we're going to take another look at this fight and how they were able to interrupt the damage from Noah.
So, I mean, Beryl is just ready to tank this, and Noah's getting up his S rank, right, using Beryl, and then Solar Flare and the Senate play together, actually. Just shut it down so carefully, and Ghost is like, okay. Because he wasn't being touched at all. His positioning was good, and they just utilized the Leona to Inferno trigger. Uh-oh.
Oh, he might actually die here with the Everfrost. Yeah, comes in, and over the top, there it is, the last auto. Easy peasy for Showmaker. You get low, and that's going to be the end of you. We do have Flash and Cleanse here for Noah. He's actually looking to turn it around as the Inferno trigger comes in, and the damage is not going to be enough.
Doran teleports.
Doran coming in. That's definitely going to help out here. Doran desperately trying to clean up all the lanes of his team. Somehow Leona, okay, finally does go down.
Ooh, that was a good flash.
Pretty close, but then from downtown, Showmaker is going to hit that, but a little bit too far away. Leeson pretty hard to lock down, as now with the flash in his pocket, might be looking for this one, actually misses it. The Canyon just dies immediately. And now it looks like Khan and Showmaker have overstepped their boundaries here, as Khan is going to have to flash the wall with the TP coming in, and that means another Mountain Drake here to the side of KT.
I mean, this is actually really, really, really bad timing for Damwon Kia to mess this engage up and actually to overstep their bounds, as you said. And this is a misunderstanding, I think, of where the damage is for Gideon right now, who has his Core Drinker online. But also, they just didn't really have vision to try to push the issue there. And was very well handled by Gideon. Again, at this stage in the game, he still knows where his power is going to be. Hits the kick onto Nidalee, and that's enough to instantly blow up Canyon, and you just can't be there anymore. If you don't push the issue there as Damwon Kia, you probably lose the Drake, or at least you have to fight for it in a traditional sense. But if you die there, you know, it's just a free Drake. This is so well handled by Showmaker. It's a max range Paddle Star, has the Everfrost, as you said. And just teleports in one more time for the auto. Pieces out.
Dove had Flash, by the way.
Yeah.
Didn't decide to use it at all, even with the Everfrost online and available.
Look at how long Noah can survive with the Mortal Shield Bow. Really does a lot of work. Ghost gets taken out by the cask, and then, you know, Beryl here, very, very stuck. So they trade it back, but then Damwon Kia actually pushed the issue even further. As you see, Gideon has a perfect flash, gets slept, and they feel like, okay, we can win this fight. Gideon slept, but look at where Canyon ends up here. And he ends up getting crashed down once again, which is a guaranteed Q, you know, and he's going to just dash in and get the kill. You cannot overextend like this if you're Damwon Kia. They lose the flash on the Khan and the Drake.
Okay, here we go once again. Khan reading the situation, has a ward down there, but they're still going in. Another body slam will land. And they should have the damage underneath here with the kick. Goes into the wall. He misses the Q. That is the last thing he... Oh, man.
You can't do that. I mean, we were singing his praises, but you have to hit the Q or it just doesn't work.
Oh, boy, and now Ghost left all alone here. They were looking for a dive, but the bluff this time is called by the KT bottom lane, and now we're just all over the place. Noah does get that ultimate down and does have an insane amount of survivability, but it's not going to be enough against 3 people.
Infernal Shield, or Immortal Shilpo is just one of those moments where you're like, okay, how long does he last there? He's got his collector now, though. And, you know, Damwon Kia, I feel like, have been a little bit sloppy with the lead they've had. KT is still hanging on here by a thread in this game because they've been able to win some of these small skirmishes. And with the Drake advantage that they have, you know, if they do end up getting that Mountain Soul, it's not great for their composition, but it makes their chances of snowballing the game a lot better. I feel like we're past the point of the snowball equation we were talking about, but if they can continue to get picks like this, or if Damwon Kia just continue to overextend and don't, you know, just front-to-back team fight or try to 5v5 group, then, I mean, there's chances. I mean, that's where, you know, your Lee Sin's going to get value if it's that Q.
Yeah, I mean, Lee Sin, you know, as this game stands, he's still going to be having fun, at least in this mid-game scenario, as it's just Ghost knowing he has allies near, but he just gets clapped in one go.
Yeah, it's almost as if KT are trying to... I mean, the way that this bottom lane has been played so much is it just feels like this is intentional. I was like, well, I'm going to get some extra gold. Like, I'm going to get my collector as soon as possible. I don't care how much gold they have because our comp just has to snowball and fight early and try to blow people up like this. And then, I mean, in the later part of the game, like, trading like this is terrible, of course. But, I mean, he's up 1,000 gold still. And you're playing for what your win condition is. And it was a really nice reaction to just knowing that Ghost was a little bit out of position there.
Yeah, he was also 2 seconds off of his Featherstorm, which certainly helps a lot. He was trying to have that available for when the fight actually broke out, but maybe Zeus's mind is just that finely tuned that he knew exactly when that would be available. Doran's having some fun up here in the top side. He's even down a level. He's still putting on the pressure.
Doran has teleport and Khan does not. So this is going to be potentially really important for this upcoming Mountain Soul fight that we're actually having very early on in the game because KT had, you know, such early Drake control and pushed the issue on every spawn. I mean, it's happening pre-25 minutes here. Doran can back. They have vision control, and that's why Damwon Kia rotated over here so early, just to make sure they had the better setup. And they are going to have the first quote-unquote front-to-back team fight of the game because Khan walks through. And KT might just have to let this one go, which is really unfortunate, but I don't think you really have much of a choice here. I mean, you have a Drake advantage, so it doesn't feel terrible to give one Mountain, but they're going to fight for it.
Let's see. This is where you would try to go when Showmaker hops back. Zoe loves this position where you have all this vision control. Zoe and Nidalee, right? The poke comp part of Damwon's composition is coming into full effect, but you see that Doran is kind of just brute forcing his way through all the vision, trying to frontline here for his team, trying to dodge all of these pokes that do come out.
They have so much burst if they actually have a really nice cask. I mean, you see the Inferno trigger go off and it's lights out.
Oh boy, here we go. It's gonna force the flash. That's the real one out of Showmaker. And that's the thing about Zoe. She's sometimes very predictable, and champions like Gragas, like Lee Sin, can have a lot of fun with that.
Yeah. She ends up getting away though, and they do get the Drake for a turret.
This is KT's really trying to force something here. See that they're just trying to kind of brute force once again right through the Leona, but that's not really going to happen. And Domin are just like, well, we're not really buying what you're selling right now.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, when everyone's grouped up on Damwon Kia, it's really difficult to actually find those picks. You're so reliant on the Samira coming through and cleaning things up. So if you have a big cask, or you can eliminate Ghost from the fight early and remove a lot of that damage, KT can win these fights, but they have to be kind of forced, as you said, and that's very predictable, really easy for Damwon Kia to read. You're so reliant on Doran's engage here, because at the beginning you're reliant on Gideon picking somebody or kicking somebody out of position. Now it's like, well, It's cast, body slam, that's all you really have. And Damwon Kia could just play around that. There's not really much else to say about how the comp fights. You know, it's Samira, very low range. The Victor is not online yet. Starting to get up there, you know.
Yeah. And, you know, Damwon Kia have a very healthy amount of disengage options, right? They have a okay front line. Their engage is not amazing. They have some pieces, right? The Leona, the Renekton kind of running at you, trouble bubble, stuff like that. But if you consider just straight up running away and the Leona throwing out some abilities to disengage the Featherstorm out of the Xayah, you can absorb a lot of the pressure that comes from the engages that KT wants to put on.
You're right. I mean, I think all those things too can also very hard punish KT. You know, if you go in with a kick, then you get stunned by the Renekton, you get Zenith Blade, and then it's like there's so many ways to lock down this Lee Sin. And if you're Damwon Kia, you could even sleep him. And if he's dead, then you just have 100% control over the fight, and you can even chase very well. Canyon is out for blood.
He's had kind of a quiet game in this one. You know, he was always in the right place at the right time in the early game, which was great to help stop some of the bleeding that was going on in the bottom lane. Wasn't really able to punish the Gragas at all, so Doran's kind of had a free game, and you can see he's very nicely fed in this one. A huge beefcake. Nobody's really going to be able to do damage to that guy.
Yeah, no, that's really good for KT because, you know, he has to be the one who can clear that vision like you were talking about that allows Zoe to just fire with impunity and just non-stop free hit and harass because you don't really have any other way to clear that or move that away. I mean, it's definitely not going to be Zeus, you know, who's getting that vision removed. He's going to have red right now, but for a sweeper.
This is why we loved this Gragas pick, because we didn't even get to see like the early game aspect of it where it can be relatively survivable if you're just getting absolutely camped up in the top side, but especially because he wasn't camped. It's
yes.
like, okay, now the Renekton doesn't really do anything.
Not only that,
Renekton in team fights almost acts as a worse Gragas in some ways.
But not only that, but he actually got 2 kills in those bot exchanges where he teleported down. So yeah, he actually kind of got fed in a weird way, not because of his lane matchup, but because of, you know, the situation on the bottom side of the map for Damwon Kia was so unstable. It still remains to be fairly, you know. I really like the Gale Force here for Ghost in this particular case too, because it's going to make you get an extra dash, so you're going to be able to get out of a lot of these situations where KT are diving you, but you also have the ability to chase and execute targets who are running away. Because again, KT, they kind of come in, use their combos, look for blow up, drop the Inferno trigger, like that's the whole game plan. But then after that, if it doesn't work, or you get stopped halfway through, you just have to walk away, and Gale Force is so good at chasing down and killing those targets who are trying to back off. Especially the Victor, because Dub's in this awkward case where he just really doesn't fit the comp at this stage. He does a lot of damage, and he will do more as the game goes on, but he's not survivable. And while KT walk forward, and then if it fails, they have to walk away, he's going to be the one who's left behind so many of those times.
Yeah, he's got a decent front line where he's kind of just going to be firing over the top, hopefully. If he's trying to front line and look for extended damage, he's probably going to get himself into a lot of trouble, especially against all of the poke that Damwon Kia do have, as we have this Mountain Drake spawning once again, as that's going to be the Solar Flare they used on Noah, and the flash does come in, but he's totally fine on the backside. Really great disengage from KT, and now Khan's kind of left all alone. You see that Showmaker's not even able to get any damage down. And now KT say, let's just try to take this Dragon here. I think they're in a pretty good spot. The Victor can kind of zone them away at this point in time. And the poke from Damwon is not great. They find the Rel. That's a really nice cast. They're trying to get into the pit now, but it's going to go the way of the Lee Sin. He gets the smite down, and Canyon dies. And KT actually have a really great chance now to take a bunch of the map here.
Oh, man, I think this could turn into a Baron play very, very easily. It's so difficult to get out. Look at the teleport.
The teleport is perfect, and I don't even know if Damwon saw it. They're going to force that flash at a Showmaker. At least he will live. But that is not enough. KT are dominating Damwon here in this big game fight.
They've taken a gold lead here again. They have a Mountain Soul. which is going to be pretty significant for Doran, who seems unkillable in this game with the items he's now got on lock. Random's even finished before that last fight, and you know, he's in such a position to where if KT were caught, like they were actually split up. 3 members, we'll watch this fight again, 3 members of KT are actually caught on the bottom side. Doran's trying to clear this wave in middle. He's a little bit greedy, but this is essentially a 3v3 fight because the damage isn't there for Damwon and Kia, so they could survive long enough here. Really nice crash down there and track repel from Zeus to peel. And then Doran is just like, I'm here by myself, you guys can't kill me. And he's setting up for the Victor to do damage on this turn, like you mentioned. And then watch Gideon's position on the Drake as well as the fight goes on. There's just enough poke damage here, and also the fear, the threat of that Gragas cask, because he can cask at any moment and cut somebody off. You just can't get close until it's too late. Gideon smites very late because he almost didn't even need it to guarantee the Drake, and everybody is super zoned out here. This game is all about Doran's tankiness and his ability to cut people off. That's the power of this composition that we didn't think it would necessarily have at this stage of the game, is working out so well because he's so fed and he's such a big threat. So we watch this chase, and Doran does not actually get the flanking body slam there with this teleport, but it was cool to watch the attempt.
Yeah, got the flash out of Showmaker at least. And Showmaker, you see that Majai's just got 5 stacks, and you're kind of just crying because he's not getting anything off the back of this. He's survived at least, you know, you can say that, but your team is not surviving, that is for sure. They're just bleeding turrets here. The bottom one is going to go down. They're going to send Doran back to take care of the top wave, which was nicely pushed by Khan.
Yeah, they have, you know, another problem in this composition is, you know, the fact that Lee Sin is actually somewhat survivable himself at this stage. He's got Sterox, so when he does dash in, gets a few autos off, he's going to get that shield, his own shield that he has. And there's a little bit of heal deny coming through. The chainsaw's done for Khan. Just finished that right now. They have a Morellonomicon for Showmaker, but proccing that as a Zoe is not always very easy to do. It's not easy to pull that off in a wide team fight. A lot of that is going to be on Khan. But like I was mentioning, you know, if you step too far forward when the team is cut in half like that with Doran, you just get cast in and blown up. The damage output is definitely real for KT.
Yeah, the Nidalee here for Canyon has been kind of underwhelming. You know, his positioning was good, but in those team fights, like you mentioned, he got cast in there, and he was forced to use his Zhonya's so early on, couldn't even smite. It's like, well, what is the Nidalee doing exactly? If you're kind of on even footing here, you're throwing spears into the tankiest Gragas of all time. Like, not really enjoying his life right now. That is for sure.
I mean, if KT can actually win this game and win this series, and they get playoffs, I mean, well deserved. What a turnaround from this team in round 2. It's not over yet, but I think everyone is shocked with what we are watching. I mean, they are making a 32-minute Lee Sin comp look viable, you know? Like, they're making this comp look really good because of how they're executing it.
Yeah, I think a lot of stuff happened in the early game that certainly helped out as well, right? Like the 2v2 kills down on the bottom side. Gideon even finding the kill up on the top side removed so much pressure on the map that this, you know, even the Nidalee Renekton could have been putting on, and Ghost got so far behind that now we're just in a position where the later game scaling carries on the side of KT are actually a much bigger threat at this point in time, right? Like,
yeah.
We've seen Zoes do crazy things, but a lot of the time they can't do it all by themselves. So even though Showmaker was the one guy who kind of got through unscathed, it's like, well, good luck now. You know, he sold his Majai's, picked up a Void Staff. He knows that this is crunch time.
Yeah.
And he's got to have a really great team fight. Otherwise, I think his team is just going to lose.
The problem is that they have so much poke, but now the Mountain Soul defeats all of that poke too, right?
Yeah.
Like, the Renekton just doesn't have almost any functionality in this game, especially because Gideon, like, Gideon is not actually going in at the beginning of the fight anymore. It's not like you're going. It's not like you're looking at a Renekton and a Leona being like, ha, Gideon can never come in anymore. He doesn't want to. He's actually just going to come on anyone who tries to cross the line or anyone who gets casked in by Doran, who's just going to sit at the front and always has the threat of hitting a cast because he's practically immortal with all the tanky items he has right now. All right, the Thornmail completed now.
What are you buying here?
Let's see.
Probably just GA.
Yeah, that's what I would guess. I mean, he has the BF and
there it is.
Controlled by the observers. Okay, there it is.
Waiting for 850. Picks it up And
I mean, that makes
the timing is so good. It's perfect, actually.
That makes this this fight even more difficult for Damwon Kia. But to be fair, if Noah dies, you know, and he's going to maybe potentially get value out of a GA, like, that means that Damwon Kia probably won the fight. But it's still, I mean, in those fringe cases, it is going to be a massive item for them. Look at where Doran is going to be in this fight.
That's a lot of damage. Gideon, he's so tanky, right? The Mountain Soul is helping out so much. You can see that KT very confidently start this up. They know they have so much sustainability with this comp right now. Gideon getting into the pit. Look at Doran. He's literally the bouncer to the pit. Nobody can come in here except, well, I guess Beryl is going to try.
That's why you can't.
He's just going to die.
That's why you can't engage in. You can't do it. Doran's got to cast. You're going to get punished. The damage output is too intense if one person gets locked down like that.
Yeah.
Look at Khan now trying to do something, anything.
Khan gets in, and Noah actually does have his GA popped here. They're desperately trying to get that poke damage onto him, but they can't quite do it as Ghost now is just going to die to Dove. Yes, he pulls it back right at the right time, but it doesn't matter because his Elder now is free, and KT might just push and win anyway.
I mean, the game is theirs. It's a choose your own adventure. Baron spawns in 2 seconds.
Just take the objectives.
Take the objectives because, look, the inhibitor turrets are all up. You don't have a wave pushing in right now, so they can take the Elder Drake first and then just rotate over to Baron. The death timers here is still extremely long for Damwon Kia, and Showmaker, he's trying to maybe steal this away with a Q. Zeus says no, absolutely not allowed.
Seen that.
We saw that yesterday.
Yeah.
On a Baron, of course, but now they just go over to the Baron pit, speaking of which, and Damwon Kia just cannot fight against this insanely tanky Doran anymore. And if anyone comes close, everything falls apart. And Zoe feels so bad in comps like this where you fall too far behind or your opponent has, you know, something like a Mountain Soul or a really strong front line, because she's just so low value in the team fights, even if she's hitting every paddle star.
Yeah.
Like, look at this fight for Showmaker. He's zoned out. And as soon as Beryl comes through, the damage is just so high. Look at all the shields. No one's even really getting touched here on KT Rolster's side. Look at Showmaker try to Everfrost and flash away. As Noah comes through looking for that Infernal trigger, and he knows that he has Guardian Angel, so it doesn't matter if he dies because the rest of the team just rotates over during his respawn animation. And yeah, Damwon Kia deny the Drake, or rather the Elder, for just a few seconds, but it doesn't matter. They're not able to get any picks. Now it's Baron buff plus Elder buff. And KT, unfortunately their comp doesn't have like this insane pushing power to where you're like, oh, they just walk down mid now. It is a little bit awkward for them. But it's a lot of objectives denied from Damwon Kia. And you could see that it doesn't look like it's going to get any easier this game for Damwon Kia to actually win these fights.
No, KT have built Exodia, right? This is, it's not after 40 minutes, but it's still Baron and Elder. And I think if you're KT, you can kind of just walk it down. It seems like they really want to get into the bottom lane for some reason. I'm not sure why it's taking them so long to just group up and get a push going.
They have, you know, a very low range, kind of awkward clear 80 carry in the Samira. I mean, Dove has pretty nice wave clear. That's why he's going to be left alone to push the bottom side. But it's hard to just, you know, push through and look for fights until your minions crash the turret.
There's not even that much wave clear on the side of Damwon. Just group up, push the minions, and take the turrets.
They're going to do it.
It's like KT forgot how to win. Like, come on, guys. You know how to do it.
Sure, and they are doing it. They're going to get the mid inhibitor. Now they're going to push bottom side. And once the minions crash in, I mean, that's when the walls start collapsing in for Damwon Kia. Damwon have one more defensive opportunity to win this game, but it is going to be nigh impossible at this stage. Look at all the minions now. The Baron buff still active here, and Damwon Kia looking for one hard engage.
Oh boy, Doran's going for it. Went for the big play, did a lot of damage, but now Barrel's just gonna get caught out. You can see he pretty much does nothing. And now they're trying to get on top of Ghost. He immediately is just gonna die, and that's going to be this game. Going over to KT, they will take down Damwon in game number 1 of this series, something I never thought that I would say in this game.
I mean, nobody thought, when we saw the schedule for KT Rolster, we looked at it and we said nobody believes in this team. You know, we saw elo chances, we saw possibilities, but all 4 of us, the commentators, we looked at each other. I think the fans, the KT Rolster, the most hardcore KT Rolster fan looked at their best friend who's also a hardcore KT Rolster fan. They looked at each other in the eyes and said, well, let's look towards the summer season. But do you believe in miracles, KT Roaster fans? Because this has been their week, and last week as well, we started to see signs. There were signs of life. This team having a big bounce back, really unusual drafting, right? But they went all in on this tempo composition, traded nonstop bottom to give the Samira her items at a big cost, right? They were giving Ghost a lot of extra gold too in a lot of those exchanges, but the whole point was we're going to get the Samira fed, control the objective fights, got the first 3 Drakes, and Doran always teleported down, helped clean up those fights, got so tanky, got so many advantages that Damwon Kia's comp couldn't function against the Mountain Soul. And what looked like was going to be a landslide turnaround after Damwon Kia won that fight on the first Rift Herald and continued to win subsequent skirmishes, KT Rolster somehow emerged victorious in this first game. And I mean, this is, it doesn't get much more unlikely than this, okay? The 1-0 versus Damwon Kia, it doesn't get much more unlikely than this. I mean, wow, KT Rolster might make playoffs.
They might. It's not decided yet, but even getting the 1 game, right, as we mentioned before, even losing 2-1, that gives you some room if, let's say, BROㅣ wins with the 2-1 over Nongshim. So anything is possible. You give yourself a little bit more breathing room, and you might even take the series. So that's a very good step in the right direction for KT. Damwon, you know, as you're mentioning, that fight around the Rift Herald, it's like from there, I think a lot of people in their minds, even my mind, I'm like, okay, I guess, well, that's just how Damwon win this game. You know, it was a little bit unexpected after they were getting dunked in the early game and not using their Renekton Nidalee, not being very proactive, losing in the lanes. And then they still came ahead, and it's like, oh, I guess they just have superpowers and they can make everything happen. But no, KT kind of stood up to them, and I think Damwon took it a little bit lightly in this game number 1. We'll see if they come back a bit stronger in the next one, but we do have the post-game breakdown ready so we can take a look at some more of the numbers.
Yeah, taking a look at the mid-game, you know, Damwon Kia really swung back, and it looked like they were so stable, and they're...
Krug's damage.
Yeah, the Krug's damage is actually insane. He actually did more than Samira in this game, and more than the Victor. I mean, that's even more impressive.
Insanity. But
But you could see that KT knew how to use this composition in the late game. And I didn't trust, and I think most people wouldn't have trusted this composition to work if they didn't have a huge snowball advantage, because around that, you know, 9-10 minute mark, Damwon Kia started to strike back after that first Rift Herald fight went their way. Then they were able to take several skirmishes. We saw that failed 2v2. Remember when I said this will be the moment we remember where this composition stopped working, where the tempo advantage was over? Like, they lost there, and it just seemed like Damwon Kia should be able to win every single fight. Then they got picked, remember, before that 3rd Drake, and it was like, uh-oh, this is really bad. They made some small mistakes.
And jumped into 3 people by himself.
Yeah.
It's like, you're Nidalee. You're not Scion, right? A very different feel. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, funnily enough, after that one. We're going to take a quick break and come back for game number 2.
타워부터 동아 돈다 5초
오케이.
아 깨봐 깨봐 타워 깨봐
나 견제할 거야 나 견제할 거야
반짝 봤죠?
다시 미드
레오나. 천천히.
나한테 들어왔고
아야 조이
다시 자리 잡아.
잡았어
오케이.
야랭 노플일 거야 노플일 거야
기다리. 끝내자. 잘했다. 다음 판.
야 살려봐
펜타클 들어. 펜타클 들어.
아 펜타클
아이, 개소리 하지 마.
아 미안하다 이거
다빈이 형, 맞아줄까 방어될까? 전문가에 설마 맞아도 알고 왔어. 태민아, 별소자 마피아.
이겼던 걸로 가자.
이겼던 거 다 이겼어.
하고 싶은 걸로 가.
너가 정말 별소자 마피아. 별소자. 오케이, 별소자로 가자.
빼. 먹고 빼. 이거 빅토르.
뒤에.
빅토르 마무리했고.
나이스.
빅토르 노플. 빅토르 노플이야. 미드 가면 끝난다 이거.
미드 가보자
맞아.
사연.
펜타강인데?
나 살려줘. 아니
펜타 달라는데
아 이제 1킬 했으면 뭔 펜타야. 못할 것 같은데?
앞에 나줘
아이씨, 안 잡았네. 이제.
얘들아 4용 때도 한타 줘도 되니? 아 한타 줘도 된대 용 줘도 되니까 용 쌈 이기면 바로 먹거든? 그냥 쌈만 봐 오케이 나 먼저 안 막을게 갈려 잡았어 가자 끝까지 가자 이거 가자고 끝내도 돼 가자고 끝났어
나 지금 다 찍을게
아 끝났어
앞에 타워 나오긴 하는데 그냥 무시하고
그냥 무시하고 때리면 돼. 나 궁시 무시하고 때리자. 안 끝내려나?
안 끝났어?
오케이. 바로 얘네 바로 먹는 거 느리거든. 이거 그냥 가서 끝낼 생각으로 해도 돼. 이거 끝낼 생각 하자. 그러면서 그냥 마크해. 그러면서 밀어줘. 그러면서 마크해줘. 오. 가려고 하네. 오 씨.
야 5대5 하자.
5대하면 이겨. 5대. 그리고 여차하면 내가 그냥 백도어 가면 돼.
뺐던다고 형?
얘들아 이거 끝났어. 갈게. 너네 리콜 끊고 텔 박을 테니까 텔 타줘. 못 끝내려나?
가긴 한다. 야 이거 쌈 봐야 돼.
이거 너 살쌈 잘하겠다. 이거 그냥 이제 쌈 보면 그냥 이거 카이사 가인 빠져가지고 이번에 확실해.
오케이. 나 살았어. 걸렸다.
갈게 나도.
블러프. 차이 잡았어.
테라핀 볼게. 낙풍 있고 잡았어.
끝낼게
게임 재밌네.
아 근데 그거 못 끝내네.
나 공속이 너무 느려.
야 얘들아 우리 남은 대진이 다 탑이 세 진짜 나 쏠게 한 번씩만 따일게 계속 어쩔 수가 없다
5번만 따일게.
여기 따면 그냥 난타 대주면.
야 쏠게 따면 바로 미적을 탓 간다
터뜨려줘.
잡을란가?
와 라칸 때문에 살았어.
와우 나이스.
와저 칼날불이 뭐냐?
빛날불이야?
폭탄 붙여놨는데. 레전드인데 이거? 앙코로 갖고 와.
써 더블스터.
하면서 할게.
앞에부터. 우리 앞에부터 치는 중. 아, 우리 310 맞았다.
괜찮아
자 이길 때. 가자. 뱉어.
님이 더 주죠.
아 질련 개사기인데?
앙 질리언 개꿀챔.
뭐야?
다리 좀 깊긴 하다.
와 잘못 뺐어. 뭐야? 나를 공 뺏어야 되는데 잘못 뺐어.
죽지마 아무도 죽지마 0대4로 끝내
제발 빼자. 나탑 보인다.
아, 점프 없어.
아 몰라 들어가.
아 그럼 해. 맘대로 해.
빼. 아 그라 살려. 고백트 게임 안돼 피해. 까비.
빼면서 해.
빼. 못
아
끝내.
뭐해 우리 원딜
못 끝내.
빼라니까
빼. 바로 가자.
바로 가자
바로 갈게. 가서 치고 있을게. 바로 갈게. 바로 가줘. 바로 가줘. 바로 가줘.
바로 먹을 수 있을 것 같은데.
이걸 왜 끝난?
바론각 나오지 않았어?
아니 바로 먹으면 1점 더 주는데.
Welcome back everybody for the Saturday night's LCK Analyst Desk, and today we'll be joined by 정현 Lee, BROㅣ and Kuro.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 프로 이성입니다.
And this is Season with the translation. KT Roaster is fighting tooth and nail in order to clinch the last playoff's berth. And KT Roaster actually was able to show their potential to take down Damwon Kia. In this game, KT Roaster did have a very strong edge in the bottom lane. And Lee Sin was picked as the first rotation pick for KT Roaster. So because KT Roaster didn't really have a strong top side, KT wanted to add some more power with that Lee Sin pick for the early game. Damwon Kia is definitely a team that has a very strong top side, but still Noah, even though the team was a little bit having a hard time, he was always showing his full potential, so he was popping off finally on this Samira pick. I think Damwon Kia didn't pay too much attention on their bottom duo pick, because once they saw Rao, usually people mark that champion with Alistar or Rakan. But Leona is not a champion that can actually push Rel away. She can only just stun Samira when she dives onto their bottom duo. Which means KT Roaster definitely had more destructive comp. I think Samira pick was really effective because most of the teams would actually lock in Tristana or Kai'Sa in that R3 pick. However, because of the Samira pick, it got really more difficult for Damwon Kia to deal with the combo of Rel and Samira. And after Alistar and Rakan got banned out, Damwon Kia had to pick Leona, which was not that effective up against those two champions. And naturally, it was a matchup where KT Roaster could pick up some kills in the laning phase. We were able to find out that KT Roaster definitely had the edge during the pick and ban, but at the same time, the execution was also there for them to lock down the victory. I think they were very proactive and also very confident. And Nidalee, at the same time, she full cleared all the camps, and this was her time to make a rotation to that Crux. So KT Roaster, I think they had this information, so they actually went in really fast in order to secure the kill before Nidalee joins the party. And in the end, two of the bottom duos got shut down, but still, this means that Xayah had to miss all the CS and also the XP. Damwon Kia at the same time, it was really odd to see that actually they didn't make Zoe or Nidalee to pick up all the CS. Actually, Leona was farming up all the CS under the turrets. So that actually snowballed in the later Herald fight, because after that, Leona was able to hit level 6, whereas Rel was slightly behind level 6. So Damwon Kia also had some edge in that team fight as well. But still, we want to point out that KT Roaster went in really aggressively for that decisive kills. So it was impressive to see the amount of aggression and also confidence coming out from KT Roaster, and at the same time, the unexpected macro pulled off by Damwon Kia as well. Now let's take a look at the second highlight. I think KT Roaster, they were having a great time right here, but Taman Kia was obsessed with that Samira. However, Khan went in, but he got immediately kicked back. And also, the Leona fails to find Noah in the back line. Taman Kia, at this point in the game, most of their significant abilities were down, but they still insisted to stay around this Drake. Listen, in teamfight, this champion is meant to kick some of them engaged champions, for example, like Kennen and Renekton. And that one kick can actually turn the whole game around. I think Taman Kia was looking for that Renekton stun and then Leona ultimate into the stun target, but they were not able to find that value because of that kick from Gideon. So after winning that team fight really easily, KT Roaster was able to get the Dragon Soul and also rotate that into a Baron. Taman Kia, they are a great team fighters, but they sometimes do make mistakes, especially in the Elder fight as well. Leona went in, but she was not able to find any meaningful target. So we did see some of the blunders coming out from Taman Kia in this game. KT Roaster, they were a little bit in a rush in this game, but it was really impressive to see that they were able to stay focused till the end. KT Roaster is keeping their hope alive for the playoffs with this Game 1 victory. And the POG will be picked up by Noah on Samira. First POG of the split, because we actually expected him to have some because he's been performing super well these days. And super cool pose. We had multiple lane kills happening down on the bottom lane, and Kuro kind of said that that pose reminded him of the old Rocks Tigers pose entering the stadium. Even though other kind of mainstream AD carry champions were open, Noah wanted to take that pick. Even though Samira got nerfed for multiple times, I think she's slowly climbing up the ladder, actually in terms of the tier list. So I think we have to keep our eyes on that pick as well. And Noah almost got a perfect score for that POG vote as well. Now we are heading into game number 2 between Taman Kia and KT Roaster, and we are having upsets until the very last week of the regular split. So now let's check out whether KT Roaster can close out the series with a win, or whether Taman Kia will come back stronger.
Thank you so much, Jisun, once again for the awesome translation of the analyst desk, as he almost got a perfect 9 out of 9 score, but
I gave it to Doran. All right,
to vote for the guy who literally carried the team.
I actually, I looked at you actually during the break and I said, well, I voted for Doran, but I really wanted to vote for Noah, but I voted for Doran because I thought it was the safer and smarter pick overall. But I really didn't think, I actually thought Doran was going to be the one who was one-sided on the Korean side, but I was wrong. And man, Gideon is feeling the pressure. I mean, this is actually, you go into a series like this with no pressure, Valdez, you're like, okay, this is going to be so difficult in some ways, right? You go into a series like this with no pressure because like no one expects me to beat Damwon Kia. You win game 1, you play very well. Now you're like, we can do this.
Happy,
He
by
does
the
not.
way.
No.
He is like ranting in the back there. He's like, this is what we're going to do. You guys messed this up. Noah needs a pinky promise before we go into the game.
He pinky promise he's going to win.
You promised me we'd get some beef barbecue after if we win this one.
You know,
it's a very common thing, by the way.
It is. Yeah, it is very common.
This is a huge match, so.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if they finish before 10 p.m.
Yeah, true. Which they will if they get the 2-0.
I mean, most of these houses, too, have a in-house chef, so they might have something special prepared for the win. But, you know, Valdez, I think it's really, it's important to note that the pressure is on the most in these scenarios where actually winning becomes a realistic option. And that's when actually the fear settles in for a lot of players. But Noah in particular seems to be a player who's not affected by the pressure. We've talked about how good he is in recent times for KT Roaster and has a huge step up from Hybrid. It seems like he has been. He held his own against Deft, okay, in that Hanwha Life esports series. Then was able to tackle and take out Ruler. And now he's beaten Ghost. Not to mention he hit Duck Dom on the way. They were able to do that. I mean, Duck Dom, to me, one of the stronger bot laners in the LCK right now.
Yeah.
He's actually stopping everybody. He's playing very well in lane. His late game team fights are good. And he has a pretty unique champion pool. He was kind of ahead of the curve of the meta quite significantly. So, you know, I really like the fact that KT have grabbed onto him and have really just decided he's going to be their new mainstay for these really important matches.
Well, especially with Hybrid kind of on the downswing. I think it was the perfect time to for Noah to swoop in and kind of save the team. And he certainly has done a bit of that. You see that things are pretty somber over here on the side of DK. We talked about the draft last time. I feel like Kia had some pieces that they really could have abused really well, right? The Renekton and Italy. And they just really weren't able to get anything in their draft going. And they honestly looked a little bit flat in that first game. So hoping that, you know, they put on a better challenge here, because KT certainly came to play.
They certainly did. I really appreciate the Senna ban here coming out from Kia. Now, Hecarim or Lilia, you can only ban one of the two of those champions, and they're gonna, this is what I was gonna say would be the really smart play, is you take away Noah's other standout champion in the Ezreal, and then if they take the Hecarim, you have the opportunity to play Lilia. Canyon can also play Graves into it, which I think is a pretty solid response. They will take the Hecarim. So this is a really strong draft targeted towards the bottom lane of KT Rolster, which is where a lot of the power in that last game came. Of course, Doran was very stable in the top side of the map. The Nidalee Renekton didn't snowball, and that was a big issue. And they can just take those same, you know, champions here again, but a blind Tristana would be pretty interesting. It's usually chosen as a response. They are really just trying to take the tears away from Noah right now.
Yeah, you can pick that Tristana and say, yeah, sure, go ahead and pick.
Yeah, you gonna Kai'Sa into this?
It's kind of like a precursor to the counter pick, and Tristana on her own has kind of become more and more popular, even as a standalone pick. A lot of times alongside stuff like Rel, like Alistar, so maybe even they do pick up like an Alistar really early here. Kenny looked very surprised when actually it got switched from Nidalee into Tristana. And when you see the Renekton, you can see the line that they're trying to go down, the same one from game number 1. I think they want to pick up that Nidalee again.
I think they will, and this is a safer way to do it, because if you want to get Tristana, you have to do it here. If KT pick it away from you, then you don't get that, whereas KT obviously cannot pick the Nidalee away. Let's see, mid Nidalee, it's not, you know, 2014, so. Samira coming through here once again, actually, with the Alistar, it looks like. Which, again, has been a bot duo we've talked about so much in the LCK as being very unsuccessful. I think the losing streak was actually broken by Noah, if I'm not mistaken, but very hard duo to pull off, and there's the Nidalee we expected. But now is where things get a little bit more complicated for Kia in terms of where they want to take this draft, because last game we saw the Zoe come through, was not very successful at getting consistent damage done in those team fights, and I think that they should probably save that mid pick for last year and try to respond to what KT are gonna bring to the table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if I'm KT, I think I just ban away some top-tier supports, right? I mean, Showmaker's got a pretty deep pool. If there's something specifically you don't want to go up against, maybe you ban that one away for Showmaker, but you can kind of just chip away, maybe even take the Leona away. They banned the Rakan the last time around. I'm not the biggest fan of Rakan, but it seems like the team's still taken pretty seriously, so maybe they want to get rid of something like that. But the Galio will actually be the first ban.
You know, I feel like this is going to sound crazy, but I'm completely serious. I feel like Zilean is actually not bad in KT's comp right now as a mid laner. They took away the Orianna, and if you give movement speed to a Samira zooming around and also can have her res in the team fight, it's pretty crazy. Works pretty well with the Hecarim too.
You mean for KT's comp?
Yeah, for KT's composition.
I thought you were talking about Dom, and I'm like...
No, not for theirs. I'm not a huge fan of it for theirs, but for KT Rolster, I feel like it's not a bad pick. It depends on whether Dove is versed on it. It seems like a very complicated champion to lane with for a player like Dove, but something to keep in mind that we did see with the Hecarim previously. I like the Orianna ban a lot. I don't think the Syndra is something you're as worried about if you're Kia. The Gnar ban is also good for just kind of straight up normal standard team fighting. And they actually ban away the Gragas.
Why did they ban their own Gragas away?
They don't want the Gragas Tristana. I respect that. Rakan. I wonder where KT are going to take this. We're going to find out right now what mid lane they want. If they take a Syndra here, I'm a little bit concerned. Azir is also very strong here for KT Rolster. Blind into a wide plethora of champions. The Syndra it doesn't have hard synergy with any of the champions we have here for KT, and it's not going to be great for skirmishing with the Samira early. So I like the Azir a lot more because it gives you both that level 6 power spike, but also insane scaling later on, whereas Syndra is just not going to be as relevant early on in the game very often. And blind, I think the Azir is way safer. As the Aatrox follow-up pick here into Renekton, it's a very volatile matchup, very fun to watch, and it does suit their composition. This is one of the better KT drafts where we do see the Aatrox Samira coming through that I like a lot more than some of the ones we've seen previously because it has that Hecarim, it has the Azir.
Just imagine if they could pick Gragas. Feels bad, but as you mentioned, they wanted to deny it first and foremost. Sylas is going to be the pick here for Showmaker, so we are going to get a pretty interesting mid matchup. Sylas, you know, I hope it's okay for his wrist, first and foremost, if he can play it to the best of his ability.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. For those who don't know, Showmaker recently went to the hospital because of a wrist injury and it said in an interview with Fomos, I believe, that he was in so much pain his hands were shaking. But he has played pretty consistently since that moment in time, so he's probably recovered quite a bit. Has maybe taken some time off resting in between games. Very important going into playoffs, and Sylas is one of those high mechanics champions and also really reliant on hitting those skill shots. So you really have to be careful with picking that into a high stakes game like this. I think the stakes for Damwon Kia are high in that you don't want to be a team that lost to KT Rolster. Like, people will remember this series as Damwon Kia dropped the ball and KT sneaked into playoffs. Like, that will be how this series is remembered if Damwon Kia go 0-2. And that's not, you know, something you want to have in your head going into playoffs, especially with how Coma reacted, as you mentioned, we saw on camera just before. I like KT's draft. It has some late game power with the Azir in particular, but it also has really early game skirmishing power, just like the previous draft. So, you know, we've seen KT's style really personified in this draft. And with Noah, I feel like you trust this more than Hybrid Samira, to be honest. You know, we've seen in the past.
For sure. Absolutely. He has proven he is on another level for now. And it's been a good look for KT, for sure, to have a AD carry that can play the Samira and other picks and really perform on them to a high level. There's a reason why this guy got 8 out of 9 POG votes in the last game. And, yeah, I mean, I like it. I think I would have rather have more of a standard kind of beefy tank up on the top side. I'm not sure about Doran. Almost like getting a leash to play something a little bit more fun. I think his Gragas was awesome, and seeing something similar would have been great, but the Aatrox comes out, and I feel like Damwon Kia, again, this is a little bit, it's another one of these things, even with the Sylas, where you kind of have to get things going early on. Like, if they don't use their Renekton Nidalee again, especially against Aatrox, which should be easier to use it against him, you're fooling yourself. You gotta put on that early game pressure with this composition, otherwise you're not going to be having fun.
Yeah, you're really not. You need to be having those successful teleports that we saw from Doran last game come true. You need to be able to get any gold that you can early on. You can see Doran's played the champion 5 times this season. The first 4 were the ones where, you know, I was starting to feel a little bit worried about KT's drafting. We saw him play it in a fairly recent game. He played it very well, and then now we're seeing him play it in the 6th game here this season. And I like this draft a lot more, again, because I think we've actually literally seen this exact draft minus the Hecarim before, but it's Noah and not Hybrid. I think he's just a more consistent player right now. Another thing with this Aatrox pick is applying Grievous Wounds is going to be very difficult with KT's composition, so something to keep in mind later on. A lot of that healing can be a serious problem if the Aatrox gets ahead. Just with their composition, you know, it's not as easy to get that in there.
Yeah. The Aatrox, especially, even on the side of Damwon Kia as well. And, yeah, some really trading down on the bottom side, just kind of abusing the level 1 Alistar as you do. You take a look at this.
Yeah. Good old 20% win rate. Not the greatest this matchup, but it's Doran we're talking about here.
Doran canceled 2 of his autos, missed 2 of the CS. Feels bad.
Pressure's on here for sure for KT right now. You know, when you, like I said before, when you know that it's almost impossible winning, that's sometimes when you play your best because you have nothing to lose, right? You win game 1 and everyone's amazed. You lose game 1 and everyone says, well, as expected. But now that they're up 1 game, so a lot more pressures. Nicely done here from Gideon. Does not get that stolen.
Yeah. Does get hit by the spear, so he has to give up his romp as it goes. Zeus actually flashes away down in the bottom side, and Noah's like, no, I want to keep going. Where are you going? We're still fighting down here.
It's crazy, Valdez, how good Tristana is in this meta and how well she is being utilized in the LCK and also in other regions, but it feels like that kind of just snuck up on us a little bit, and it feels like she could be the new Kai'Sa just because she's so good. It feels like even blind, like you mentioned in the draft, in a lot of different matchups.
Wow, they're really pressing the issue in the jungle right now. Even forcing the goose
Double scuttle too
out of Gideon, and yeah, just by the pressure from the bottom side, the pushing pressure that Tristana puts on, you have priority down there. Your jungle is winning, and Canyon just literally just jumped across the mid lane and said, no, that's my scuttle, not yours, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you have prio in 2 major lanes, you know, top and bottom. And also mid now with Nidalee taking a bit of a pit stop through there. You just can't secure those. You lost your Gromp, you know, as Gideon in this early part of the game. And it does feel like, because this is not the first time we've seen Gideon play the Hecarim. He's 1 and 2 on the champion. And those games that we've seen him play this season, it just feels like it's not a champion that suits his play style very well. And that's concerning, you know. And I didn't like the Lee Sin pick that much last game. I thought it was kind of a little bit too out of the box, but he executed it well. And sometimes that's all that matters. And in this game, he is just getting bullied because of the lane states. Now let's see if he can bounce back from this, because a lot of players just simply don't know what to do when they're this far behind.
Yeah. It's clear that both Canyon and Showmaker are really trying to put on an immense amount of pressure. They're playing with a lot of confidence, right? And I think they should be angry after kind of getting embarrassed in that last game by KT. Canyon's invading again. This time around, you know, he's not able to get the smite down, actually, as that one does go to the Hecarim, and now Canyon might be punished, as that's a lot of damage coming out onto him. He is going to have to flash away. Showmaker now getting in there, will pick up the kill onto Gideon and flashes away himself to safety. And now 3-on-2. Doran thinking about continuing the fight, but not going to go for it at this point in time.
I don't think 3-6 you're able to take this fight if you're KT, because even if Dove comes through, like, Showmaker gets the kill onto Gideon, but if Gideon is looking like he's going to get away, I mean, Showmaker actually might even threaten, you know, outside of lane a kill onto Dove in this kind of extended circumstance with the extra poke damage Canyon has because he survives there. I think that was a little bit overzealous to think you could really force the issue there as KT, but they're desperate, right? And Gideon is getting farmed. His jungle is being stolen away by this farming Nidalee right now, and sometimes it feels like you have to make a play like this. Even when you're in an unfortunate matchup as Dove in the mid lane, you have to try to rotate over, but I mean, look, right now Doran is down 26 CS in this game. He's got waves crashing through, so he'll even that up a little bit, but it is a really rough start here for KT Rolster from the lanes alone. And it does not feel like we're going to have a similar game to what we saw in the last one, just because of how, you know, the Samira isn't able to snowball the lane versus a Tristana. And you watch this again, and look at where Silas is. He's already over here. He hides where he's positioned. Dove doesn't know, so he has to drop a ward. And then Canyon is able to flash away, and now Showmaker's here. Khan actually had lane prio, so Doran has to rotate over the wall, and you stay too long. Like, you're chasing too far. Like, why are you so greedy here? It's, you know, it's a bit puzzling.
You get the wolves, you push them out of your jungle, you get the flash, and then you back away. Yeah. Then you're like, you shouldn't be trying to take the trade against the Silas for sure, because he does have a nice amount of burst damage. And yeah, Gideon just got punished there. He's level 4. I mean, he's not having a fun time. You're talking about the CS gap in the top side. We've also got a pretty big one in the jungle.
Yeah.
Everything else is going pretty fine, other than the fact that Showmaker did pick up the kill, so Dove will be behind in that facet in the mid lane.
It's just really hard to you know, sometimes with Azir, you have this really nice spike at 6, but with the situation in the lanes and in the jungle, like, nobody's coming to help you set up for an Emperor's Divide kill. And
oh, he's actually gonna hit the spear on a Doran.
Gideon, gotta be careful too. Like,
Showmaker's here. You gotta run away, I think. They're trying to fight under the turret, though. They're going on to Khan, and the Dominus is popped here, and now they're saying, what up, you know? You're never gonna kill me, I'm Renekton with the Dominus.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe he just got it back, but it was enough to get the kill.
KT was definitely gonna lose something in this exchange. I mean, I think they played it pretty well. They handled the situation about as well as you could have, but, you know, it's not something you can handle.
For the kill down in the bottom side, the 2v2. This is where they got a lot of value the last time. The Inferno Trigger comes in. But that is something that the Tristana can do pretty well as well. The disengage pushes him away, and we'll keep him alive for now.
Yeah, it was a really nice exchange there on the bottom side. It was a cool attempt there from KT, but the issue still stands just because of the nature of Tristana's kit. She has that extra escape. It is going to be just fine. And this is the moment where KT are going to really try to take heavy risks when the Emperor's Divide is up. Let's see if it pans out, because I'm a little bit worried about this.
Well, the smite does come in, and they do have that burst damage onto Khan at least with the Fears. Now the flash on Anoa. He was all alone, and he will be going down. Zeus was placing wards, and he just got flashed on and blown up.
He's flashed on and blown up there. I mean, the problem is that, you know, in this situation, you're fighting for Rift Herald as KT, and you are successful, right? You have the, you know, Hecarim ultimate combined with Emperor's Divide. It's a really strong combo that you have for this objective. But it means the bot is kind of left by the wayside, and you could see that, you know, in this exchange that happens in the first fight, there's no one that can help out here. Again, really well handled by Doran. He actually engages super early, and they almost are able to trade this back onto Khan, but it's a little bit too far away from the turret there. But the really interesting exchange here is where you look at where Zeus is on the minimap. He's like, okay, we have control. I'm going to try to get some vision advantage here because it looks like this fight is going well. They don't need me to go up, so he was staying in lane. And he's left alone, so watching the same moment from a more close-up angle, he's just very far away. And because you have, you know, so much sustain as Samira here, you feel like, okay, I'm going to be okay by myself. There's no way they collapse in and kill me, but well played by Beryl. Setting up the kill. Damage output early on for Tristana is just really good.
All right, Showmaker stole the Hecarim, and now we have a angry Croc. As that is enough damage, Dove gets slowed up and taken down.
He had Emperor's Divide too. Did not use it. Had the flash. Used the flash instead. It's not enough. I think the idea was to flash the Emperor's Divide, maybe trade that one or turn that one back, but just did not happen. The damage output for the Sylas is just so high at this stage. And he got an early Dark Seal, so things are starting to look like they are going to get out of control here. Showmaker's going to get the turret. Valdez, this is not looking like game one.
No.
In any way, shape, or form.
Very different. And, you know, it's not the straight up, okay, Renekton Italy, we stun and land spears, and we're fine with that. We're going to have a little one-on-one, as the Dominus is good, but Gideon now is here, making it a 2-on-1, but teleport now coming on in. Khan taking a little bit too much damage. He will have the Sylas coming in. Now Everfrost completed for Showmaker, so he has to expend his teleport, but he picks up yet another kill. And is feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get some turret plate. Golden Canyon is not done yet. Stealing away more jungle. He's taken about 50% of the farm that Gideon would normally have this game and taken it for himself. You can see that reflected in the CS advantage. He's just a thief. And because Nidalee clear time is so good that you can just roam around, camp this already struggling top laner in Doran. If you're Cannon here, you just camp him nonstop. You can threaten kills and also get Gromp on cooldown, on rotation, because Doran is permanently under his turret, which now has no plates, minus the final plate there, which, you know, Showmaker's just getting a little bit of extra gold. 6,400 in this game. 3,000 gold the leader nearly over Dove.
That's not supposed to happen 11 minutes of the game. Oh boy. Yeah, and as you mentioned, he has the Dark Seal. He's got an item and a half, actually.
Yeah.
The Codex on top of the Everfrost. Zeus is, you know, they're trying to find some value somewhere on this map, but very far behind. I think Doran has handled this top lane pretty well. You see that he's obviously on his game tonight, but everything around him is kind of falling apart.
It really is. And Samira in a game like this where she's not able to get ahead. She's 0-1 and she's just farming. In fact, she's 15 CS up. But when I look at a Tristana and where she's heading in this game and where the rest of the team is going, I'll take that, right? I'd rather have that of the two, a Tristana 10 down than a Samira that's up 10 but has no kills, no item power spikes, no objectives to fight over. This is actually really well played by Showmaker. Stole the Hecarim ult earlier on the Rift Herald fight, still has it here. And Dove actually in flash animation there, I think at the last second. So just a little bit late on that one, misunderstanding the damage output there. And then the Rift Herald just comes to party. And then we're going to watch this exchange one more time. This is actually fairly well handled here from Doran and KT. Gideon comes through. You can see Canyon is just a little bit late to the party here, unfortunately, leaving his Gromps. The Khan goes down. Showmaker's able to trade it back because he has Everfrost, and then gets a stun to Gideon. The spear misses, but it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, you get the Gromp anyway, so you're feeling pretty good. So he's going to have his Unbreakable Will taken down, and you see that Doran, he's really trying to extend these trades, but you've got enemies in the jungle that are extremely fed. So
Showmaker's Unbreakable Will now too. So.
Yeah, it's actually the best one you can get at this point because it allows you to use your fedness, your fullness, if you will, for a longer period of time. You know, you would imagine maybe the better damage or the utility ultimate would be good, but actually just surviving for a really long time is better. He's just going to use it there in the mid lane, so he'll be able to get another one soon. And yeah, this is just some really nice early game domination this time around from Damwon. It seems like Coma probably straightened him up there in the break. That's what I'm thinking.
You know, I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of the Sylas pick, but I hate it. But we didn't talk about how Sylas sometimes works, you know, in compositions like this. And I think it's only fair to say that if the game is, you know, if it goes poorly for Showmaker, if he's not able to get an early lead, then he can fall off quite significantly too in some of these team fights. Now, it's a great game in terms of ultimates you could steal. That much is for sure. But this is one of those games where you actually hit this power spike so early for Showmaker. You get the Everfrost so fast. Now you've got Mage Eyes completed and 6 sacks.
Oh boy.
Like, you actually just run around the map and kill whoever you want, whenever you want. Like, he's so strong. Sylas is one of those champions that becomes insanely win more if you get this kind of a lead. And then you just kind of rule the Rift by yourself. Doesn't matter what anyone else is doing in the game. And the problem for KT is that all the lanes are going well for Damwon Kia on top of it. Hey, bot lane, again, yeah, 10 CS down for Ghost, but he has a kill. And he's going to get this turret.
He's fine. Just pushing that advantage here really, really nicely. And yeah, I mean, there's not really much that KT have going for them. Even Damwon was able to pick up that first Drake, so they got the first Drake. They're going to get the second one here. The first Rift Herald, they've got a fed Showmaker. All their lanes are winning at this point. And this is kind of what we expected coming into this series as well.
And I think a lot of people will put the blame on KT in this game for Dove, because he did have such a really early deficit, and you know, Showmaker couldn't control the lane. But that's just a rough matchup when you get behind. And I think the bigger issue for KT is Gideon did not know how to play around being behind against a Nidalee that's going to steal his farm. He wasn't able to find anything else on the map. He just kind of tried to beat Nidalee at her own game and then lost it repeatedly, and is now finding himself 70 CS down, 70 farm down in the jungle.
Yeah.
Like, that number is insane, and this is something that Gideon could have tried to put his resources elsewhere on, but he decided to just try to, like, compete with Canyon in his own jungle and then lost that fight, and he kind of just compounded Canyon's lead by doing that instead of trying to find pressure elsewhere. And that's I think, where this draft for KT will sort of start to fall apart, because if the jungle doesn't have pressure and you're playing Hecarim, then Samira can't do anything. You can't group for team fights anymore around these objectives, which is what your comp is designed to do with Samira Aatrox. And everything just doesn't work the way it's supposed to when Nidalee has just taken all of your money.
Yeah, I mean, you see the total CS per minute. You take a look at Canyon up there in third as a jungler. Maybe he's been talking to Chovy recently, trying to learn the secrets of the CS trade. But yeah, I think he's just like angry. He's playing in incredibly oppressive kind of style. And, you know, he tried to do a little bit of that in game number 1, but this time it feels, you know, it's like for real this time.
Yeah. And in game number 1, Gideon was in the same situation where, you know, it's a farming jungler versus kind of a ganking jungler. But Gideon was able to get value. He was able to say, okay, well, yeah, you're going to steal some of my farm, but I've actually got the tempo advantage, so you're taking my farm because I got a kill on the other side of the map and I outpaced those rotations. In this game, I mean, once again, he is trying to secure his own buff, and, you know, Canyon's on his way over to deny. He's not going to be here in time, but, like, this is kind of the story of Gideon, and I think the Korean casters are kind of harping on it as well, because we did see that shot of the difference between the two. And the composition just kind of struggles to play from behind, like we were talking about, because you're going to fall off big time as Aatrox later on when you're not ahead and you're not taking those advantages. They're down 2 Drakes, and KT's draft is like a, you know, inflatable tube that's run out of air. You know, it's just like flopping on the ground. You can't ride it down the river, okay? It's not going to float.
Yeah.
It's getting a little bit warmer. I don't know. I'm thinking about summer things.
Going outside, enjoying the sunlight. We don't get to do that too often nowadays.
No, it's a rainy day too, so I'm really just trying to push it.
I understand.
Look at Barrel just over here all by himself. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. He's got the support of his team, even though he's only level 7 somehow. Not taking much XP on this map right now, giving it over to his other laners. And it's so early on in the game that actually the second Rift Herald is still in the inventory of Canyon.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I wonder where I'll use this. I don't know. No rush. We're so far ahead. It's fine.
I mean, they actually could go for mid inhibitor turret with this.
And maybe they will.
I mean,
Canyon is heading over that way.
I think you can get a double charge here if you all group up. It's kind of crazy where we're at.
Yeah. See,
Showmaker's not here, by the way. If he's here, KT can't even stand where they're standing right now.
Very true.
And he's
And
getting value elsewhere.
it's kind of like Dollander just playing with their food, right? They could just, yep, they're going to drop it down now. They're going to get the push going. And you see that even Zeus is like, well, we can't even approach this turret.
He's going to deny the charge so it hits the inhibitor turret like I was talking about with full health. So well played from Damwon.
Yeah. Gonna have this damage coming in, Doran. You see he's looking for the angle. The charge comes in. They're not gonna take down the inhibitor turret yet, but that second charge, as you mentioned, gets the damage down.
Look at all the wards. Look at the vision control. Gideon is like, I just want to farm my own jungle. I'm trying so hard. Canyon's not fair.
Everfrost is such an insane item that needs to be built more.
Or maybe nerfed.
What? We'll build it more first. I think Riot, they kind of look at usage stats as well, where they're like, well, this isn't getting used as much as other stuff, so let's change and nerf/buff Ludens and Leandries, and Everfrost kind of just chills. The cooldown is super low, and even if you don't hit the middle marker, you still get a really large slow.
The slow is massive, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. If you notice it, watch it in this game, it's really nice.
Well,
great.
It's great because if Showmaker is able to connect the chains and stun you and come to you, then like you kind of guarantee the mid hit. But if you're not confident because your opponent has mobility that you're going to try to get that stun onto, then you can use the Everfrost to set up the stun.
Yeah,
it actually works out really well for Silas in particular. And
it works best on champions that are obviously going to be somewhat near melee range, but also have a stun to link up with the Everfrost, right? So it's kind of the idea. That's why Silas likes it, Zoe likes it.
But so does, more recently Gragas is also kind of been picking up sometimes because of that reason as well.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's a really cool item, and I think that's actually my favorite thing about this season is that we had a lot of items that at the beginning seemed like, okay, well, these items are silly. Like, are these ever going to work? And it feels like almost every item except Serpent's Fang has had its place in the pro meta. Like, it feels like every item that was a little bit neglected early on has finally gotten its spot. And that's cool. Everfrost has had its turn now. Serpent's Fang, I don't know if it'll ever happen. We're still hoping, but...
I mean, we've had, like, Scion with Gargoyle Stoneplate versus Cho'Gath with Gargoyle Stoneplate, who also had Orianna and, like, Rel on his team, and it didn't matter. Like, nobody's building that item for some reason. Obviously, it's a little bit awkward. It's got lethality, which, again, is not going to be great into all that armor.
Barrel!
But... enough about items. Barrel's going to have to hop away.
I mean, when Rakan is clearing wards by himself with no one even nearby, that's like the story of where a game is.
Yeah.
I mean, Barrel's like, oh, there's one ward over there. Okay, I'll just clear that one because they don't have any more vision over the map, so they can't approach me because it's just too dangerous. Like, it looks kind of silly that he walks away, but oh no.
Okay.
Buying some time, I guess.
That's when you know they're scared. I mean, it's trading ultimates for basic abilities. That's when you know it's like, well, not going to be feeling too good about this one. Khan is coming in looking to steal this one away, and that he will. As now they're actually going to find Doran, but he is in his World Ender at least. Gideon now caught out on the right side over here. And at least nobody on the side of KT died, but it's kind of this thing that KT does where they play extremely safe when they get this far behind, and they kind of just slowly lose. It's kind of that old Jin Air effect that I talk about from time to time.
I mean, you hate to see it, but at the same time, like, in games like this, sometimes the easiest way to accept your defeat is to hope for mistakes and instead of being proactive. Their comp has tools to be proactive, but with no vision, it's really hard to utilize it, because if you try to set up for like an Alistar stun into an Empress Divide, Hecarim ult, like, their combos are there, but if you can't see where to stand, or if you're an Alistar trying to walk up and clear vision, with how ahead Damwon Kia is, you just die instantly and you can't even play the game. And so you just kind of have to hide behind like the iron curtain of Damwon Kia's vision and like and just sit back and go, well, I can see this. I can control what happens in my base in terms of the combos we can set up. But the problem is that you give up objectives with this. They've already gotten 3 Drakes. Now they're going to get the Baron if KT Rolster don't rotate over. And if they do rotate over, like, look at how slowly they have to come over here as they clear all the wards through their own jungle. And like, Damwon Kia know that they have to check Baron right now, so they can freely clear their jungle first and then rotate in. And you can see KT can't even get on top of the Baron.
Oh. Doran's getting a little bit frustrated.
Salt in the wounds.
Trying to steal that one away. As you mentioned, Damwon can probably eventually just run at this Baron if they would like. They have some decent turn. I wouldn't. It's actually pretty good. With the Rakan and the Sylas especially, you can kind of just hop immediately onto anyone who shows their face. So
yeah.
You can kind of just get in here. You have some really nice Baron damage with Tristana at least. So just start it up. If they decide to come in, you're far enough ahead, you just turn and take them down.
And look at where Khan is right now. He has teleport, so he can come in at any time, but he's wrapping around.
They're going to try to go for it. And yep, there's the wraparound, as you mentioned. They're going to spot them coming in, though, so actually able to get in front. And that's a really nice wall and wombo combo. Where is the damage? Ghost is trying to get it done, but the first one to go down is actually Beryl. And the front to back here from KT is nice, but now Showmaker stole the Hecarim ult, and I think he's going to put an end to the hopes and dreams of KT Rolster at this point in time. They were fighting it so well, but sometimes it doesn't matter when you're fighting against a really heavy wallet that Damwon Kia just slapped them with.
Beryl also, I mean, even though he died in the side there, his charm set this up so well for Showmaker to rotate over and take this one out. We are headed to a Game 3. Heroic attempt to start this series off from KT Rolster was very well played, with the composition they had in Game 1 and Game 2. A big jungle gap. Flame Horizons by Canyon is Gideon, and this is so rare in the jungle matchup in particular. And that's going to be the game here. Damwon Kia bringing us to a third one, and it felt like a very angry response.
They're even going to take another kill before they take down the Nexus there. Just having a bit more fun this time around, clearly, as they don't have huge smiles on their face. They know that, should have just been done by this point in time. Showmaker's always the guy that wanted to go home as quickly as possible. He is home, but at the same time, he is going to be forced to play yet one more game, as they weren't able to close out the first one as cleanly as they stomped them here in Game number 2.
Yeah, it was not a contest in Game 2, sadly. Showmaker just gets so ahead in this game that he can do anything he wants, including that last Hecarim ult that we saw at the very end. Big shout outs though to Canyon, who got a very, very early tempo advantage and they just repeatedly stole Gideon's farm. And when you keep doing that repeatedly, if Gideon doesn't find value elsewhere on the map, you know, via getting ganks, getting assists, or then, you know, vertically jungling in Canyon's jungle somewhere on the map, then he just finds himself, okay, now I'm a level behind because I lost a third of my jungle again. Now I'm 2 levels behind. Now the Nidalee's here and I can't even fight her. I have to walk away. And Doran the whole time is sitting under turret. So every time Nidalee comes and steals a Gromp, might as well throw some spears, see if you can get a kill on Doran because he's losing lane. Bot lane goes very badly. It was a game for KT that was just ill-fated from the start.
Yeah, you know, as you mentioned, it was a pretty big jungle gap, and you know, we talk a lot about like lane priority. This one kind of felt just like jungle priority. Like KT had Doran, he's like desperately trying to make plays. He's like, but I can't because my jungle's just so far behind. And it wasn't Doran's fault, right? It was just kind of something that happened naturally between the two jungles. And yes, the priority from the lane in the top side from the Renekton did allow Canyon to get that stuff going, but it felt like more than that. The execution was really crazy from Canyon that time around, and Showmaker was the flashy one. He lapped up all the kills and did the most damage, I would imagine, in this game.
Yeah, I think so.
But it was kind of a two-pronged effort, as Canyon also had an insane game. So we're going to take another look at the post-game breakdown and see how this one finished off. As actually the most damage was Aatrox.
Tried his best, Doran did. I mean, he spent a lot of that lane slapping Renekton over and over and over again.
That's actually, yeah, you know, there's a thing. Actually, you get a lot of damage doing that, but that's actually 2 games in a row now that Doran had the top damage.
Yeah, I mean, he is, like, I actually don't know if I have this on my sheet. I think he might be top 3 in damage per minute.
Should
in the season, right? For top laners, he's been so consistent in that regard. And I mean, he plays aggressive champions like the Aatrox, but like you said, he was just playing the game with one hand tied behind his back. One jungle tied behind a Gromp. It felt like it was not a great game from Gideon. Again, there were different ways to play around Canyon stealing his farm, but he decided to challenge and lose, and that's where you find yourself getting really far behind. Not much else to say about that game. I think KT are just going to have to wipe the slate clean for game number 3 and hope they can take it. If they do win with a 2-1 score, it's still possible that they advance to playoffs, but it's going to be very, very difficult.
Yep, they're going to have to hope that Bro has a good series next. But first, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we will have game number 3 to finish out this series.
나랑 여기
3일
로플 앞에 가자 앞에
3이라 볼게. 3이라 볼게. 3이라.
다너플
나안 죽어. 힘싸를 이게.
얘 노플이야 노플 끝난 거 같은데
철거반이라.
가면?
날만 거. 탑으로? 미드?
혹시 모르니까
미드. 나힐 좀 뭐야? 힐 이쪽.
미드 웨이브가 빨리 돌아오거든?
미드 맞아. 세레모니 하고 싶다. 하고 신기게 먹을까? 야 미친. 나이스. 그냥 이것만 할게.
correr a Solid Snake hasta la casa. Corriente Marina, son 2 contra 1. Ackerman, que igualmente mucho no puede hacer, se utilizando el esquizo oscuro para clavarlo al piso. Llega White Lotus y ahora sí se puede revertir la situación. Asesinato para el tirador de Infinity, el primero para él. ¡Uy! Tremendo el deseo con la invocación de cuchillas. Luego a correr a Solid Snake. Asesinato doble para el tirador de R7.
Siege the inhibs or anything like that. But what they did is they basically said, okay, Kanavi, you go do the Drake, we're going to play the rest of the map and take over. Oh, Rocket comes in and steals it!
He did it!
We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work.
He was taking a look, but he wasn't actually there, okay? And
oh, Showmaker going to find some bombs here onto Pyoshik, who does have to get out. And there's the flash forward. Can the clock slam? Oh no, Pyoshik has to just watch himself fall down. No, the bomb, it's chasing him. It's picking. Oh my god, it got scariest little rapture of all time.
They won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We.
And let's see, FBI's looking for Zap Poke, can't find it
Hard
yet.
to fight through
Next
a deer.
shots though. Knock up, gonna almost find Closer. Lantern gets him back to safety. Hook's gonna hit the front line, not gonna be a big problem. Here comes the forward motion, it's time for the play, and who he's gonna drop. That's a good pickup, and back goes the Olaf. Something that can't find his way in just yet, but FBI is still firing. Fudge could be a target.
Oh, the
shockwave! 3, and the shuffle back buys a bit of time, but it's not gonna be enough. It will save the Jinx, but it will not get anything more.
Get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We.
The silence there, unfortunately, is Khan wins that mind game, and now Damwon Kia, they've found one. Sleepy Trouble Bubble comes down now as everyone's getting tired. The box comes in, but oh my god, the Rupture Shockwave combo is so good from Rascal and BDD, and Genji wipes the floor with Damwon Kia.
Hey, we gotta get it, gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We.
Welcome back everybody to the LCK Analyst Desk, and Damwon Kia was able to find their redemption in Game 2 and evened out the series. And KT Roaster this time around played Aatrox for their top lane, which was not that effective, and Damwon Kia actually led KT Roaster to take Hecarim away. They wanted them to play it because they knew how to play up against this Hecarim in the jungle, and then they countered this first pick with Tristana, a very strong bottom lane pick, together with Renekton, and then they were able to complete their Renekton Nidalee comp. And then Aatrox as the counter pick into Renekton Nidalee. As we saw all of this draft process, we were pretty sure that Damwon Kia can easily take game number 2. In the previous match, KT Roaster, they were able to find the success by playing the confident picks, but this time around they were trying to just follow some of them go-to picks of the LCK meta. I think KT did a fantastic work with their draft in game 1, but in game number 2, I don't think their draft had an edge at all. Because KT Roaster did had this opportunity to actually lead the pick and ban, but this time around KT actually rather banned Galio and Gragas away, a very good flex pick for multiple roles. And Aatrox, I don't really get about it. I mean, there are a lot left to be desired in terms of KT's comp. I think maybe it was because their opponent was Damwon Kia. Damwon Kia knows how to snowball with a bit of a small lead in the early game, and that really happened in game number 2. Cloud Templar mentioned that this could be a very new experience for a rookie player. I'm pretty sure no one never had an experience like this, playing up against Damwon Kia, a team that can snowball really hard, and I think Damwon Kia, their early game rotation is a pure art. So if you want to focus on the early game jungle path and rotation of Damwon Kia, so let's take a look at this first highlight where Gideon always got zoned away by Nidalee. Looking at the matchup, even though Kenyon didn't have any vision or ward in Hecarim's jungle, Kenyon could just calculate the tempo of Hecarim's clear speed, so he was pretty sure the Hecarim will be at this blue and Grump camp, so Nidalee invades. I mean, Gideon did get that blue buff with the smite, which means Kenyon has a huge priority for the scuttle fight. So Aatrox was not able to help him as well, so Kenyon gets it first scuttle on the top side of the map, and he makes an immediate rotation to the bottom side, and the rest of the Damwon Kia players are also there in order to back him up. Damwon Kia, they have a very strong laners. They know how to have lane priority and convert that into jungle lead as well. Sylas is not a champion that is super strong during the early game laning phase, but he was able to, Showmaker was able to exert dominance up against Azir. And at the same time, when Nidalee was rotating to the bottom side scuttle, she spotted that Azir used all of his abilities, which means Nidalee has no threat to go for that scuttle. And prior to that, Sylas was also able to always win trade in the laning phase. The Kenyon was able to just control the map thanks to the priority that the laners had. Indeed, Nidalee was able to get super ahead thanks to the lane priority, especially Showmaker had. So let's take a look at this second highlight. This is not long after the first highlight that we just watched. Nidalee was able to, visit the mid lane and just add some more pressure onto Dove, and Sylas was able to shove in the wave and then TP on the minion instead of that ward because he was just feeling so comfortable. Kuro, as a former mid laner, it's a manner to take your TP, not under the opponent's turret, but Sylas was too confident at this point in the game. He knew that he would be super fine even after TPing onto that minion under the turret aggro. This reflects the confidence of Showmaker, but at the same time, that's the loss of the turret damage onto the minions. So that was also super efficient choice made by Showmaker, and at the same time, it was so important for Gideon and KT Roaster to clean up that kill on Canyon, but they were not able to pull it off. And Aatrox, he was losing all the CS under his turret as well. And the game was pretty much over after that highlight. In terms of the Azir versus Sylas matchup as well, everything is connected into the jungle priority. So once you can get ahead in lane, which means your jungler can also rule the map. And Hecarim, he was not able to have the best early game possible, and in the later game he was only a tool for Sylas to actually steal away a very effective ultimate. And the player of the game will be Showmaker on Sylas. 1,000 POG points so far. He had a game in this game, and once this Sylas got unleashed in this game, he was able to exert his dominance all around the map. I think Sylas is one of the key champions in the current meta, because I think this champion has really good counter strategy up against Hecarim and also up against Seraphine as well. So I think a lot of more teams should, pay attention to this champion. Once Showmaker was able to push the lane, and also he got the lane priority, he was able to make rotation to other sides of the map. And Showmaker, the way he plays out the team fight is really on point. It was a very, fun game for Showmaker to play, and Showmaker is tying up the POG standings together with Chovy. These two mid laners are leading the top POG players in the LCK. Canyon as well was able to pick up 4 votes with the way he kind of lead the jungle with the priority. But still, Showmaker was able to pick up 5 votes in the end. And KT Roaster there's no way back for them. If they lose this series, they have to watch the Nongshim series with the best hope possible. So let's find out if they can decide their destiny with game number 3 victory.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, once again for the awesome translation of the analyst desk. As we will move on to game number 3, Dom1, they take back control of the series as we kind of expected them to. But KT do get one more chance to pull off what they did in game number 1. Koma's now very happy. He's smiling, joking around with the players. Seems like the atmosphere is totally different.
Yes.
Even giving a little massage to Khan, a little ear tug there. And it's all smiles over there, whereas over here in the KT side, it's all the pressure coming together for one last game.
Yeah, if KT win this, then they're in a pretty good spot. If Reddit Brionne win with any score against Nongshim, they're guaranteed. If Nongshim drop a game and then win, we have tiebreakers. So, the only way that they're out if they win this is if Nongshim does 2-0 in the next series, which is what most people expect based on Reddit Brionne's most recent game. And I just want to, continue the stakes. If Dom1 Kia win this, if Reddit Brionne 2-0, they're not in, but they have a good chance of being in. And if Reddit Brionne 2-1, the chance is smaller, but still there. So KT are not out if Dom1 Kia win this because they got a game. And that is still really important. Every game matters, I know it's kind of a big meme across all of esports, but in this particular case, getting that one game for KT does keep their chances alive. So, it's, again, not up to them. If they lose this, it's based on other scores. As we jump into this game, we see once again the target on the bot lane. From Thresh to Noah's Ezreal to then the Rel. So taking away a lot of those really strong pairs you can counterpick. And now Dom1 Kia, they could just build into an Italy draft once again if they want to.
Do you ban away the Lilia here? The answer is no. And so, he might just pick Nidalee again anyway.
There it is.
Lilia was the 3rd ban for Dom1 Kia in game number 1. but they switched that up with the Rel because they did not want to play against that again after game number 1.
And I don't think KT should take the Lilia here into, you know, Canyon's Nidalee. They're going to do it, and this is a problem because, you know, the difference between these two jungles and their ability to understand, like, Gideon's lack of understanding of what to do while behind last game, and again, a high-pressure situation, I don't want to blame him too hard, but Canyon gapped him so hard because of the control over his side of the map that he couldn't have any sort of functionality, and the Lilia here is also one of those champions that can, you know, really get behind if she's not able to farm correctly, and I worry about that. I like the Tristana pick here, obviously, a lot more in terms of priority, but Senna goes through, and it's Senna Kench. So Damwon Kia already have one of the strongest bot lanes you can get in the current meta of League of Legends. Tristana's still decent against this lane, though.
Yeah.
And honestly, I would not even hate it if we just saw a very early lock-in of an Alistar here, or potentially even the Leona. Just guarantee that you have at least a decent support into this lane.
Yeah, Alistar feels like the standard one. Maybe you consider going for some kind of enchanter into the Tahm Kench, but we're not really in that meta.
Not in this region.
Even though we did see Lulu, I think that was yesterday.
Yes.
But yeah, not in this region, not in this meta, not in this year. Maybe later on, we'll have to wait and see how the game changes. But so Alistar will come in. And yeah, I kind of like the Senna Tahm Kench response to the Tristana more than just like sheepishly picking Kai'Sa Alistar and trying to make it work. So especially because it's Ghost. I mean, the guy is a pretty insane Senna player, and kind of surprised actually that KT left that available for them.
Yeah, it's hard, you know, to draft around this team. You don't want to give first pick Udyr or Hecarim over to Canyon, you know? I mean, that would be even worse, arguably. So it's a really tough time with all of the champions that Damwon Kia can play at a high level in this meta. Nara's banned here. I think there's a decent chance we see the ban on Gragas, additionally, here from Damwon Kia. You could see the tone has changed with this Nidalee draft because the Senna is pointing towards late game scaling. So you don't see the priority on the Renekton bans here for KT Rolster because they know it's very unlikely that Khan will play it in this case because the pairing isn't as strong for how the late game is going to be played. Yone ban against Dove here. Very strong pick with the Lilia. I like it.
Yeah, and he does have one win on the pick so far. Note that they didn't focus on the Renekton at all.
Yeah,
even
that's
with
what I was
the Nidalee
saying.
that's available. So either you're blind picking it here, or you're just saying, okay, Renekton Nidalee into us 3 times in a row, and we're just okay with that. So they're going to take it away here.
Yeah, I'm okay with leaving the Renekton open into Damwon Kia's draft because of how it functions, but they take it themselves, as you mentioned, and the response was well prepared. Appears to be a Gangplank response, which we've seen actually in round 1. We saw a lot of this matchup. Haven't seen it as much recently. Will come through here. Something Khan is very proficient on. And the Azir kind of just rounds it out here. Very powerful early game for Damwon Kia, or rather stable early game, I should say. More than powerful. That's going to allow them to scale super well.
The scaling is just ridiculous, right? It's lanes that do well and blind picks that can survive. I think it's kind of what you're getting at.
Exactly.
Sure. And this does give an option for Dove to maybe, you know, throw caution to the winds and pick something a bit more aggressive.
Rise.
Thought maybe Illusion, but you know. Rise is going to come in, and again, another thing that we don't really get to see that often nowadays.
Yeah, I'm really curious how Azir will build against this with the magic damage between Lilia and Rise. You might just see an early Verdant Barrier just to be really safe and just kind of chill. I mean, not that Azir is going to struggle into the Rise matchup with Lilia there, so feels very stable, you know? This Rise pick is going to give you a lot of power in terms of how you can engage later on in the game with his ultimate, and will make the Renekton pick feel a little bit less bad later on just for gap closing. But the execution of this is so complicated that I'm not entirely sure if KT is going to be able to pull this off. And the scaling is just so amazing for Damwon Kia later on, especially with the with the Gangplank addition to what's already Azir, Senna, Tahm Kench, I feel like this one is KT a little bit out of their depth in terms of how difficult this is going to be to pull off. It will be very impressive. I mean, this will definitely be a very memorable KT Rolster game, just like Game 1, if they can make it happen.
Yeah, and the thing about the Rise pick as well, it's like, you know, you're kind of fighting fire with fire. You're adding a lot of scaling, but his range is not very good, and you're fighting against Azir Senna and barrels.
Nidalee
Spears.
Cloak, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not really liking the Rise, to be honest. You're already struggling a little bit with the range, with the Renekton up on the top side, so we'll see. Definitely like Damwon Kia's here a little bit more as we do enter game number 3. And go back onto the Rift. Match 87. We're so close to the playoffs. Just today and tomorrow, and then we're just right there. And you know, the first day of the playoffs is on Wednesday. So we even get into playoffs a day earlier than your normal LCK schedule.
Yeah, so get ready for that. Tell your friends. Don't be late.
I think the first matchup is Hanwha Life up against the 6th place team.
That's right. We will determine that tomorrow, or today potentially, depending on how that second series goes in this game. Not going to get too into it. So there's a very small chance Sandbox is eliminated today. We just know. But very likely to be decided tomorrow.
I mean, if Nongshim win, then they just get the spot, right?
I think they have to 2-0, if I'm not mistaken. But we have we have a crazy graph.
Well, we didn't want to get into this, but I'm actually gonna revisit my sheet.
Because Nongshim originally were supposed to win 2-0 this week to be guaranteed, but they lost. So to KT Rolster, so that kind of threw a wrench in everything. I'm not actually when I did.
No, if Nongshim win at all,
if they win at all,
with a DK 2-1 victory, let's say, if Nongshim win at all, they secure playoffs, 100%.
But if it's a KT victory,
if it's a KT victory in a 2-1, then Nongshim need to win in some way. If they win 2-1, it's a tiebreaker. If they win 2-0, then they get it.
Okay. So like I said, it's not KT haven't lost yet, Valdez. Okay, it's not 100% guaranteed.
True,
unless KT lose this, in which case it could be 100% guaranteed, but it's not until we get there.
Yeah.
All right.
The only way that it's not 100% guaranteed after today is if KT lose and Nongshim lose. They both need to lose, then it gives Liv Sandbox a chance, and then we will have our playoffs decided only after the final game of the regular season, match 90, where Liv Sandbox face off against DRX.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's decided today.
That's right. And, you know, when you and I cast Pro League together, I usually left these to you, too.
True.
1-8 this matchup. I want to say actually Doran beat Morgan in the 1 this year. I actually think that happened. It was like a crazy game where it was that pause, if you remember. That was very memorable to me. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I'm pulling through my neurons. I think that was the matchup, but
we definitely have a lot more Gangplanks versus Renekton's and a lot more pauses, as we are going to force the exhaust set of Barrel here in the trade. Just wants to be safe, right? You don't want to take any chances. Later on, you'll start scaling and having a really fun time with this duo. But for now, as long as you don't die, you're sitting pretty as Senna Kench.
Yeah, it's very oppressive too, because Sparrow can just constantly Yoshi tongue you like nonstop, and it's really frustrating to yeah, it's really frustrating to lane against. And because of Senna's pretty crazy range, she just constantly harasses, and she doesn't have to worry about farming whatsoever. So just kind of able to even potentially threaten those chains by standing to the side of the minion wave. Fasting Senna is something that is one of the coolest and most unique things that we have in terms of bot lane in League of Legends, and I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I kind of want to bring Ziggs back. I know a lot of people weren't fans of the awesome dudes meta, right? Where it wasn't exactly 80 carries, but they played in the 80 carry role, so Papa gave them the name Awesome Dudes. And they were, you know, we had a lot of them. We had like Morgana was played a bunch. We had Ziggs. Vladimir was played. I think even Syndra and Cassiopeia. A lot of those kind of scaling AP carries began to visit down there, but we didn't really get that too often.
I see Dove has a pretty good win rate on the rise, 7-2 in the LCK. Just to point out that he's well versed on the champion and has a history of playing it.
It's great KDA actually, 7.1.
Yeah. So just goes to show that, you know, it's not always about the comp and the matchup, but sometimes it's about what you feel comfortable with in awkward situations like this in draft.
You can't always just 100% force the best draft.
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work. I mean, you know, I think we can agree about Gideon's Hecarim. You know, it's one of those cases. Just hold that thought.
Yeah, remember that he has Devour, but they're waiting for this, trying to wait through the stun, and yes, he's going to have to use it on Beryl, and now Noah's on the wrong side of the fight. It seems like they don't have a lot of experience playing against Senna Kent.
Yeah, that was kind of weird because it was super obvious. Like, especially like, even if you don't know, like even if you're not familiar, when you see the way that Beryl stands there, like I think you trust that they know that you're gonna die. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you think Beryl and Ghost don't know what they're doing there? You're like, no, I think we win this. No, I don't think you do. Like, that was kind of odd, unfortunately, for Noah here. And I mean, look, because of the bullying, like
Zeus started it, you know.
Yeah, true. But I mean,
not to point fingers. Even
sure,
though I did exactly that just now. But
but I mean, like, look at the difference in terms of the farm. You know, Tom Kench early on gets his farm very freely. It's pretty easy when, you know, your Senna is harassing, but so much CS has been lost actually from Noah in these scenarios. So yeah, Zeus starts it here, but when the Devour comes off, like Noah goes left here.
Wait.
Yeah, waits. Stun comes out.
Has to hit Kench.
And then, like, stun or no here, I mean, I think you just need to leave if you're Noah in this case.
Yeah.
Even if you get the stun onto the Senna, I don't think you win that exchange. Dodge the turret shot there.
Yeah, that's it's not one that they're going to want to remember. They will keep it in mind though for this. They're like, oh yeah, that catfish guy, he's got that Devour ability. Should keep that in mind. This is a lot of pressure up in the top side. Khan getting hounded by the Renekton with the Dominus. He is going to have to probably leave the lane. Doesn't know. Well, he knows Lilia isn't here, but he's still going to have to use his ultimate to clear the wave.
Yeah, that feels bad. I mean, I think he got it. I saw a little gold fly. Got it. I didn't look at the number. Saw a little coin flicker there for a second. I believe he did get it.
Probably got it there.
Still feels bad that you have to use your ult like that, because you're not going to have any presence if, you know, we see Gideon rotate over with this lane prio onto the Drake, which they're not going to do at the moment. In fact, Gideon is getting zoned out by Canyon yet again in his own jungle. This is why I don't like the Lilia here, because you're so fragile, and, you know, you can't really continue to fight long-term against something like Nidalee.
Oh, this is, okay, he's going to have to flash, I would imagine. He's trying to avoid it. There it is. Comes in. The last auto gets him down. And, yeah, now you're TPing, but there's no Dominus available. So
no Dominus.
Exhaust here for the Kents. They can turn this around.
Yeah, this is so bad here for KT Rolster.
It's wishing he's playing in 2019 when you could cancel teleports. This is, yeah, just going to get ulted. Big scratch to the head there from Noah tells the entire story. This bottom lane is just over.
I mean, it was such a good start for Noah, you know, in this series. And then game 2, you know, wasn't playing on even footing, had some problems there. And then in this third game, 2 critical errors of judgment from not just Noah, but from the KT Rolster squad as a whole end up coming back to bite you. I mean, when Zeus goes in with the headbutt there, I think you probably think, well, I'm going to take only one L here. And I'm actually going to go through. I want to watch the replay and see when the teleport comes through exactly, because if Doran was coming through before the headbutt, which I don't think was the case based on when he arrived, then it feels like, okay, well, this is kind of an attempted teleport gank situation where it was kind of a little bit premeditated, but in this case,
this is crazy.
It's rough, man.
Oh man, the amount of value that they just gave away with this play is staggering.
Okay,
look, 3 plates for Gangplank in the top lane.
Teleport is not used before. That's not even close. I can't believe I even remembered to like consider it. Teleport comes in after he dies, so this is just poor decision making.
He's watching too. It's not like he's trading with Gangplank. He's sitting there waiting and watching.
And part of the reason why this Tahm Kench is so powerful with the Senna, not just because of the stable lane, is that you can set up these chains really easily with the slow that you're going to get from the lick. Really nice ult there to finish it off because he's between turret and wall, so impossible to dodge.
다 빨아줄게. 1세트에 복수를 해준다.
Getting revenge for game 1.
Yeah.
And, it is a very, very tough spot for KT right now.
Instant teleport response as they're trying to get on top of Showmaker as he's having a little bit of trouble and actually does a nice job, but Gideon is going to go down in the end. Ends up being a 1-for-1 for now. They're sticking around, but Khan very smartly holding the wave. It's going to make it really difficult for KT to continue the dive, and they will in fact not, as Canyon, generally we say no bullying, but I suppose, as Ghost mentioned, they're just getting revenge for game number 1, so all's fair in war here, at least, as they're going to push and take down the turret at 11 minutes.
In game 1, at least it was often trades in the bottom side for Ghost versus Noah, but in this case, it is just purely one-sided. And Khan really pushing the envelope here. He had his oranges. So not going to get scurvy, but
Doran?
Wow. This is a sloppy game.
This is reminding me of Live Sandbox yesterday in the second game where they just totally fell apart. Like, nothing is going right for KT now.
So many teams, I think, show their hold it.
Well, maybe Khan overstepped his boundaries. KT wait long enough as he's trying to trade it back, but he might still get that kill. No, not quite gonna be it, as Senna will also miss.
But so many teams, Valdez, in these high-pressure situations do show their lack of experience in them, because so many of these players, a lot of the rookie players you have in the LCK have never played. First of all, some of them have never played on stage before, never played before a crowd, but none of them have ever played in or some of them have never played in a must-win game all season long. It's regular season, right? You always think you can turn it around, but when you get to the very end where playoff implications are on the line, and if you lose, like, your season is over, I think that's when sometimes you see the cracks start to show for some of these players. See, only Dove is actually in a gold lead at the moment, but it is very slight.
Yeah, even the Senna is miles ahead of the Tristana at this point, which generally doesn't happen if it's an even lane. As, okay, at least he got the blue buff, so Dove is the one guy feeling okay on his team, I suppose, but everything's being taken as we speak, right? Canyon owns the jungle once again here. Noah can barely lane.
If he gets caught by chains, I was really worried for a second there. How far pushed up he was. He would definitely be a dead Tristana. So we're going to watch this exchange one more time. It ends up being pretty extended. The teleport is coming through from very far away from Dove, or rather from very close by, because he just needs to be here as soon as possible. Emperor's Divide is good, and you can't get out of that turret shot if you're Gideon, so it ends up being a trade back, and then I don't know if we'll see the second part of this. We will.
Khan has Essence.
He has Essence re-release.
Okay, against
Spellblade.
Plated steel caps.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just where we're at right now.
Okay, then he stays too long, wants to clear this wave, and he gets punished for it. Yeah, a little bit of greed.
Should have just, let the cannon wave do its thing, sit there. But instead, he got a bit greedy.
I mean, this game is going to be Ghost's playhouse. He's very excited to hit some auto attacks this game. He's starting to get a little bit revved up. 3-0 already has his very early Kraken Slayer. Rageblade not going to be too far behind, you have to imagine, with all the extra gold he has from those kills. Turret he got in mid, turret plate gold that he has on top of it all. It is looking very good here for Damwon Kia to close out what was was a very rough start to the series, kind of an awkward blemish on an otherwise great 15-2 season. Hoping to finish it with a 16-2. And KT Rolster's comp, you know, doesn't have a lot of comeback power here later on because of Lilia is 0-1-2. You know, the Noah's Tristana is 0-2 and significantly behind in farm into a Tom Kent Senna lane.
Yeah. And again, you might see Dove and think, oh, okay, well, we've got a Ryze who's scaling. But again, it's kind of what I mentioned in the draft. It's like, what is he going to be able to do against all of this range and alone? You know, if he had a Tristana, maybe, but not at this point. As Gideon desperately trying to get something going here, he's going to take a lot of damage. They're trying to burst down Barrel, but take a look at that shield. Just way too giant with the gray health coming through, and the Senna ultimate. It is enough, and Ghost just laughs at Ryze. Senna just has her way with Ryze whenever she wants. As you guys can see here.
Coming in.
Yeah, looking for the extra kill. That's just insult to injury there, as Doran will get caught once again. And yes, Dom and Kia, they're taking this game.
Yep. No, it's over, probably. And, you know, 1,600 gold from turret plates alone. The full 5 plates go to Ghost on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah.
3 of those go to Khan, again, who struggled early on, who's able to completely flip it before 14 minutes to collect that extra gold. And, I mean, there was not even like a locket for Barrel on the bottom side of the map or anything, you know. He's playing the actual farm part of the fasting Senna, and he's just sitting pretty. He didn't even have any extra shields. He just was super tanky at this stage. He already has his Sunfire done, and like, what are you gonna do if you're KT in this situation? Gideon tries to make a super play, as we call it here in Korea, looking for the flash, triple sleep, only hits 1 of the 3. If he hits all 3, this looks very different. But unfortunately, there's just enough damage from Canyon and Ghost to push through while Barrel tanks it up. And he just, you know, unfortunately misjudges his Q's range. Because if he does hit all 3 and hits the sleep, it's a very different situation. And Doran's just unable to escape, comes in very late. And, again, it's not 100% KT is out if they lose this, but their chances go down very significantly.
Yep, they just got to hope that Nongshim don't win the second series.
Yeah, and even then it's not 100%, but it becomes more likely, I guess. This is a very sad end to this game, I think.
Yeah.
KT, like, they're 8,000 gold behind into a comp that scales way better. Yeah. So, like, we don't even have to talk about the scaling because the scaling happened before it's supposed to.
Yeah. This is, again, this kind of the fun playhouse for the Senna, but not only the Senna, pretty much all of the pieces here of this comp, as that spear almost hit him through the minions.
Yeah, no, with some fancy footwork.
Oh! Zeus is getting angry, but that's a really nice little devour there. So, Barrel's just going to kind of laugh at them. As you mentioned, he's so tanky at this point that, like, he basically can do whatever he wants. And that includes, okay, yeah, we're just going to kill Zeus, no problem. Canyon's still angry after game number 1, I suppose.
He wasn't even standing next to the inhibitor. That's kind of inexcusable.
Oh, okay, well, at least...
Skull Flash! Khan's actually going to ult the bottom here.
Yep. You know, this is the time in the game where it just becomes, you know.
There's no turret, and he's got a Vampiric Scepter. I think he wins this. Meanwhile,
yeah, everybody's going to sleep. That's definitely feels that way. Khan is getting some speed boosts.
Oh, the plant comes up.
Ooh! Ring around the rosy.
He's gonna get one more.
He's gonna, yeah, he'll.
Oh, I got him.
Okay. Boop. Hits him down. Flashes the world's emote. Tells him to sit right back down.
Yeah. Well, Valdez, this one is all over but the crying.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to cry after this. It's not that kind of game, but that's just the saying.
Yeah, for some reason yesterday it felt a little bit more sad. Maybe it's because both games they kind of collapsed, Live Sandbox, but...
Yeah, I mean, KT had one really good game of the 3. The second game was a bit of an issue. Khan does not have vision.
Is this their chance? Is this their moment?
No. Feels bad. But yeah, I think there's the feeling is definitely different because Sandbox played so below what we know they're capable of yesterday, whereas KT Rolster are in a position where we know how well they can play today. Or, you know, today we know how well they played earlier today, but also how well they played over the past few weeks. So it feels like there was an opportunity for KT to really, change the narrative here and make playoffs. And like we were at a near miracle situation, right? So.
And yeah, we're just, I guess, with not much else happening in this game, we're just going to watch this entire exchange.
Yeah, we already saw this one in slow motion, so. We already lived this one at half speed. And we're going to watch it at full speed now, the same way. Like, it was the same exact speed. There's something special about this replay. Literally watch him die a second time.
The Dom1 skins should be coming out soon.
Yeah,
I thought about that with the Worlds emote. I don't know exactly when that is. They're just face tanking the turret.
We're going to be getting a lot of DMs soon now, Valdez. You mentioned this. Like, everyone's gonna be like, oh yeah, like, please give me more details.
I don't know.
Valdez
I
seems
think it was
to know the exact
discussed
date.
publicly. I don't have any exact dates or patches or anything like that. But it should be soon. I mean, you know, usually at the end of spring, around that time, the World skins do come out. So,
you know,
I would imagine they're doing the same this year.
Well, I was going to say something else about that, but I don't know if we have enough time because it's like this game is about wrapped up.
Oh, is Beryl going to die? Is this the moment where they kill the Tahm Kench? No, not the time. Doran is going to run away here and not be able to get away. Sleep will come in, and in typical Dom1 Kia fashion, they're going to try to clean up everybody before they do take down the Nexus. Ooh, nice play here, actually, but Tahm Kench exists. He does get the stun, though, and they actually kill her. Nicely done. Gonna take down Ghost. Actually does take his first death of the game by doing that. As Gideon, in a kind of desperate manner.
One more chance, Gideon.
Yeah, they're gonna...
Against the world, by himself.
Yeah. See ya. That's gonna go to Canyon, 5-0 and 3. He didn't die.
He dodged the spear, Valdez.
He did. Oh, there's more kills, guys. Don't kill a Nexus. Oh my god, they're actually doing it. They're actually thinking about getting in here. Canyon, they're gonna let him die. They're not gonna kill the Nexus, but he will flash away, and he will be taken down. Dom1 Kia will secure the 2-1, and they already secured their first place spot in the playoffs. But what this does mean is that KT now will be hoping for Nongshim to not make it through. As you said, Wolf, there wouldn't be tears, but there are definitely tears. Noah had an amazing game number 1, nearly was able to carry his team through, but as the very young player that he is, struggling to deal with the weight of the situation, feels real bad.
And you know, the really sad thing about it is that he was the player who, in their really tough series that they had, you know, in that Nongshim series, where it looked like all hope was lost and that they were not going to be able to make playoffs, there was going to be no chance if they lost to Nongshim. He was the one who kept the team in high spirits, actually, in that moment. And I mean, I think this is probably a performance-based emotional reaction, right? Because there was some small mistakes in the bottom lane that really compiled the massive advantage for Senna. Because like we said, Senna scales the late game, but you're not supposed to get 3 kills early to where you're scaled in the mid game and you're just walking around killing people and taking names.
Yeah.
And sometimes you choke, right? Sometimes you have a bad game because the stakes are high. Sometimes you're a rookie who's finally got his chance to play over someone like Hybrid, who's a much more storied player, and you can't hit it where it counts, unfortunately. And that's the story for Noah in that third and final game, but he had an incredible last few weeks. He really did. And I'm looking forward to seeing what KT could do, playoffs or no, in the summer split with this version of the roster. We might see them pick up some new players. We might see some movement. Blank could come back. Who knows? But
yeah,
there's hope, I think, if you're a KT Rolster fan, based on this one player. Even though he had one isolated rough game here, I think there's a lot of potential in Noah. He's still very young.
Yeah, I mean, it's just what you were saying all series long and what we've been talking about over the last 2 days. It's like the pressure just gets to them. These very young players, we saw it just very obviously, even in the performance, but also very, literally on camera there, as he goes off in tears. The very experienced Acorn comes over and he's like, listen, it's gonna be okay. But you can tell that he's really feeling the pressure from all of this situation. So we have the highlights ready. We can go into those, and unfortunately, very themed, I suppose, for the beginning of this one, as it did not go well for the bottom lane of KT.
Yeah, perfectly timed here, the drop out of Ghost. And yeah, this is the first small mistake, unfortunately, for Noah. It feels bad to continue to highlight these, but they're the beginning of the game.
Just went first.
Yeah. And then this teleport that happens shortly after this in the second exchange is just very ill-fated. And, I mean, you can't play this situation like this. Beryl could just chase so easily, hit these licks, right? And then, you're going to get hit by chains, you're going to get hit by all that Senna damage.
Doran beats him in.
Yeah.
It's not even really Noah's fault at the end of the day.
Not. I mean, that's a decision-making problem, right? And a communication issue within the team. Like, that's not actually an issue of like, oh, look at the bad mechanics here. It's like, well, decision-making wise, you needed to just cut your losses there and not try to turn that around. And this has been a consistent issue for KT in round 2. And when the stakes are this high, with 2 rookie players, in Noah and Gideon here, you can just feel how the lack of experience shows, Some of these players they're playing against have been through so many playoffs, seen so much. Like, someone like UCal, who's not actually in the booth right now, who's not actually in the game, I should say, because we're all playing at home, there's no booths, but booths are a dead and dying thing in esports. But anyway, you know what I mean. Someone like UCal,
story for another time.
Yeah, someone like UCal, has lost in so many playoffs and so many regular seasons, has been through so many situations like this. Like someone like him or Dub, who has a lot more experience, will handle the pressure better. You see Gideon here and Noah just kind of choking after what was that game 1, and I said it after game 1, like this is when the pressure really mounts, when it actually seems possible. When it seems like, okay, we could actually do this, that's when you choke. And in games 2 and 3, it was a very different KT roster.
Bye, KT.
I think he just said bye, KT.
He did.
Dom on a ruthless.
Bye.
Bye again. Showmaker has a very clear message for KT.
농심 2대0으로 주면
얘들아 킨충 없어?
Now they're just talking about playoff conditions.
당신분들이 다 미워하겠다.
Beryl's like, well, actually, technically speaking, if Nongshim don't win.
Yeah. It's like, no, if Nongshim lose 2-0, then, actually, KT are still in this.
켄치부터. 켄치부터 들어가서 죽어.
Kenchi going first and die. You go die first, and we'll follow.
You could tell that Damwon Kia was definitely a little bit frustrated with that first game. Like they played game 2 angrily. We saw it in the comms, and then game 3 as well. Like very particularly, like he even literally called him out in lane. Ghost did. Like this is revenge for game 1. He triples the damage of Noah Valdez in this third and final game, and it's just one of those games that doesn't happen at the professional level very often, where the game ends so early on.
Yeah, wow. And it's sad to see any player crying, but it shows that he really cares a lot. And I think there's going to be a really bright future for Noah, right? Clearly, he has shown that he has the ability and that he cares an immense amount. And that's like the
best thing you can ask for. Yeah.
2 factors that you really need to build a really strong pro player. So I'm really looking forward to his play in the future, whether it be in playoffs or in summer. So guys, we have the analyst desk ready. I'm going to hand it over to Jisun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. And Damwon Kia closes out the series and also their last match of the regular split with a win. And KT has to watch what will happen in the upcoming series. KT roster tried Rise as their last pick. However, it was actually Senna and Tomcats getting all the work done. And we were able to see the power of Damwon Kia in terms of best of 3 and best of 5. Even though they did drop game number 1, KT roster, they stick to the same ban cards for the first rotation. So Damwon Kia, they adjusted their strategy. They decided to ban out Rel instead of Lilia, which means they were aware of the issues that they were facing in the game they lost. So even though we had a very similar pick and ban kind of rotation here, Damwon Kia was able to make some adjustments and they were able to pick game number 3. And we were able to see the amount of understanding about the bottom matchup at all. I will also want to point out that KT Roaster as a whole, they had no synergy. They had no kind of chemistry together. Well, KT was able to, at the same time, Damwon Kia at the same time, they also didn't have a huge synergy with all 5 picks together, but still they were able to, put up a great show, relying on the mechanical level that they had on those picks. Unless Rice can make a pick together with the jungler in the early phase of the game, there's no way for this champion to, get super strong. I don't really think that this would be a start of Rice becoming a thing in the LCK. And Damwon Kia was able to have the edge over KT Roaster starting from the pick and ban. And very flexible ban strategy coming out from Damwon Kia was on point as well. In game number 2, we were focusing on the jungle matchup, but this time around we want to put the highlight on the bottom lane. And the most critical thing in this lane matchup was the fact that Ghost and BROㅣ was so well versed in this comp. Senna and Tahm Kench was able to get ahead by picking up the best timing to take the fight. You are not supposed to dive onto Senna and Tahm Kench because they have the same amount of damage, and at the same time they can chase you down forever. And BROㅣ, because this player has now a very long period of career, this player knows how to play this matchup. And also Senna was staying in the belly for the maximum time possible because that was the way they wanted to fight out this skirmish. And Tahm Kench, when he's farming, you cannot really ignore the damage output from this champion, and you cannot also at the same time just chunk him down. So that was the ideal situation for Senna and Tahm Kench to take. It was really impressive to see that Damwon Kia was able to attack the weakness that KT Roaster exposed in the very early phase. Indeed, KT Roaster this time around, they were fielding a very young roster, so maybe they were not able to deal with the situation once they were starting to fall apart. Tristana is a champion that can always push the lane. This champion is just meant to push in the wave. So Senna and Tahm Kench tried to freeze the wave. So they had to find a breakthrough by pulling off a dive attempt or a gank. But Lilia, she just threw a bowling ball and then backed. This actually puts Damwon Kia in an even better situation. So there was no way for Zeus and Noah to play this lane. They got denied for forever, and then this was connected to a kill later on. Tristana and Alistar, they cannot do anything here. KT Roaster thought they shoved in the wave, but that was not true. They were able to, Damwon Kia, the bottom duos, are able to still freeze the wave. They gave the opponents no chance to stand there. They were missing all the XP and also the CS, and then once the Tao got slowed, they went in for that kill. Once Senna and Tahm Kench can, take the agenda and chase the opponents because of the glacial augment, you cannot never run away from them. And then a very late teleport coming out from Doran was really awkward as well. The timing was really not right. Because Renekton had the TP priority at the point in this game, well, that was not the teleport that he was supposed to take. Damwon Kia, don't let them play Senna and Tahm Kench. This is the lesson that we can learn after the match. Doran was not able to pick up a win in the end, and Damwon Kia will be able to take the entire series, and goes to pick up the POG. fourth POG of the split, and he said, "This is the revenge for our game number 1." We could see the fears in his eyes and his moves. Senna and Tom Kench was able to make 2 lane kills here. Sometimes Alistar goes in for some level 1 cheese play, but Tom Kench can perfectly counter with the Devour. Not many teams figured out what exactly is the counter strategy to Senna and Tom Kench. I think now it's time to slowly, figure out what is actually really effective into this duo, because I don't think some of the picks that we saw up against them were that effective. Well, however, it's really frustrating because once you target ban out Senna and Tom Kench, then you are letting Canyon to play, Udyr or Hecarim. So, if you have such a big champion pool, you always get an edge in the pick and ban. But now let's hop over for the POG interview. Congratulations on your win.
안녕하세요. 감사합니다.
Thank you. First up, Shoemaker. With this POG you secured today, you are now sitting on 1,000 points. However, Pyosik and Chovy still has a match left, but I think you can make it to the POG leader of the regular split. How are you thinking about it? I don't really care about POG. I'm just glad that our team won. Shoemaker, how was today's match in general?
오늘 첫 판은 많이 아쉽긴 했는데.
Well, the game number 1 wasn't really that good because we were having a lead, but we let them turn the game around. But in game 2 and 3, I think we were able to snowball the lead that we got in our hands. And Ghost, after losing game number 1, we could hear in the mic check that you said, "I'm gonna win it all and this is our revenge." Do you think you got your revenge in the end? I kind of trolled so bad in game 1, so I promised to my teammates that I will, make it up to you guys. I'm glad that I was able to pull it off. So let's go back to game number 2. We had the same Renekton and Nidalee comp, and then Silas was a counter pick into the last pick, Azir. Was that some of the strategy that Goma prepared? Silas is not a strong lane pick, but if you are confident in your lane mechanics, I think this is still viable. Game 2, I think the jungle priority decided the whole result of the game. So, were Damwon Kia playing around that lead in the jungle specifically in game 2? I think looking at the name tag of our jungler, it's Canyon, and we're just gonna win. So we have this confidence together with Canyon. I also want to ask you about Silas versus Azir matchup on the mid lane because, well, Nidalee ganked mid lane a lot. So Silas was able to have a very easy kind of game compared to other Silas usually. So what's your thought on this matchup in a vacuum? Silas is definitely a weak side, and Nidalee was helping me out a lot, but at the same time, I think I was able to win trade really well in level 1 and 2. So usually Silas is behind like 20 CS, but I was able to get ahead actually, so that was the start of the game. In game 3, it was Ryze versus Azir. Could you break it down for us? Last time, there was one game that you played Ryze into Azir, but this time around, it was Dove. Did you kind of expect that to happen? To be honest, I don't think Ryze is a counter pick for Azir. So when I saw the lock-in, I was like, well, that's in Ryze, so I'll have to play good up against it. But I didn't really feel too worried about that pick. Damwon Kia was able to take Senna and Tom Kench really fast in the Game 3 pick and ban. So could you tell us about the plan and strategy of the draft in Game 3?
세나를 원래 밴을 좀 많이 당해서
Senna usually gets banned, so I didn't really think that it's gonna be available, but it was open for Game 3,
그때는 선택을 했던 것 같아요.
so we just locked it in.
열렸으니까 가져가겠다.
네. 그럼 세나 탐켄치 대 트리스타나 알리가 딱 매첩이 완성된 상황에서
After the pick and ban, we saw Senna Tompkins versus Tristana and Alistar. Does Senna and Tompkins always just usually gets ahead of those two bottom duo?
너무 유리한 것 같습니다.
I think they're too strong up against Tristana and Alistar. They are definitely the strong side.
그리고 이제 아무래도 또 이런 인터뷰에서 한 번 더 말씀해 주시면 좋지 않을까?
I also wanna ask you about Showmaker's, health issue. I heard that you had an injury on your wrist, and a lot of fans are paying attention to your current status. How are you feeling, Showmaker, these days?
잘 치료하고 있고요.
I'm getting some
심각한 상황
therapy. I don't think that's too serious right now. I don't think you guys should be too worried about it. I'm getting better and better. It's glad to hear that Showmaker is getting some treatment for his injury. And speaking of the playoffs, you guys won't be facing up against Shenji in the second round robin. And we're not having the full bracket ready, but still, who do you want to face at the second round of playoffs?
이게 근데 좀 프로까지도 아직 시간이 있고.
We have a long time to prepare for the playoffs. I don't know how the things will unfold. So I just wanna watch the playoffs run and then decide. And Ghost, at the end of the game, you shouted out, "I'm gonna enjoy watching the second match of the night," and also Khan said, "Fighting Peanuts." So who do you support between the two opponents in the second match?
응원을 한다기보다 재밌는 경기 나왔으면 좋겠네요.
I'm not really supporting anyone. I just want to have a really good one to enjoy. And Ghost, who do you want to face up against in the second round of the playoffs?
아직까지는 잘 모르겠어요.
I don't know, not yet.
장점이 각각 좀
Every different team has their own strengths and color. I have to watch the playoffs and how it goes.
어떻게 보면 솔직하고 날카로운 답변인 것 같습니다.
네, 그렇습니다. 일단 그러면 다른 팀들을 지켜보기도 해야
I guess Damwon Kia will be waiting until the playoffs round 1 starts. So how are you guys going to prepare for the playoffs?
네, 프로까지 며칠 정도 남았는데.
We still have a few days left for our playoffs match. So we will go through the drawing board, go back to our drawing board, work on our tier list and work on our mistakes in game and try to show a good performance in the playoffs. And Ghost?
이제 플레이오프 남게 됐는데.
Now we are heading into the playoffs. I think that's the main stage. We have to win to make it meaningful. So we will prepare really hard for the upcoming playoffs. Indeed, now we're heading into the main stage of the LCK Spring Split and wish you the best of luck there. And this will be the end of the interview from the players, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for the wonderful translation there of the analyst desk and the interview. We have the standings ready, so let's jump into that right away and take a look at what this means. So, KT are hoping that Nongshim lose 0-2.
That's right.
Ideally.
If Nongshim wins with either score, you'll see that they'll have a better record. And so
they will get into playoffs
immediately. Because Nongshim needs them to, or rather Liv Sandbox needs them to lose as well, because then they'll be 6-2, and then they have to have a better game score. So you can see Nongshim, with their loss, would jump down to at least -9. So Liv Sandbox would then have to win a 2-0 if it was a 2-1, for example, that Nongshim lose. So you could, it's very easy to just screen cap or clip this and go back and look at it and math it out in your head if you are confused or curious. But we'll try to bring you through it every step of the way. The most important thing, if you're a Liv Sandbox or KT fan, is having Nongshim not take this second series. So you're suddenly a Fred BROㅣ fan, actually.
But if you're a Nongshim fan, any win gets you into playoffs. So we could be decided. First, guys, we're going to take a 30-minute break. When we come back, we will get into that very critical second series of the night. Don't go anywhere.
7레벨이라서
뺏을 수 있어요.
뺏을 수 있어요. 강타 4레벨.
오래 깡깡을 누가
와.
뺏었죠?
스킬 제대로 들어가서
도망을 빨리 가야 되는데 궁극기 있거든요.
이란 경기에서
잡긴 잡았는데 이러면
와.
뺏어왔어요.
그래도
강타 안 쓰고도 뺏어왔습니다 블루. 근데 든든히 여기서 실드로 한 턴을 이어지지 못합니다.
파울링.
닮는 그림을.
네.
이거
정보나에만 누구라고 데미지가 이거
와
왜 이렇게 셉니까?
쪽으로 상대를 끌어들일 생각.
걸었어.
지달리가 죽으면 안 되는데요.
지달리 최대한 버티는데.
잡혔어요. 그래도
톨랜드 부활이 있고.
수호천사라서
라이온 스킬.
오 대박 났고요.
후라이는 초대박이는데. 자 근데 여기까지는 완전 계속죠.
아직 몰라요.
똥심도 더 들어가면 안 돼요.
한들이 한번. 여기까지 트리플킬 갔었어.
라인전만 어떻게든 커버를 한다면은 쓸 수 있는 챔피언이다.
뭐 이거 맞췄어요? 강제로 열려는 거죠. 근데 전면에
바꿔서
써가지고 이거
시즈가 와서 로버를 잡아냅니다. 차 타워까지 얻어내면서 점점 T1을 궁지로 몰고 있고.
근데 아래쪽에서 충격파
로치 위험하죠 이거는. 로치 컷 그리고
그리고 천이가 앞으로 들어가요. 이거 수호천사 때문에 앞으로 좀 무리한 거고요.
수호천사 믿고 한번 들어왔는데
킹크스를 맞췄어요 마스크.
와 이거 끝내려고 드나요? 하나 생명.
빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴됩니다.
그리고 또 아트록스를 자르러 가기에는 지금 일단 가긴 한데.
그러니까 미드 내고 아트록스를 잡자란 생각.
근데 전멸로.
자,
오히려 줄이 상대가 와요. 싸움 납니다 이거. 줄.
이거 안으로 들어갔고요.
이거 줄.
고르키가 때리기 시작하면 다릅니다 여기가.
자 첼시.
이거 마스크 앞발키리 쓰겠는데요?
첼시 잡히고 마스크 달려들죠.
앞전면섰어요 고르키.
말랑 카우
이 사이.
들어옵니다만은 체력 바로 안 차고.
지금 고르키 어리죠.
카우까지. 마스크가 미쳐 날뛰고 있습니다. 보고 있고 끌었는데 아프 끌었고 사형 성공. 와 이게 뭐지?
대박. 와 지금 에어본 대박 터졌고요. 이제 아무것도 못했어요.
와 큰일 났어요.
지금 저거 Q 한 방에 한 5, 600씩 나갈 것 같거든요.
네, 이거 라인 지키면서 그냥 그라가스랑 1사 하면 됩니다.
와.
자 일단
그래도
보스를
하면서 이거 나를 터뜨릴 수 있다면은
만만치는 않거든요.
내 죽고 싶다.
터뜨렸어요.
네, 자 그리고
태윤이 랭크를 세우긴 했거든요.
DRX.
근데 이지리가 진짜 너무 세요.
절사의 양전. 이지를 못 잡고 펜타킬 리즈리얼.
야 오키드.
하나생명 e스포츠가 처음으로 오브젝트를 좀 노려보고 전멸
이거
조사
땡기면은
한번 더
야
이것이 프로의 클래스.
일단 최대한 상대 끌어들이나 T1입니다.
그렇지. 누굴 땡겨오느냐.
근데 뭐 내가 간다.
근데 지금 미르를 땡겼어요.
마운트.
잠깐만요. 미르를 땡겼어요.
터집니다.
하나 생명. 용까지.
하나
안 끝났어요. 3용 맞고 버섯을 잡으면
헤드가
하나 생명.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LCK. We are here before our second match of the night. Nongshim Red Force up against BROㅣ, and this is a very important match, especially for Nongshim, but also for KT.
That's right.
Live Sandbox, and I suppose Bro as well, if they want to avoid 10th place.
It's going to be a very important match for Nongshim. They win, they get into playoffs. So it's about as simple as that. The one team it's not important for is BROㅣ, who are eliminated from playoffs already. If they lose, they'll take 10th place, though. So there's something there. Afrika, that was enough to get them a win yesterday. We'll see if BROㅣ can have that same motivation.
Yeah, so we're going to check out the points of the match here before we do hop into this series, as Nongshim has a 65% chance to make the playoffs. If they win the series, they take the last playoff seed. So, you know, we have this ELO system where it's like, oh, you know, basically they have this amount of chance to beat BROㅣ tonight. But the most important thing for you guys to keep in mind is if they win by any score, they make it into playoffs. If they lose, they're not out, but it will be potentially more difficult for them to make it in.
Yeah. If BROㅣ lose, they go to 10th. As mentioned, will they be able to stop Nongshim with Lava on the starting lineup? Spoilers, he will be starting for BROㅣ in the mid lane today. Bottom lane will decide the series, who's going to come out on top. DuckDom and Kellen versus Henna and Delight. I know where my money is on this one, Valdez. DuckDom and Kellen have looked fantastic. They are definitely the strong point for Nongshim Red Force. And here are our playoff odds. So, you know, if you believe in that sort of thing, right? If you believe in like the ELO system, right? The most important thing is that BROㅣ are out. And you know, the scoreline here, Nongshim win with any score, they're in, and it's over. Tomorrow's matches will not have playoff implications. If Nongshim lose with a 1-2, then it's very unlikely for KT Rollster, but they have a possibility. If BROㅣ 2-0, it becomes very likely because of game score for KT to get in. As you can see, it's a very small chance, and it does depend on Live Sandbox's game against DRX tomorrow. If BROㅣ win 2-0 or 2-1, Live Sandbox can control their destiny tomorrow and actually make it into playoffs. So yeah. I personally am not a huge fan of the percentage numbers you see there for Live Sandbox, because it's really just about the day. It's all about what happens tomorrow.
Yeah,
BROㅣ wins.
It's just a 2-0, right? The 11% just means that's their chance of 2-0ing DRX, basically. Yeah. Which is low, understandably, because DRX are a fantastic team. But Live... yeah, DRX. If Live Sandbox, though, play a great game, unlike what they did yesterday, they certainly can take some games there, so it is possible. Here are the team stats for round 2. Nongshim definitely have turned it around pretty nicely. I think it's been a bit better here in round 2. That last series against KT was a bit of a blemish, though.
Yeah, that's definitely the one you're looking at if you're looking at recent games. But yeah, I agree. I feel like Nongshim have been better recently. They have played, you know, a much better game, especially playing around DuckDom. They've, I think, finally realized that playing around Rich on the top side isn't where they should put their strength, right? It's not where they should put their gameplay.
Yeah, so we see here BROㅣ's stats not the best, but they're going to be doing their best. And this is something we talked about before, right, where Afrika got the win the last time around against Live Sandbox. They had no pressure, right? So maybe BROㅣ can come out with that lack of pressure and outperform as well. This is the roster from Nongshim Red Force. Definitely you want to be looking towards Peanut, DuckDom, and Kellen to do a lot of the carrying, especially in recent times. Bay has been okay. I don't think he's been outperforming or anything like that. Rich, I think, looked better last year, so we'll see if he can get back to his former form, but definitely will be trying hard to perform in this one in the top lane.
And on the other side of things, as mentioned, Lava is in over Yaharong today. The rest of the roster is going to be standard. Hoya and Umpty on the top side of the map, and, you know, Lava is kind of holding the glue together between there and Henna and Delight. Henna has been very successful if he gets a small lead in lane and is able to get early objectives at winning late game team fights. The problem is that his laning on paper, based on what he's done throughout the season, is very weak compared to DuckDom, who is actually a fantastic laner. In general, these stats don't actually show what his CS lead is and his turret plates that he's gotten throughout this year of professional play here in the LCK. Duckdom is someone who just has insane gold leads over his enemy AD carry. Even in matchups he's not favored in, he often does win lane. So Henna has a big, tough matchup ahead of him here.
I mean, you can see the duo kills. I think that tells a lot of the story, right? This is a league where you've got Teddy Carrier, you've got Ruler Life, right? There are so many strong duos in the bottom lane. Yet, Duckdom and Kellen in 6th place currently. They still have the 2nd most duo kills, and that's no accident, right? These guys can outperform. They are mechanically so sound, and they do like to get aggressive and make plays. So, again, that's where a lot of this power is going to come from in the Nongshim Red Force squad. They are the engine, you could say, that gets this going. As Peanut has a huge smile on his face, obviously. Tons of fans for this guy. He's been on the up and up as well as it gets closer to playoffs.
Yeah, unfortunately just not getting the consistency that fans expected for him on his return to Korea, because remember, he played in Worlds in China from the Chinese side in terms of qualification for Worlds, and did play in the LPL very recently. Has returned to Korea. The last Rox Tiger left here in the LCK, and you know, the team hasn't been able to fully gel around him yet, but as you mentioned, it feels like they're starting to get it together. It felt like the Nongshim hype train was kind of a reverse bell curve, where at the beginning of the season, everyone was a little bit more excited about them. They were playing very well. Then in the mid-season, like the end of round 1 or beginning of round 2, they had a big dip. And now, where it matters most, they're kind of rising back up to the occasion. Minus that blemish with the KT series you mentioned earlier, they have looked a lot more consistent, and they are massively favored to take this series. And they were massively favored to win that series against KT as well, right?
Yeah.
And most people expected that they were going to win that series and this series to then guarantee playoffs and nothing else would matter. But because they did lose, you know, there's a lot of different things that changed leading up until this moment. But anyway, just to put it down to the bottom line for Nongshim fans out there, if you're just tuning in, any win puts them in that 6th place spot. They will face Hanwha Life Esports if that happens.
And that is going to be rough.
It's going to be hard no matter which way you look at it.
Any team that makes it into that match. Now that's what happens when you get 6th place. You're going to be facing a really good team. And here we go. You know, we're into the pick ban. And this is really where we are going to get into the fun of it and see if Nongshim can actually secure the spot.
Yeah.
They have it, you know, they have autonomy essentially. They have the ability to do it themselves. They just got to win.
The only team who has that right now, you know, Live Sandbox will have it tomorrow if Fred Brion are able to take a 2-0 or 2-1, but no real focus towards the bottom side of the map here for Fred Brion in bans outside of the Thresh. And the first teams that, you know, the first team to have Thresh consistently banned against it was Nongshim. Now it's kind of a mainstay ban actually in the LCK, as Duckdom and Kellen played a lot of Thresh early on and popularized it again, especially the Aphelios
so
Thresh.
Good.
Yeah. Olaf picked up here early for Umpty. It's kind of an, you know, Olaf, or rather an Umpty special. And an early victor here too. This is kind of massive priority into 2 champions that are very separate from each other in terms of what their roles are, right? Olaf a very strong front line, but doesn't scale very well towards the late game if he's behind, whereas Victor is a very safe scaling champion. So not a whole lot of hints just yet as to how their composition is going to work, but you do have a strong front line and consistent damage. That much we know for sure.
What are we going to see here? Maybe Alistair Tristana if you want to get ahead of any potential Kai'Sa pick, or do you just not pick your AD carry? You know, I thought they would actually go straight for Duckdom's pick, try to get him the best thing possible, but that is not going to be the case, especially because it's Rich in the top lane, and he's, you know, very much hones in on only a couple of picks, Aatrox being one of them.
Yeah, I wonder if the Alistair priority here means that they have a Tristana counter pick prepared that, you know, we haven't seen yet. Because if you take the Alistair early, you're weakening the Rel pick. And my first thought was, okay, well, Ezreal is a strong option here. It's banned away immediately. And the other champion you think of when you think of Duckdom, you know, in this situation is potentially going to be the Xayah here, but not very strong into the Tristana. They take away the Samira, and that's been something that works very well, again, with the early Aatrox pick that they have here. The Aatrox works decently well with Udyr in a matchup where you know that it's going to be powerful, like when you don't know what the enemy top lane is, which appears to be Gragas here. It's It's very risky to pick this Aatrox early. And it's Jinx, actually, that we'll get here.
Slammed that Jinx pick.
Yeah.
He was hovering it, waiting for his chance, and he picked it as quick as he possibly could.
It's kind of risky, though, with the Alistar here, especially with Gragas potentially as a support. It's going to be the Leona, though, which makes it, I feel, even more dangerous. On the bottom side, your positioning has to be really good if you're Duck Dom. Well, we know that Duck Dom is insanely good at laning, you know? Second highest duo kills, as you mentioned in those stats we saw earlier. And that's where, you know, Duck Dom's bread is buttered, is in the lane. Getting those early kills, then leading that into turret plates in the bottom lane, and then sometimes even turret plates in the top lane. So if he can get ahead early, this will work, but it's a tough matchup with the Alistar here. You know, if you had something like a Thresh, you feel a lot more comfortable with this. They have a lot of ability to control the early game with this Aatrox this year, around those first few skirmishes. BROㅣ, on the other hand, a comp that scales very well. It's a very safe front line with, you know, the Olaf and the Leona, not to mention the Gragas that will probably end up building very tanky here. Very straight up front to back team fight. This is the kind of draft from BROㅣ where you go, wow, looks like they just want to play a straight up game of League of Legends. No strings attached. Just want to try to play a most legitimate best of 3, see what they can learn at least, because there's nothing else you can get except dodging 10th place.
Yeah, definitely feels pretty similar when it comes to the comps, actually, which is pretty funny. Obviously, the big difference being in the top lane, whereas Hoya is kind of going to be that rock. Rich will be looking for a bit more, potentially in the laning phase. I wonder if he can ever get on top of Victor and Tristana. Victor will be a little bit easier. Tristana a little bit less
almost
so.
Impossible, right?
The peel, again, we kind of saw this in our first series where, you know, Gragas can actually peel really nicely if you get really tanky from Doran. And, you know, we'll have to wait and see what Rich can do on that Aatrox. That's kind of the question mark for me, especially when it comes to the team fights, as we are heading back onto the Rift here. Shim against BROㅣ.
You know, Valdez, the really interesting thing about how our playoffs shook out, that we've been talking about all week, and we did obviously a little bit last week too, is that some of these teams at the bottom of our standings are really similar to each other, and it was never really clear at the end of the season who was the stronger team, because some of those bottom teams had even taken games off of the top teams, right? Off of the West Side teams.
Yeah.
So there was this kind of confusion where power levels were suddenly changed, and it felt like it was really difficult to predict. And BROㅣ was one of those teams we expected to actually have that 10th place badge based on the early parts of round 1, but that changed very quickly in round 2. They might still wear it because of those early blemishes, but this draft from Nongshim, what's really interesting about it to me is it's not a draft that says explicitly, we are the better mechanical team, we are the strongest team, we could play standard and beat you. It's a draft that's almost scared. It's taking a lot of risks. It's, you know, putting Rich's Aatrox on the table and saying, this is my champion pool, this is what I can play. Duck Dom playing a kind of unusual Jinx bot lane here as well because he wants to try to be the carry. Nongshim's draft does not instill confidence to me that they're walking into this series thinking this should be an easy win. We're going to grab that playoff spot. This is a draft that speaks to me as going, okay, you better not mess this up, and we're going to play champions that suit our strengths as best as possible and try to get ahead, whether it's meta or not. And like these are all meta champions, but you know what I mean. The way this draft works together feels very Nongshim. Does not feel like a I crush BROㅣ best of 3 standard as possible.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what Duck Dom can get going on this Jinx. Obviously, with no Thresh for the repositioning. If you get behind, Gragas Olaf Leona can be a real issue, right? You'll note that he did take Cleanse. Definitely a good start. You want to be able to actually maneuver and cleanse Flash, potentially, if you get locked down by a Solar Flare or any of that fun CC that is on the side of BROㅣ.
And by, when he says fun, he means not fun.
Yeah.
Just
well, it's fun for BROㅣ.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you just make that fun, very clear for the fans at home. You know, he's does not enjoy it.
Duck Dom will not have fun. That's the thing.
I mean, he'll have fun one time with that cleanse. If it comes to that.
You can build a QSS too.
Yeah.
Get 2.
I think he probably will later on because of how these comps work.
If he gets very fed, wouldn't be surprised to see it like item after his 3rd major item.
Yeah. In this game too, the you know, the early lane is going in favor of Nongshim. They pushed first, they got level 2, and they've harassed very efficiently. There's a lot of sustain here. So So it has been a very good start here for Nongshim, the bottom side of the map, which is what you need, is what you expect. The back timing here for Umpty means that he's going to have a little bit of a advantage in terms of that itemization, but it's double scuttle for Peanut as a result.
Well, potentially. I mean, with the priority in the bot side, it's definitely going to help out, but you mentioned the items, right? So if this ends up being a 1v1.
I think Bay prevents that from happening, but Peanut actually didn't have stun to take those shields first.
No smite for Peanut. I mean, Umpty can just run up to this and take this, and he will. Bay is not in a position to really do anything.
Well, why was he trading with Lava when there was a scuttle right there that was insane value? I'm a little bit surprised by that choice. Maybe he's afraid that Umpty gets on top of him and kills him at this early stage of the game, but that was a bit puzzling because he was actually poking Lava there, Bay was, instead of actually
push him out of the lane, you know, make sure that Lava can't ever get nearby to the fight. But you're definitely right. If you can force a 2v1 against Umpty rather, you're going to be able to push him away even if he does have smite potentially.
Yeah, ended up being good for Umpty to make sure he denies a double scuttle. And, you know, life goes on. It's not the craziest moment in this game or anything like that, but it was the most intense thing that's happened so far.
Yeah, and, you know, you were talking about what this means for both teams, right? Like, Fred and Breon, they're just kind of playing to avoid 10th, right? It's not the biggest deal. They'll play for their pride. They're not going to not try, obviously. Sure. But definitely a lot more pressure on Nongshim, and sometimes, you know, we've seen a lot of reactions to pressure. One of the reactions is also to be very not proactive. You sit back and you're like, I'm going to make 0 mistakes, which also can mean it has kind of the side effect of, well, you're just not going to do anything, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I'm kind of glad that they drafted Jinx Azir, right? If you're not doing anything and you make it to 30 minutes and you have this, it's like, well, that's pretty good. It's definitely good to have in the later stages of the game.
Bay is landing very well. You know, in this matchup, you're going to have a lot of advantages early on, but he is pushing the envelope a little bit here in terms of what he can do. And of course, this wave to crash into the turret. In terms of the early Drake priority between, you know, Umpty's Olaf and Peanut's Udyr is both of these champions are great at actually sneaking away, but because they're both on the Rift at the same time, you can't really try to make that happen without some sort of extra priority or edge in your lanes. And we can see that vision control is already being kind of put out here by the Jinx. You can see Duckdom goes over there, but also Delight is coming here mid, and they really want to push this away. Peanut,
this is
here.
Really crazy fight over this Scuttle Crab at this point in time. It's level 6 to 5 in terms of the junglers. But as you mentioned, all the support's coming up here, and we have, okay, a forced fight trying to get on top of Rich. He will try to flash away. In goes Kellen, trying to create a ruckus on the backside. Gets a nice 3-man knockup, and that is a huge sweep coming in from the side of Bay. And nobody on the side of Bro is able to get even a single kill.
They're not even anywhere close, you know, they're not able to get in there and do that damage. The Emperor's Divide not only, you know, getting that knock up there, but also, you know, preventing any rotations in. If you're Lava there, you're going to be in such a vulnerable spot if you actually commit in and try to poke over that wall. Very well handled here from Nongshim, and hitting that level 6 power spike from Bay at the exact right time to take this fight. And it's massive that it's Umpty who dies, because this means Peanut could actually take control of the river as well, or rather take control of those raptors and then continue to control Vision and River. And uh-oh, Lava, where are you right now?
Yeah, this is not the best spot. Thankfully, there's no Emperor's Divide, but he's actually looking to turn it around. Still has his flash, keep in mind, so he knew he was totally safe after Bay had used all of his cooldowns. Knowing that the Emperor's Divide is not available certainly helps, so he's at least able to stand his ground.
Yeah, it's very scary sometimes with an Udyr nearby. If you flash, gets that second bear slap on you. Kellen, Heck Flash, not going to quite connect there. You know, this is a really nice start for Nongshim, though. It's not enough to get them a Drake, but they have really secured vision on the top side of the map. I'm going to watch this one more time. Choke points like this are where you know, Emperor's Divide is going to be at its peak. And you can see Delight actually flashes through, gets his Zenith Blade, Rich gets out, but look at where all of Credit BROㅣ are. They're cut in half here. And Emperor's Divide actually pushes most of the team away so that Bay does not get killed by that extra follow-up damage. So it was really, really cool to see because, you know, almost intuitively it felt like he should pull them in, but he knew the damage was there to actually push them away instead.
Yeah, nearly died himself, but, you know, did the job, and it was funny because Umpty had his Ragnarok going, so he's the one person that didn't get pushed over, and it actually isolated him really cleanly. So
yeah,
it's going to be spotted, but there's nothing that Credit BROㅣ can do. That's just going to be a pretty free objective. The first Rift Herald going over to Peanut, and the first Dragon is still available. So certainly a lot of ways that Nongshim can take a big leap here in the early game.
Certainly true. As Rich is starting to come online here on the top side of the map, starting to be very annoying with his pickaxe. He's completed now. A lot of extra damage here on the Hoya. Minions getting involved. He'll pay for it with his life. And you know, you lose the Herald here as Credit BROㅣ, but you're not in a position to actually challenge for the Drake just yet. And they are like posing up around it, trying to get ready to stop any rotations in. They knew Alistair reset too, and it looked like they were maybe trying to catch him warding here. Because if you get that pick, then you probably can Drake, but
yeah,
fortunately they're not able to get it.
Yeah, he takes the very safe path down to the bottom side. Peanut was hanging around the top side, but he eventually did go back, and you can see he's running down to his Krugs.
And they know that they're there. They saw the timing of the ward being cleared, so they have enough time to come over here. Well, do they? That's the question. Actually, the bot lane is going to push the turret instead. Looks like they're just going to give this up. Kellen and Duckdom just decide to hold bot, and they do not rotate in.
Yeah, with Udyr not there, they weren't going to try to force it. They can just give that one Mountain Drake over. That's just fine. We have the Infernal Drake next, which means it's either Cloud or Ocean that is coming in. That's a nice little interrupt there, but miss on the zap from Duckdom.
Still going to be a lot of push here onto this turret once again. 15 CS up already, Duckdom in this game. And given where we started and how this game has progressed so far, hasn't really been affected. This bottom lane hasn't been affected. This is just Duckdom, again, on Jinx, his laning prowess. And plays like this from Peanut allow him to get those turret plates, right? This is what Duckdom does. If they actually collapse in and go for a dive here and get a pick, you know, he gets a lot of value, but it's only 3v2. There's no minions anymore, so it doesn't end up working out to get a pick. But this is the kind of play that you do see from Nongshim so many times around getting Duckdom fed.
Yeah, no flash here for Base, taking a little bit of damage, so it doesn't look like they want to try to combo onto Lava just yet, but you can see that Peanut's really looking for a lane to drop down the Rift Herald. Hasn't really had a chance to do that just yet. So just going to clear out first. And other than that one fight we had, it's kind of just been, we're hanging out, you know? Nongshim aren't really being super proactive, right? They're not reaching very far to take both early objectives or anything like that. They get that early lead, and they're just coasting, which I feel like is just fine, given their comp.
Yeah. I mean, Credit BROㅣ has their own scaling parts, but Nongshim are definitely in a position to where that's going to be a lot easier to scale with, minus the Aatrox, obviously, who we talked about. But he is doing just fine up here in the top lane for the moment.
Yeah. Rich is Aatrox.
It's Rich. Just Rich things. It's like we might see a force on the flash here. Peanut really wants this, but just going to have to be content with the Rift Herald drop instead of going in and grabbing Lava's flash, trying to get him with a bear slap, because just too risky. We don't have vision of exactly where Umpty is. He does now, but just a moment ago he did not, so not going to get too much crazy value. It's a pretty passive Rift Herald here. After, you know, he looked for several opportunities, including the bot lane, to get kills and the gold plates, the plate gold.
Yeah, I don't feel like Udyr uses the gold all that well. You know, I would love to have that on my Azir, but with Olaf not in the top side, and they have no vision on the bottom side of the map, he could have easily been there, and Bay just didn't want to take a chance, take too much damage, be forced to flash or anything, so didn't get in range of the plates. All of them go to Peanut, and Lava's going to take the large Raptor. It's kind of the most action we have in this game at the moment.
Yeah. You can see that Nongshim are trying to use their lane priority in top to rob some of this jungle away. They have a ton of vision control on the bottom side of the map. And it's a very, you know, cut and dry, basic start to the game here for Nongshim. The one decision they really had to make was to not contest the Drake, which they did not, because as you mentioned, Peanut wasn't close enough, but it's been simple otherwise. Here we go.
All right, looking for the
now.
proactive play this time around. He flashes over the choppers. Kellen's actually taking a lot of damage from that turret. It takes them so long to kill that guy. And at the end of the day, Hoya tries to be the savior, but actually he just gives another kill to Duckdom. And that will be a successful dive here to Nongshim. Duckdom with both the summoners available. Umti can't do anything.
And he grabs a plate, too. You know, I mean, this is the kind of play that Nongshim are utilizing really commonly here in the LCK to get Duckdom ahead. Like I've said, you know, many times in this cast. And the first time they are not confident to pull it off with the Rift Herald, but the second time it's well executed. And the funny thing about this too is they know he's here. It's just so difficult to stop. The teleport coming through here to make sure you can guarantee the kill is kind of ironic and sad because Kellen actually gets turret aggro first. So he does go down. It's a really nice cask attempt by Hoya, but once again, Bay is the savior. Really nice Emperor's Divide. He's had 2 very good ones in this game already. 4 assists. He's 100% kill participation in both of these skirmishes.
Yeah, he's having a great game. That's definitely what you like to see. He could potentially be fighting against Chovy in their next match. So
yeah.
You definitely want to see Bay at least playing better than he has been for the majority of spring.
Bay is also a fine laner. You know, we criticize Bay a lot. I think his laning phase is generally pretty decent. It's his teleport timings and his macro awareness. Sometimes that's the issue. But in this game, both major fights, he was exactly where he needed to be when he needed to be there. And to see him actually succeeding and excelling in that aspect of the game is the most exciting because it means he's improved in his learning. That's what I always like to see from players who have had a few ups and downs this season.
Yeah. Second Rift Herald is coming on in here. Peanut's going to plop that one down. They can use that to go ahead and take the Infernal Drake for free. And when you have Jinx and Azir, even with 1 Infernal Drake, you're loving your life at even 25 minutes. All of that percentage enhancement that you're getting from that objective is so nice. And at this point, there's not really much that Bro can do to stop this, just because, you know, they're pretty pushed in the bottom lane, in the mid lane as well. So you have no prio over this objective, and that one will go over to Nongshim.
Not to mention all these wards who have been sitting here forever. I said who as if wards are living, breathing things, but
they are. That's why we give them names.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that's what was in my brain when I said who, right? Because they've been here for so long that they feel named. But they've had these wards for so long, and they've had so much coverage of the river because of the, you know, priority they've had in the bottom lane. And a lot of it comes back to that gank, you know, the bottom side, or the dive, really, more than a gank.
Yeah.
And now, you know, Nongshim are winning in every lane. They have a massive gold lead. And the solo Mountain Drake, as you mentioned, is not going to be enough to where you look at the game and go, well, you know, Fred Brion, they gave up some other objectives, but they got this. I mean, 2 Rift Heralds worth of extra gold across the board here for Nongshim. It's starting to stack up. It's starting to be a big problem. And the fact that Bay has 4 of these assists means that he's got a lot of extra gold too. I'm worried about Fred Brion's ability to fight over these upcoming objectives now, because it feels like Nongshim are really hitting all their spikes early.
Yeah. This is what we like to see from Nongshim, right? If we're going to have a team make their way into the playoffs, we want to kind of be instilled with some confidence, right? A lot of people were singing the praises of Nongshim going into their match against KT, and then they kind of flopped a little bit and lost that one, and we were like, well, if they're going to play like this, maybe they shouldn't be in playoffs. But if they can take a clean series here, 2-0, that would be definitely pretty nice going into playoffs and make us feel a bit better about their entry into this position, into the 6th place spot.
On the bottom side of the map doing very well. Rich threatening a turret here. Looks like he's going to get it. And the whole map is really starting to be opened up here for Nongshim, which is when Aatrox is actually going to be at his scariest. You know, he's got 3 assists, doesn't have any kills, but He's just free farming in the side lane now with no one to threaten him. There's no fear for him. He's been stealing camps. Now he's going to get the Krugs. And when he pushes the turret, you know, when he's on that inner turret, he can actually start roaming around the map too. He's going to have teleport in a few seconds here, so BRO��� need to be careful about pushing the issue here too much.
Boy. Yeah, I mean, you can see that Umpty has to ghost away. I don't think that Nongshim are going to really push the issue, but we're still going to kick them out, essentially, and that's going to be a really nice gravity field.
Yep.
Save Lava's life.
They did clear all the wards on the river and also in the brush there, so Rich didn't have a ward to teleport on anyways to try to force it even if they wanted to. But he does harass Lava in the mid lane, and now he's just going to go push Hoya out of the top side and catch that wave. Very much a... I feel like this game is so textbook from Nongshim, right?
Yeah.
And not in just the way of a textbook of like good League of Legends. I mean in Nongshim's way of being textbook. The passivity you talked about, the ability to control bottom lane, get turret plates, Rich's Aatrox. Yeah, he's not with a whopping 3 or 4 kills himself, but he's controlling the lane. He's stealing farm off the map. He's putting pressure in multiple side lanes. It's just what you like to see from Nongshim, you know? This is a very Nongshim game.
Yeah. Peanut is kind of coasting here. Last I saw, he was about 2,000 gold ahead. So while I said that I would rather have that gold onto the Azir, when your Udyr's this far ahead, you know, it's not just going to be a guy that runs around real fast. He can actually get some real damage down, especially from ahead, right? When you're looking for picks and stuff like that. So
yeah, when you're 2 levels up on an Olaf, you just feel like you could do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, and you basically can. You can clear wards wherever you want. You can force flashes because you're already scaled up just from your like level scaling, your base stat scaling, and you have extra movement speed. Like he has the moon plate plus the chem tank very early on.
I guess we're just doing the Baron.
I don't know about this.
Well, if it goes unseen, it's fine. They can probably take it. But the second that Bro come in here and Hoya just decides to have a party, wants to get some vision down there, I suppose. And they'll just immediately back off. But it was a cute little play. Bro immediately sniffed it out, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, they were able to identify there's nobody on the lanes. Also, I think part of the reason why they were able to see this coming was because Henna was super far pushed on the bottom side, like almost onto the inner turret. So the fact that no one was coming to deal with him was, I think, kind of tell enough for them to say, okay, this doesn't make any sense. And he does get a lot of extra farm while Nongshim failed to get the Baron. And that is something that, you know, we've been talking about how ahead Nongshim are, but it's not like this is a free win from here or anything like that. The composition of BRO��� does scale very well. They do have really nice initiation with Hoya here. Nongshim do have to show respect in these 5v5 team fights. Speaking of which, it's going to be our first of the game. Maybe.
Yeah. Jinx, surprisingly good if you run in a straight line under. I think Hoya's going to have to find a different method to make that actually work.
Umpty, look at how far behind he is. He's level 10. He's just getting chipped away so much early on in this fight.
Peanut can potentially just come on in here and steal it. He's got the much better smite. We'll see if he can get it done as, yep, it's just going to go straight into the pockets of him as a big sweep comes in. Finds Henna in the front line, but Bay is immediately going to go down. Maybe he went a little bit too deep himself as Delight survives for an incredibly long amount of time. But it just feels like Nongshim may be a little bit too far ahead for Bro to handle them in this team fight. And so while it looked a little bit dicey there, Victor was getting some insane damage down. It's still a 1-for-1 and Nongshim got the Drake.
Nongshim got the Drake, and they're in a position to push advantages here. Like they get a 1-for-1, but everyone on BRO��� has to back. Like it's not a 1-for-1 where you can go, well, we'll walk away and re-engage. It's a 1-for-1 where BRO��� lose control over the map. I mean, look at the wards across the board. Even that deep ward below the inner turret in the top lane, that's very far forward, is going to give you a ton of extra information about when BRO��� are coming over here to check vision on Baron, for example. As we're going to watch this once again, as you point out, Bay has a really nice Emperor's Divide, but he goes very far forward. The Peanut's fight here, as you mentioned, is 2 levels up, so that helps. So he flashes forward, and then everybody turns on him. This is actually really well played by BRO���, because that's a lot of the damage gone. You pick anybody else, and it's a different story. Rich had a really nice flash, too, to get out of harm's way, and then re-engage back into the fight when his shield popped. So he played that fight very, very well. He's got his Sterak's up now, so He's very difficult to kill in those extended skirmishes.
Okay, BROㅣ really trying to push the issue onto this mid lane turret. He's even going to use a teleport to make sure that they pick that one off. And they will get it. BROㅣ was top. He had teleport, but he just decided, well, I'll just go ahead and push this. It's not the biggest deal in the world. That was going to go down eventually. And Nongshim's still about 5,000 gold ahead here, so still sitting pretty. They have that one Infernal Drake, which I mentioned is going to be really nice. And yeah, just going to continue getting Duckdom farmed up here, essentially, is the main goal of this game for him.
Yeah, that's the whole MO for the composition of Nongshim. And Rich is at a state where he can threaten Hoya while also side laning. Hoya is not going to be able to comfortably deal with that pressure. In fact, I think Rich is just going to simply get this bot turret. There it goes. There's just no one who can deal with it. He's going to push the issue further all the way into that inner turret. And the setup here for Nongshim now is just based around threatening Baron, where you clear vision off, you leave Nongshim curious. Like, are they Baroning? Are they going to be able to take this? They have to rotate over. And in these moments, like when you have Baron vision advantage like this, you see where Fred and BROㅣ are right now. In these moments, you know where Fred and BROㅣ are. You can group up, you can get a safe back, go get items, because you know Fred and BROㅣ can't rob you of anything in this moment. They can't actually sneak the Baron away from you because you have that extra control. And because Rich is over here on the side, pushing super hard, like, there's just nothing that Fred and BROㅣ can do while you get a free reset. And these are just small things you can do. It's very Nongshim style, right? They're not going to try to force a fight or get a pick and then reset. They're just like, no, vision control, play it safe. And, you know, the way they played this comp kind of makes me feel like I want to take back what I said earlier when I said this draft makes me feel like they don't think they can just play a straight-up game, because the way they've played this comp could not be more straightforward.
Yep, pretty much, as Kellen is going to have to go unbreakable.
Ult for an ult here.
Yeah. Ragnarok comes in. Rich has got a really nice flank angle, actually. They're looking to turn onto him, but he's so tanky at this point in time that they really just don't have the damage, and Hoya wasn't even here. That's just going to be 2 free kills now for Nongshim, as that should be Baron as well.
Yeah, definitely going to be Baron here. Rich doesn't have to teleport. It's just a really nice flank. Hoya didn't have teleport, so it took him a lot longer, because he had to clean up that bot lane before coming over. They also have that control ward next to the wolf pit, so I think that's where they spotted how far away Hoya was. And they just know this is a fight where Rich can flank without being under any threats, and his Sterox is going to give him so much shielding and the healing on top of it. Nerfs on Sterox, you know, we thought they might be changing very significantly the way a lot of these top laners are played, but champions like Aatrox, I mean, you can nerf the items, but just by the nature of how he plays the game, he's going to be very strong. You can see, if you look at the minimap, Hoya's rotation is very late, and he walks over that ward, so they know he's nowhere nearby. So Rich even like jumps forward, he eases in, he's ready, pops his ultimate here, and he can 1v3 because he has the Sterox shielding that comes through with it. Kellen comes up, they secure the kill very safely. By the time the cask is there, it's too late.
Seems like there was some fighting here as we were in the replay. It doesn't look like it amounted to too much. Peanut has that Ocean Drake. He's healing up just a bit, whereas the Olaf has to go back. And with the Baron now, they're just going to be looking to push here. The Jinx, really nice for sieging. You can just hop forward, get that one down. You can see that Hoya, he knew the pattern, but he was not able to execute and pick off Duckdom, who immediately flashes away.
Yep, it was very well handled by Duckdom. Doesn't use his cleanse, just flashes to make sure he's guaranteed away from there because there's no follow-up.
Yep, his mechanics are really insane.
Yeah.
Like, he's the type of AD carry that you can trust to get really fed, right?
Yeah.
You're never going to feel bad about getting Duckdom fed. And he can make the flashy outplays as well. So definitely part of the reason why we rate this guy so highly.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that Duckdom is not getting the recognition he deserves, I feel. I mean, I think part of that is because Nongshim is a 6-11 team in the LCK, but Duckdom is an individual player. I mean, I think he can go with the best of the AD carries. I personally think he's like top 3 in terms of his laning, but mechanically he's very good. Kellen going in.
Yeah, here we go. The Ragnarok is popped as Rich. There are a lot of grievous wounds, but it doesn't seem to matter as he's just taking names. Peanut gonna finish that one off, and that's all the front line that Duckdom needed. That's a big task, and he will finally go down as Hoya able to at least get him back in there before he does go down. So
yeah, I don't know if we need to be diving the fountain before the Nexus turrets are dead.
A little bit
when the inhibitor's
there.
alive, you know, when playoffs are on the line, maybe a little bit more discipline would have been advised. But it looked cool, and it was still a positive trade for them. I don't think it's going to cost them the Drake because they just can clear this so quickly. Peanut's level 15. That smite is pretty fat. And we watch this again. Kellen decides to push the go button as Peanut is always threatening here on the side. And, you know, as soon as he hits it, he's like, Hoya, you are pushed away. Hoya can't get on top of Rich until the last possible second. In fact, he doesn't even get the chance to close that gap. It doesn't even matter. Then we go under Nexus turrets, and Duckdom is, you know, after we cast our curse on him, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm like, you can really depend on this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a great cast, right? It was just perfectly placed. So we'll give that one to Hoya.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, in terms of the best possible play you could have made in that scenario is you get the one pick, you regroup, and then you push 5v4. But they were all so low that, you know, you get a couple rockets down, then it's 5v2, and then you win the game.
Then you win the game, right? Yeah. And there's no consequences, as pointed out, because of the timing of this and because Peanut is so fed. Like, they just go, oh, okay, a little bit overextended. Let's go grab the Drake and call it a day. Rich has got the most experience in this game, as pointed out, because he's been able to side lane so much.
Most gold, too.
Yeah. He's had a very great game.
Absolutely has. And now here we go. I mean, there's no Baron buff anymore, but they still do have a couple of lanes pushing. The only thing is that Tristana, you know, level 15 at this point, has some really nice range. They actually do have some pretty great wave clear. It's not like S, but it's definitely like A+, right?
Yeah.
At least an A. And they're feeling pretty good, especially without facing Baron.
Hoya has no flash, so he's going to have to...
Oh, okay, Henna. All right. Wow. I like that. You got to make the plays if you're going to come back in this game.
Peanut's just trying to push these minions in to get a Nexus turret. I mean, they are still really poised to take this game because even though Bae goes super low and has to back, he has teleport. If they win a fight here, it's just over. And like, worst case scenario for Nongshim, they probably just get the last inhibitor. So you feel very confident to push these minions in if you're Peanut because you can escape from anything and threaten the Nexus turrets. If they come over to deal with you, you get the top inhibitor. If they make a mistake and anybody dies, the game ends. This is just really careful and safe play from Nongshim here in the final moments.
Really like the spread, right? All 5 members kind of in a line. They send Duckdom up to the top side. They can use his range to take out those last remaining buildings. That is a massive engage from Kellen. Should be the nail in the coffin as they take down that Olaf. Henna is the one guy that can maybe get this one going. Lava's still alive as well up there on the top side, but the engage is just too good. The Tristana is going to die, and that is going to be the end of game number 1. Nongshim, a very straightforward, clean game. As you can tell, they really want to hold on tight to that last playoff spot.
Very impressive. Very impressive plays here from Nongshim in this really, really slow-paced, standard, and very passive game of League of Legends. They're able to just close out the whole map, choke out BROㅣ in terms of the vision, and then push through to the win. And now they're one win away, one game away from playoffs in what has been a very topsy-turvy season. I mean, we're getting down to the wire here. It was crazy that we had 5 teams contending for that 6th place just a week ago, just a week and a half ago or so now. And now we're getting down to what could be the closest we've ever been to deciding that final spot. And if Nongshim continue to play like this, I think that we are looking at it just on the horizon here. So if you're a KT fan, Live Sandbox fan, you know, you're very much hoping that BROㅣ can bring this back and tighten up their play a little bit in that second game. No glaring mistakes from Fredit in that last game, to be honest. Just ended up falling apart because Nongshim played very well around those objectives, got an early lead, and then never overextended, except that one time when Duckdom got cast.
Yeah.
But besides that.
Other than that, perfect. Yeah, you know, pretty textbook from their side, as you mentioned during the game. And yeah, I mean, Nongshim fans, you can breathe a bit easier, right? With just the one win means that they're not eliminated from playoffs. If they got 2-0'd, then they actually would have been eliminated. So in this case, they still have a chance to make it regardless of what happens from here on out. So, of course, you want the win, you want the spot right now, but at least you got that under your belt. You got that first win, and it was very straightforward, which should instill some confidence in you for the rest of the games in this series.
I thought Kellen played a really good game at Alistair, and this is a champion that doesn't give as much safety or appeal to a low mobility champion like Jinx, but he helped dominate the lane with conjunction with Peanut. We're going to take a look at some of our damage stats here in our post-game breakdown. But yeah, I thought it was a really good game from Kellen, and he really empowered Duck Dom. Also, Bay, on this Azir, in those first two skirmishes, exactly where he needed to be, 2 great Emperor's Divides. And once again, Rich up there in damage. It's been a day of top laners dominating damage tonight. He's not number 1 in this case, but very, very high damage.
There's actually like a lot of Udyr damage. We see so many Udyr charts where it's like, oh, 3.7k. Well done. And he had a good game on Udyr. Well, this time he got 8,000, so props to Peanut, I suppose. Just generally everybody on the side of Noshim playing well. And that's exactly what you need. You want to ramp up into playoffs, playing well, forget about the last games, and then just give it your best shot against Homalife potentially. They need one more win. We'll see if they can do it after this quick commercial break.
파워 하나 이거 쌍둥이 하나 까졌다. 지금부터 그냥 웨이브 집어 넣으면서
견제하자.
이거 그냥 끝낼 수 있지 않을까?
정화 30초. 내가 찔러줄게.
너네 같이만 안 있으면 한번 바꿔 나와도 될 것 같은데 알리가.
정하고 해 이거.
낙공 날렸어. 4분들.
앞에 우리 들어갈게 얘들아. 알려 들어가지 말고.
아 괜찮아.
이러면 그냥 끝내자. 타타타타 턴.
파워 밀어줘. 나 아파.
아 양무가하게 못한데.
다빈이 형, 맞아들까 방어될까? 전문가에 설마 맞아도 알것 같은데. 뭐 태민아, 별소자 마피아.
이겼던 걸로 가자.
이겼던 건 다 이겼어.
하고 싶은 걸로 가.
너가 형아 별소자 마피아. 별소자. 오케이 별소자로 가자.
그래, 끝. 먹고 빼. 빅토르.
뒤에.
빅토르 마무리했고.
나이스.
야, 빅토르 노플.
빅토르
노플이야. 미드 가면 끝난다 이거.
미드 가보자.
맞아.
사연.
펜타왕인데?
나 살려줘. 아니,
펜타 달라는데.
아 이제 1킬 했으면 뭔 펜타야. 같은데?
아 펜타 줘?
아이씨 안 잡았네. 이제
얘들아 4용 때도 한타 줘도 되니? 아 한타 줘도 된대. 용 줘도 되니까 용 쌈 이기면 바로 먹거든? 그냥 쌈만 봐. 오케이. 나 먼저 안 먹을게. 갈려 잡았어. 가자 끝까지 가자 끝까지 가. 이거 다 잡고 끝내도 돼. 다 잡고 끝났어. 끝났어.
나 지금 다 찍을게.
아 끝났어.
앞에 타워 나오긴 하는데 그냥 무시하고 때리면
그냥 무시하고 때리면 돼. 나 궁시
무시하고 때리자.
끝내려나?
안 끝났어?
오케이. 바로 얘네 바로 먹는 거 느리거든? 이거 그냥 가서 끝낼 생각으로 해도 돼. 이거 끝낼 생각 하자. 그러면서 그냥 마크해. 그러면서 마크해줘.
그냥 밀어줘.
그러면서 마크해줘. 오. 갈려고 왔네.
오 씨.
나 5대5 하자.
5대 하면 이겨. 5대. 그리고 여차하면 내가 그냥 백도어 가면 돼.
뺐 한다고 형?
얘들아 이거 끝났어. 갈게. 너네 리콜 끊고 텔 박을 테니까 텔 타줘. 못 끝내려나?
가긴 한다.
야 이거 쌈 봐야 돼.
이거 너 살싸움 잘하겠다. 이거 그냥 이제 쌈 보면 그냥 이거 카이사 가인 빠져가지고 이번에 확실해.
오케이. 나 살았어. 걸렸다.
갈게 나도.
블러프. 차이 잡았어.
세라핀 볼게. 낙궁 있고 잡았어.
끝낼게.
게임 재밌네.
아 근데 그걸 못 끝내네.
나 공속이 너무 느려.
야 얘들아 우리 남은 대진이 다 탑이 세. 진짜 나 쏠게 한 번씩만 따일게 계속. 어쩔 수가 없다.
5번만 따일게.
여기 따위면 그냥 난타 대주면
야 쏠게 따면 바로 위쪽을 다 간다.
더 때려줘.
잡을란가?
와 라칸 때문에 살았어.
나이스.
와저 칼날불이 뭐냐?
빛날불이야?
폭탄 붙여놨는데. 레전드인데 이거? 앙코르 갖고 와.
써 더블스터
하면서 할게.
앞에부터 우리 앞에부터 치는 중. 아 우리 310 맞았다.
괜찮아.
이길 때. 가자. 뺐다. 님이 더 줘.
아 질련 개사기인데?
질리언 개꿀챔.
뭐야?
다리 좀 깊긴 하다. 와 잘못 뺐다.
뭐야?
나를 공 뺏어야 되는데 잘못 뺐어.
죽지마 아무도 죽지마. 0대4로 끝내.
제발 빼자. 나 탑 보인다.
아 점프.
아 몰라 들어가 그럼.
그럼 해.
맘대로 해.
빼. 야 그라 살려. 퍼펙트 게임 안돼 피해. 까비. 빼면서 해. 빼. 못
아 뭐해 우리 원딜.
못 끝내.
빼라니까.
빼. 바로 가자.
바로 갈게.
가서 치고 있을게. 바로 갈게. 바로 먹을 수 있을 것 같은데. 이걸 왜 끝난? 바론각 나오지 않았어?
아니 바로 먹으면 1점 더 주는데.
Welcome back everybody to the LCK analyst desk. Nongxin was playing under huge pressure in order to clinch that playoff berth, and they are just one game away to make it. There were not any standouts in terms of their draft. I think we had a very basic go-to comps for the LCK meta, but the problem was the order of it. Olaf and Victor was actually the first and second pick from Freddy BROㅣ. So with this Victor blind pick, I don't think that was the ideal choice because there are some matchups and counter picks in terms of the mid lane mage champions. So some champions definitely has the edge over Victor at specific time into the game, but it was really odd to see them locking in Victor very fast. I don't think Victor was good because Victor and Olaf has no synergy. They don't create any teamwork in terms of their ability. And then Nongshim, their blind pick was Aatrox. Nongshim didn't even ban away a lot of top champions, which means BROㅣ had a lot of opportunity to punish this blind pick. However, Gragas was not the one that we were looking for. Maybe if Hoya could have played something more aggressive, something more countering the Aatrox picks, maybe Freddy BROㅣ could have won the game. Gragas into Aatrox was not able to find the value, whereas Aatrox was able to do a decent job, and at the same time Aatrox, Azir as a counter pick into Victor was doing a fantastic work. Maybe Freddy BROㅣ had some success on Victor in their Scream, and that's why they were sticking to this first pick Victor. Because Lava in the Spling Sprint, this was his first Victor game, and BROㅣ is also not a player who prioritized this Victor pick, so we had to kind of guess and assume that maybe Lava was having a fantastic time on Victor in Scream. However, Freddy BROㅣ, they looked like they kind of caught off guard starting from the pick and ban. Now let's take a look at this first highlight. BROㅣ was actually able to win the trade really hard, and he was able to make him go back to his base, which means BROㅣ had to level priority because he was staying in that lane longer and he had the XP priority. And then at the same time, Victor had to clear his wave together with the support player, so he was not able to hit level 6 for the Scuttle fight. And then the engage coming out from Freddy BROㅣ was not connected with other players, so Aatrox didn't die there, he survived, and then behind the wall he was constantly putting damage onto the opponents. And then Freddy BROㅣ players got stuck in the enemy jungle, and Azir was there in order to counter their play. It was really critical that Nongshim Red Force was able to have a very solid lead and priority in the mid lane. So because BROㅣ got super fed at this point in the game, he was able to actually compensate some of the mistake coming out from Alistar. So Kellen was looking for a setup for the turret dive, however he made a sloppy mistake with his combo, but still Nongshim could easily win this fight because BROㅣ was the only one having the TP priority. Prior to this point, Victor had to go back to his base and purchase the Lost Chapter, so that was why he didn't have teleport at that point. Whereas Azir was able to actually purchase the item a lot faster than Victor, so he had the TP priority. And Lost Chapter is really huge for mage picks on the mid lane. Because BROㅣ was exerting his dominance on the laning phase, he was outplaying his opponents. Nongshim was able to get easily ahead of the opponents as a whole. That was all converted into the bottom lane turret dive, that Scuttle fight. So we want to focus onto the mid lane, especially about the value of blind pick Victor. Now it's time to check out the player of the game on the side of Nongshim Red Force, picking up the game number 1 of the series. BROㅣ on Azir picks up the second PUG of the split. So now they kind of slayed the LoL King here in the LCK. We wonder what kind of nickname he deserves after this performance. And this difference, especially level 5 and level 6, is really critical in terms of this kind of a team fight. Well, there were some mistakes around the dragon fight later on, but still BROΗ was showing a lot of growth throughout the split. However, this time around, it was really impressive to see BROΗ getting ahead in lane by himself and then contributing for his teammates, and BROΗ was able to pick up 6 votes out of 9, winning a very critical and significant match for the team. Nongshim is just 1 game away from making it into the playoffs. They are just about to punch that ticket, so let's check out for game number 2 whether they are going to pick up the second win of the night.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for that wonderful translation once again of the analyst desk as we are moving into our second game here. Nongshim, very solid performance, very smooth, not really too much of note. Everybody just generally had a great game on the side of Nongshim, and FredaBrion were not able to compete.
Yeah.
Swap sides.
It was one of the most important wins Nongshim have had all season long, but it was one of the quietest victories in that it was just so simple and straightforward. And the drafting style, as was pointed out by the Korean analyst desk and us in draft, was a little bit weird for FredaBrion. Such high priority on the Olaf and the Victor, 2 champions who struggled in the actual game itself. I mean, obviously we saw Umpty fall very far behind Peanut in terms of what he was able to do in the jungle, and the Victor pick just simply did not work out. We saw BROΗ end up picking up POG, and he had very great Emperor's Divides early on, and right place, right time kind of thing is really, I think, the biggest success for BROΗ in that last game. And even the analysts pointed out that he's shown a lot of growth over the season, and he really has. And that's something you're going to need, because as you mentioned, a win here means that he faces Chovy in that playoff match on next Wednesday. So they have the least amount of time to prepare, in fact, as well, out of the 2 teams. Because, well, I mean, arguably, Hanwha's playing tomorrow, but they're playing a no-stakes game against T1.
Should be a fun one, that series tomorrow, Hanwha Life versus T1. Just to kind of, you know, show off what he got before the playoffs do come in. And, of course, Chovy versus Faker. You know, I would assume, in that mid lane.
Yeah, fingers crossed that T1 is not just going to throw us another curveball. I mean, it would be fun in a no-stakes game, but hopefully see that one in playoffs.
Yeah.
Please.
Well, we're here, back in a pick ban.
Well, it's clear that FredaBrion thought was POG in the last game with the Aatrox target ban. Right away here, and they'll take away Nidalee here from Peanut with the Hecarim ban coming through right now. It does feel like FredaBrion are fishing for the Udyr first pick themselves. And if they force the Udyr ban, I wonder which path they'll take, because Rel is still open. Not a huge fan of this one blind, though, the very early Lilia. Although there are not straightforward counters to this, right? The 3 junglers that are banned are the ones that you don't want to face as Lilia right now.
Yeah.
Even though she was kind of considered on parity with the Hecarim and the Udyr for a while, we now know that's not the case.
Yeah, we need to see a solid Lilia performance. We saw Dread have some insane plays yesterday.
Really top tier.
And we'll see, you know, Umpty is also a very good Lilia player. Peanut thinking about what he wants to play here. Shown 3 options.
Yeah, you know, I'm actually kind of a big fan of Peanut's Graves and also his Kindred. Although he hasn't really been playing that one recently, it's fallen out of the meta quite significantly. But I really do like his ranged 80 jungler champions. We'll take the Graves here, which is definitely going to be a lot of damage, scaling up later on in terms of attack damage. As we'll see Gnar, and once again the blind Victor priority here, and BROΗ can just snap up the Azir right now. If he wants to go all in on this, he can pick the Sylas, which is super good into Gnar right now.
Yeah.
Which is why he's risen in priority quite significantly.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Against Gnar, even against Victor, for some extra harass throughout your own Chaos Storm. Makes the team fights a little bit confusing, but that's fun. Going to play Sion instead. Well, we don't know if BROΗ is going to play that.
He could.
Someone is going to play that for Nongshim.
certainly able to be flexed given the draft right now. And there's the Rel ban. The Alistar priority here is a very solid choice. And we'll see the Rakan ban too. They're just pushing Delight's champion pool down. Delight's best champion is definitely his Rakan and his Alistar. Rel, not one of his better ones, but, you know, still very powerful champion. You want to remove that. And where does Duckdom go from here? Because Jinx Alistar worked out for him very well last game with very similar compositions. In order for Gnar or Lilia to close the gap and actually try to lock him down, have to traverse quite a distance. So,
they want to see what they're playing into first.
Yeah.
They're gonna pick Bai's champion. The Azir was taken off the board, so Syndra is the choice this time.
Yeah. Would have liked to see the Azir over the Sion earlier on. Sion is kind of interesting because it could have been flexed, but we'll see Kai'Sa here. And this means we might just see, you know, even a Tristana works here. The Xayah, more traditional response. Don't know about this Kalista pick, though, in a very front-to-back team fight-oriented composition with Graves on Peanut. You don't have a lot of range with this one. Yeah, I'd even rather like the Draven more. And
you know, it makes the early game for Kai'Sa not very fun, as does Tristana at many points in the laning phase. So Tristana is the very obvious choice that you're expecting here. And he does go for it this time around. Tristana Alistar should be having a nice amount of fun into the Kai'Sa.
I will say I'm probably one of the only people who's not on the Kai'Sa hate train right now. I feel like there's a lot of, with the very low win rate she's had over the last few weeks and the losing streak she won, a lot of people are saying Kai'Sa is terrible blind now, and Tristana is so much better, and you should never pick Kai'Sa blind into anything, and even if you know the matchup, you probably shouldn't pick it. Just hard to play her right now. I do tend to agree that it's a little bit risky, but I think the Kai'Sa pick is still very strong here. It's going to be good with the Gragas. You have the ability to execute a lot of targets on Nongshim's side with Killer Instinct if you can find that opening and circumvent Sion. And especially with Lilia here and Gnar, who have really nice hard engage into team fights, I think the Kai'Sa is very good in this team composition. Same as the Victor. There's a lot of damage output here for BROㅣ. But I wonder how Umpty is going to do. I think that a lot of this game is going to be decided on how effective this Lilia pick is against Graves by Peanut. Because if you end up falling behind early, this is a game where the damage output alone of Nongshim is going to be your front line. Forget Rich. I mean, the damage when Hoya tries to come in is just going to be so great. When Gragas tries to come in, it's so powerful later on in the game that you might just not be able to front to back at all if you fall too far behind.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how this early game does go before we call anything here, as we are going to hop onto the Rift, game number 2. This time for the BROㅣ on blue. And yeah, off we go. Delight onto Gragas. Trying to see, he hasn't played a game of Gragas actually. This is going to be his first time onto this pick. Of course, as you mentioned, got targeted out a lot. He's definitely the shot caller for this team, by the way. If you ever listen to their comms, he's the one guy shouting a lot. I think him and Umpty do the majority of that.
Yeah, that's right. Both junglers very vocal in terms of shot calling. Peanut definitely a little bit less yelling, but generally he's the one who makes the calls. Yeah, so just a little bit more cowbell before the end of the regular season.
Yeah, we needed this.
Got a crab rave out. Once again, Duckdom taking the cleanse. Very safe approach to the game. I do feel like Rich has, even though he hasn't had as dominant of a season this year as he did across both seasons last year, he has really diversified his playstyle. Excuse me, Umpty, I'm trying to do color commentary here. Hello?
Like the sounds of the forest are interrupting you, Wolf. Sorry.
As I was saying, I think Rich has really diversified his playstyle, and he's played a very good weak side this year.
All right, we heard you that time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think he's good. I think Sion is a strong pick for him at the moment, whereas at the beginning of the season, I wouldn't have known how to feel about that. I know now.
Yeah. Kai'Sa on a 7-game losing.
Yeah. I thought it was broken, but actually, nope. Still 0-7.
Yeah. still.
Notice the
again,
players in this, by the way.
Yes.
Just want to point that out before anyone's on the Kai'Sa hate train again.
Yeah,
Go on.
I saw Teddy in there. No, but just because one champion goes on the losing streak doesn't mean it's all of a sudden bad. But certainly the introduction of the Tristana counter pick has made things a lot harder for this pick as we're looking to really push the issue here at level 2.
BROㅣ is just, I mean, he had a really nice laning phase last game too. We talked about his Emperor's Divides. I didn't like that he didn't help out a little bit on the scuttle there, but, you know, as you point out, there were good reasons for that. But he is really trying to lane aggressively against Lava. Does miss the Scatter of the Week there, but still, very nice trades. So he's just going to go for quick back. Cheater recall.
Awkward time because he pushed in the cannon minion. It's actually the wave after you would usually want a cheater, but they're both just going to teleport back to the lane.
He rushes a tier, which allows him to continue to play this playstyle a lot easier. And he's going to be able to, like, the more he does play like this, obviously the more benefits he gets off of the tier, which then allow him to poke and harass more. Nice little pickup. We'll see Scuttle's traded this time. Well,
BROㅣ, where are you going? He's going for a little walk. He's going to take a lot of damage. Of course, he's not going to die from this. It is just the Lilia, but of course, that does make the 2v2 a little bit more awkward for them to force, and that just means that we're trading Scuttle Crabs here.
Scuttle Crab was a Live Sandbox fan. It's definitely not coming passing back over for Peanut to contest. Ends up being just an even trade. I was hoping for some more action.
Maybe BROㅣ is trying to provide that to us, but perhaps later on. He's being very aggressive. You could tell he's quite confident in this series after getting his second player of the game of the whole split. So we haven't talked to BROㅣ all too much. If they win, of course, we will get a chance.
Yeah, he got it with the set I believe he played.
Yeah.
I want to say it was against T1, but I cannot remember. But he played a really nice set. And I think I was casting out with Atlas, and we got very excited because we thought it was his best performance of the year up until that point. And maybe his performance in the last game was good, but it was not a standout. But it was a very, you know, straightforward game with not a whole lot to say about it. So kind of yoinking a trophy out of thin air there.
Yeah. Henna was like backing in vision. I was getting a little bit nervous for him, but seems to be just fine. The top lane, this is actually the first time we're looking at it here, and for a good reason. Right? It's just the Gnar who's going to be annoying to the Scion before he gets some items, and then the Scion should be just fine. I think the Sylas would have been interesting to play into this comp, even with the cast that got eventually chosen, but instead we do get the Syndra, the Gnar going to be the only one doing Gnar ultimates.
Yeah. This is probably as the devs intended, you know?
Yeah, very true.
When they made Gnar so many years ago.
And Jonas Strong, there's like nothing happening, so Jonas Strong's just like pointing out the bot lane wave state. He's like, by the way, there's some extra damage on this one minion, so it's going to push towards Nongshin.
Yes.
It's going to give them a slight advantage as it denies more minions away from Henna. And helps out Duckdom and Kellen down there.
What's the name of that voice actor? Is it David Attenborough who does the like nature documentaries?
I think so.
I think I said that right. Okay, production confirmed. Thanks. Thanks.
That was very quick
Planet
information.
Earth, the show that he's on mostly, but
maybe we should just have our production give you the lines to say.
Yeah.
And then you can say them.
that would be very LEC, wouldn't it? I think. Actually, I think the casters give the production the lines they're going to say, and the production either confirm or denies in the LEC over there. They say very silly things before the game a lot, though. I appreciate the humor. But I was going to say, you know, it feels like you were about to do a nature documentary about the wave state there.
Yeah, we have done that before. I think that Achilles was the best at that. I think he was the one that had the highlight moment with the nature documentary.
Oh, I missed that one.
Well, you know, nothing ever dies on the internet, so it's definitely out there somewhere. And maybe someone can at him or at Wolf as well and provide him with that information. Because it certainly feels like a lot of these games in the series have been a bit of a nature documentary. There's actually a new one on Netflix that I've been watching. It's I forget the name, but it's like
it wasn't Planet Earth.
Something no, it wasn't Planet Earth. It's like
you're like Planet Venus. I'm like, oh.
We're going to Mars. No, it's called Night on Earth. Thank you, production.
Production has just got all the answers today.
Production also says it's so good because apparently, like, he's kind of our third commentator at the moment. So that's just the word from production. Yeah, but it's great because not a lot of documentaries have happened at night. By the way, it looks like it's nighttime over here. Peanut gonna sneak out and snatch that away.
The hungry Graves waits in the brush.
Exactly.
Currently unaware. Well, that's a nice little steal, and then he's able to push away and then grab this Drake with a really nice bot prio they have.
And I think they're only realizing it now. They're like, wait, no, he went straight to the Drake? What?
I don't think he can take this, though. This actually works out really well for Fred BROㅣ.
Ooh, it's
gonna reset.
He can't make up his mind.
There you
go.
Sit back down, Drake. Go back to your nap.
Drake doesn't get to have too much fun in this League of Legends game that we play.
I was
taken down or flapping around.
That Drake was me yesterday trying to decide whether I wanted to take a nap or check my Switch to see if my new game came out. I was like checking online. Can I play it yet? Oh, I guess not. Going back to bed.
Yeah. Good old Monster Hunter.
Yep.
You and the other three LCK, or the other two, I guess, besides us, LCK commentators are all about that. I don't own a Switch, so I can't get on that train. But I hear it's good.
It's pretty good. You know, and I guess for you don't hunt Rathalos, you just hunt Infernal Drakes. That's the same for these pro gamers right now. None of them successful. They're gonna have to reset. There's more brush hiding here, but unfortunately for Delight, there's no one to help him out if he collapses there. And he is just here to help take this Rift Herald. Peanut spots this. And you know what? They might actually have to reset on this too. This is so funny. No one can take anything in this game. No.
Actually, yeah. I mean, Nongshim just let them have it.
I thought Rich was going to come over.
Yeah, they see them taking it, and they're just like, whatever. That's fine.
But so often this happens with Nongshim, where they kind of hover around the Rift Herald and send Kellen up, and then Duckdom gets 2 plates. This is actually a very common thing. And actually, in several games Nongshim have played this season, Duckdom gets the same amount of gold as the Rift Herald by himself in the bot lane on plates.
And solo XP, by the way.
So,
which is great.
It ends up being pretty good for them. He's not quite able to get that many this time, but...
Yeah, Henna didn't actually join he wasn't fully committed to going up to the Rift Herald because Nongshim didn't fully commit with the rest of their team, so they didn't need Henna's presence. So he's able to get down there on time and only allow 1 plate to go over to Duckdom.
They don't have vision of Umpty here.
Ooh, this could be has all. Well,
it was, but it just...
it was, yes, true, it was a bowling
gutter ball there. Speaking of which, he's not going to have it here for a few seconds, but he will have it when they decide to come and contest. I don't think he should fight this.
Nope. Okay, threw up an emote, though. I appreciate that.
Don't we all?
I'm so glad that they allowed emotes now in pro play. Wasn't always like that.
You know, I probably would have been one of the people against it at the time, but I'm glad that I didn't have any say in it. Because now looking at it, I like it.
That's really cool. I feel like it offers the players a way to like show their personality in the game.
Yeah, and usually you don't see it used disrespectfully, and it usually doesn't break the tension of like a really high stakes match. And in some ways, it can even add tension.
Yeah, it's also really good for selling emotes, which we love to do.
True, true, true.
And yeah, there's definitely some good ones out there.
Yeah, my favorite is the question mark frog looking thing.
Yeah,
that's my favorite right now.
Okay. I like the bees.
The bees, yeah.
It's a pretty common opinion, but a lot of people like the bees.
Yeah, I'm too hipster to say I like them, but like, you know, off air, I'll be like, yeah, I have all of them.
Actually, I have a confession. I like the bees as well.
The set with the trophy too. I think it's supposed to be set. It holds a trophy up. I like that one.
You know what?
Chaos Storm.
Yeah. Lava's desperately trying to make something happen in this game. No kills yet. Exactly even gold, and Infernal Drake went to Nongshim, Rift Herald went to BROㅣ. That's kind of where we're at here in this game.
Yeah, just to remind everyone while we're talking about emotes.
Yeah. You know what is a really great emote? I don't know if you've seen it. It's a bit of an older one. It's the smiling Garen.
I actually don't know if I'm familiar with that one. I'd have to look it up.
He has a gigantic grin on his face, like he's really happy. It's really good for tilting your opponents.
Okay.
So you like make a great play and you put up the smiling Garen and they're really unhappy.
Or you lose lane and put it up to your opponent and make your team really unhappy.
Yeah, so sometimes when I'm getting question mark pinged, which of course in solo queue happens very often, I like to throw it up, you know. That one or the thumbs up, those are my two favorite as a response.
This is going to be potentially the whole turret, but Peanut's in a really nice spot to deny Umpty, and they actually can't push the issue here. Even though they had a whole wave with this, they just... I mean, I think the gold only goes to Umpty here, and didn't end up being too great at all, in fact. It's kind of a weird lack of committal there.
You can see the absolute state of the top lane is Rich desperately trying to kill the minions before Hoya can get the Demolish proc onto the turret and get that auto attack before he hops away. Takes about, you know, a third of his health, but he doesn't care because it's Scion against an R and there's no kill pressure, so
he's gonna...
That's all that's happening up here.
Ult back in.
Yep, we saw this before too.
Yep. There was a question mark ping instantly as soon as he backed from Hoya.
Ooh, this is actually enough damage.
Wow!
There you go. The Gale Force gets the assist to Peanut, and that's just a straight up kill.
Syndra ultimate gonna steal the kill, but you know, well played there. Very decisive move. And you know, as soon as they saw Rich was top lane, they decided they were okay with just going back to lanes, and unfortunately, Lava was not going to be safe there.
And you know what? Last game, Lava was playing against Udyr and Azir, right? And he built Verdant Barrier. But take a look this game. He's playing against only Syndra in terms of AP damage, so he doesn't. And he goes Lucidity Boost, so he has no MR. That's how there's enough damage to come through and get the kill. As we are going to have Rich just flash away, denying any more action. Peanut was here, but they just decided that against Meganar, they didn't want to try to force anything.
Yeah, it's very scary with Umpty having ultimate as well. Ends up sleeping you there, and he has a stopwatch, so if he does actually go in for it, he can make that sleep happen. Peanut is significantly ahead. Kill him.
Oh, that's a really nice alley-oop. It's like, okay, let's force Henna to use his ultimate. We're going to have a ton of damage come out here from Duckdom. He actually had another hop potentially after the explosion, but
there's a lot of pings going on here from all sides of the map. As Lava looked like he wanted to come down and help out, and then he was danger pinged. And you know, this is a really nice exchange for Nongshim at the end of the day, and Duckdom is looking to, albeit a little bit later than in his average game, get a turret kill here very shortly. They have to send Umpty down here to deal with this. Peanut is here to catch it.
Oh boy, this is just going to be so much damage. Thankfully they have the exhaust, but here comes Peanut. And here comes Rich. Yeah, that guy's dead.
He missed
Even
his
after
ult.
flashing. You can't get away from this guy. Poor support Gragas just going to go down. Make that a double for the man in the top lane, Big Boy Scion.
It would have been massive if Duckdom was able to get those kills, but he's going to pick up assists, and he's going to get the turret. And they have the ability to take this Cloud Drake too. There's vision denied right now by this control where Lava has no information, has no prio, can't take this Drake. And Duckdom is looking like he's just going to set this up for Peanut. For a second I thought he was going to do it by himself, which is kind of absurd. Hoya is just trying to play this game by himself. He's winning the top lane. Yep.
Common theme for Hoya.
It has been a little bit this season, but hey, he's up 40 CS. And he's going to try to get this turret before things become completely miserable after Rich was given 600 gold.
Yeah, you were saying how it would be good if Duckdom got the kills. I'm like, nah, man. Rich is going to end up with the most damage in this game. You just watch.
I mean, it looks like we're headed down that path.
Although he was up against a ranged champion for the majority of the laning phase, so maybe not. But we're going to take another look here at just how much damage this can do.
There's no vision on Peanut, and he just Gale Forces in. Bay takes the kill. He does not use his collateral damage, by the way, not even necessary, not even close. And this one ends up being a little bit overzealous because they know where Umpty is and they know he's in range to get caught, so even though he hits the sleep here, nothing you can do. Cloudburst is used. The collateral damage is a little bit too early. It just doesn't matter. And then Rich, as you mentioned, there's no escape from his ruthless. What's his old call? I always want to call it ruthless charge. It's okay. See, I'm not the only one to
charge.
But the thing is, like, we call it the train all the time, but he didn't use the train skin, which I find to be fairly disrespectful.
I'm just a big fan of using side names.
Yeah.
Not the actual name, but just other things that describe the ability. Generally when they're cool abilities, especially.
Well, I always feel really nervous when I try to get an ult name right when I'm next to Atlas because I feel like he knows everything.
Like
so, like, I'm always like, ugh.
Hey man, you say that. I was talking to Achilles. He's like remembering stuff from when he was casting League of Legends like 3 years ago. The two of them definitely very good at that.
Well, you know, you are the Vandalist, or Valdanalist. I don't know why I was going to call you Vandalist, like you're a Vandal.
So I'm a Vandal.
Yeah.
No,
Valdanalist over here, though. You know, you had to be a color commentator for quite some time, so.
So I get a pass.
Yeah, me too. So just like me, right? I have a complete pass here. Rift Herald here going to be a turret in the mid lane. Yeah, looks like it'll be a turret. Confirm, yeah.
He just decided he didn't want the proximity gold. That's just fine.
That's okay. Sometimes it's hard to tell when the turret lines aren't there. Well, this has been a very similar game to the previous one, Valdez, where Nongshim have a pretty nice lead. They don't do anything crazy. The game moves forward. Again, Fred Brion, if you're tuning in, the only thing they're playing for is not getting last place. Nongshim are one win away from playoffs, and they are poised to take it if this continues. Rift Scholar's most scared of Graves of any champion, it feels like. Just gets bopped around by the auto attacks.
Yeah, it's not very fun to fight against Graves. He's got a very powerful weapon. I think I would be most scared of Syndra, because you just get pulled out of the air and thrown into outer space and back down to Earth.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, in terms of non-jungle champions, it was a lot scarier than Graves. But yeah, Hoya, again, Hoya is trying so hard. He's gonna do anything he can. This is a weird series for me, Valdez, because it's one of the series that has one of the most highest importance here in the LCK, but it has also been one of the tamest series that I've commentated this whole year. And you know, for Fred Brown, they're not playing for anything, arguably, so it has been, you know, one of those series that's hard to make super hype, because if you're watching at home as a Live Sandbox or KT fan, you are really stressed out right now.
Yeah.
But for Nongshim fans, you're like, well, this is exactly what I expected to happen, and this is exactly how I want this to happen. And if you're a Fred Brion fan, you're like, well, I get to see one more game with my favorite team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as an Nongshim fan, I think you're the most comfortable. Even though it's like your team might not make playoffs if they don't win, but they're playing the safest, most straight up textbook Nongshim League of Legends that you're just like straight up in your comfort zone. There's nothing you could want more than just this. They're just ahead in both games, very comfortably.
Yeah, I just want to like go down the rabbit hole of all the fans of each team, how they feel. Like, well, if you're a Hano Life fan, you look at this, you're like, it's not too scary, but it's a little bit concerning. If you're a T1 fan, you're probably not watching because you only watch T1 games.
True.
Just had to throw a little shade, but they're not watching, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is going to be Drake control over to Nongshim. They have the vision cleared now. And it just looks like Fred Brion is not even willing to push the issue. They have Henna soaking bot, and they're going to push Hoya back up top. It's a mountain Drake, so going to be a mountain soul. So this one is pretty significant in terms of the game state, because this is going to be the one that pushes you towards Soul Point.
Yeah.
And without contesting this, you give Nongshim all the freedom in the world. But I don't think you can contest this right now as Fred Brion, so you're just going to try to get a little bit more gold on your side laners as best as you can. Hoya is one of the players who is actually very often fed very little gold and yet still does a lot of damage. He has, if I remember correctly, pretty high damage per gold stat, and something that you couldn't hope for. He's going to turn this one around as Kaisa and some of these front-to-back team fights we're going to have later on, because we haven't really had one of those yet in a 5v5 scenario.
Yeah. The one thing that I take issue with stats like that is that his most played is Gnar. He also plays Gragas and Sion, who are two tanks that do an incredible amount of damage. Next is Ornn, and it's like, yeah, I mean, he's always playing weak side, but he's playing weak side champs that do a lot of damage, so he ends up with like the highest damage per his gold, and it looks nice, but not to take away the fact that he does play weak side pretty well. It's just that a lot of the times it's very champion based, very situational.
Well, I was talking about Henna, but I mean, I can see what you're saying too there. For the top side, yeah, I completely agree. For the top side, some of these no. Well, they're very similar names, but yeah, for some of the stats we have for top laners, it is very matchup dependent. Like some of Doran's stats that we had earlier this year, I was like, well, yeah. I mean, it's true, but
yeah,
that's why we get paid. We have to explain stats to people.
Very true. Very true. That's the job of the analyst, I suppose.
Well, this game has a very big lull state in it. I feel like I haven't used that term in a while because we've had some crazy games over the last few weeks. But
yeah,
right now it's just Nongshim waiting for the next objective to spawn so that they can continue to win the game. Because unfortunately, Fred and BROㅣ have not taken any proactive plays on the map. I mean, Hoya has tried to harass Rich and try to further his slight advantage that he has in terms of the lane, because those 2 kills for Rich were not on to Hoya.
This is pretty interesting. That's a lot of damage that comes through on the ultimate, and Meganar's about to be hit, but here comes Peanut, as he does have some insane damage himself, and he just pops him like a balloon.
And Fred Brown's like, that's the last time I try to make any plays in this game. Well, yeah, I mean, Peanut was there to scoop it up, and Rich just, at this stage of the game, has way too much. He's right now, I think he's up a level. He has Gargoyle plate done, and gonna watch it again. Hoya ends up getting stunned here, and then of course loses armor. Rich hits the combo, and then he has Meganar, gets slowed by the Q, and can't Gnar his way out of this one, even if he hits it. I mean, doesn't matter, just Peanut knowing that Rich was communicating to him that he's going to try to make a play down there because of the trades. And at this stage, I mean, you have Phantom Dancer as Duck Dom. I don't know if you can actually start the Baron here, the 2 items, but...
Yeah, they didn't clear out that one ward either, so Bro would immediately know. And, again, it's one of these games where you look at the gold difference, 25 minutes in, 3,000 is actually pretty small.
Yeah.
It's not really a huge deal, but just the way this game has been going, and with how huge Sion is, and he's about to pick up a Mountain Soul, it's not looking good for Bro.
Yeah, the lead in this game is in the Earth, Wind, Fire logo you can see before, or below rather, the Nongshim team score, rather their standing.
Yes.
6 and 11, wins and losses. Wow, we're really falling apart tonight, huh?
You got it out.
You guys know where the Dragon logos are, okay? Yeah. And that's where the major lead is, because Nongshim have a Sion, and they are poised with the control of the map that they've had over the last 10 to 12 minutes to take that soul. Fred and BROㅣ haven't shown the ability to contest. Now, they do have Zhonya's for Umpty, and he can set up a big sleep. That's, I think, their best chance of taking this fight. Obviously, you can follow it up with Gnar, and then end up catching some of those champions, by avoiding the front line that is Rich here. I mean, I think that's your best hope here. Otherwise, Nongshim have so much damage, too. They can rush this down so quickly. And they're putting blue trinkets in here because they're just so desperate for any vision at all. And they're just not going to get it. They do get around here, though, and get Cryo.
This is an interesting position. As you mentioned, they have first track on the mid lane, but at least Hoya is there. And Nongshim are kind of wrapping around. And now this is going to give an interesting flank path for Kellen. You can see he's trying to check for any other wards that might see him. He's not actually going to commit to it, as it looks like we're just heading into what should be a straight-up fight.
First one of the game, 5v5.
Yeah, a lot of damage being done here. Onto this Dragon, looking to deny Peanut to get into that one, as that is a nice Gnar ultimate, but the damage is not quite there. Nice sleep to come out onto Peanut, though. They should take that Dragon down, but they do not. And in the front line, Umpty just dies after his Zonya's Lava is going to follow up with the death. And this is just going to be that. That's going to be the Mountain Soul over to the side of Nongshim on top of the 2 kills.
And it'll be Baron as well. Valdez, they're going to walk right down the red carpet over to the Baron. And, I mean, they weren't able to get the smite off. Umpty had the sleep onto Peanut and Kellen, but they just didn't have the damage to finish off either target in that critical moment. And it's actually BRO��� who takes the Drake away. I'll probably get a replay of it in a moment here, but... You know, for me, I'm ready to live in the future because it looks like we might have a little bit more action on our hands here. As Delight is like,
don't blame me.
What are you checking this for? Yeah, this is not where you want to be.
Peanut, the jungler, while the Baron is being taken, is here just taking names instead. And he can do that just because that's the position we're in this game.
I think it was reasonably assumed the Baron was being done, but he decides to take a little peek. Too bad he didn't have binoculars to check from long distance.
Yeah, they should sell that as an item. Oh wait, they do, blue trinket. Umpty is going to get this nice leap down. Peanut not going to overstep his bounds.
Oh, look at his ult. It has like 4 seconds left on its cooldown. Would have been able to get that kill with his collateral damage if he had it.
But Nongshim still very happy with the way this game is going. It's very straightforward. It's clean. There's not a ton of action, but it gets the job done, you know, and that's all that Nongshim really care about here. They're playing clean League of Legends, and they should be able to buy themselves a spot into the playoffs in this manner. As Peanut is on the hunt.
Yeah, no Zonias here. Peanut does have collateral damage.
Oh boy.
There it is.
He's literally hunting deer.
I mean, he had a ward there. You know, I mean, it wasn't even blind. He was like, "Listen, I'm just gonna come in." And that's all.
1 shot, 1 kill.
1 shot, 1 kill. Way overused line.
From Hunter Graves here. Shot
we're
down,
gonna watch
Bambi.
this again. Look at Umpty, because this is again the only chance they really have is to get a sleep off. He flashes in, gets Peanut and Kellen. Somehow does not hit Duck Dom. But with the damage output that, you know, Nongshim have at this stage, even if you hit BROΗ, I don't think it matters. And then Duck Dom just flashes forward and takes out the Victor instantly. They had several really nice Scout of the Weeks there and is able to get the Drake.
Yeah.
As speaking of BROΗ, uh-oh.
He's not even paying attention.
Yeah, Fred Breon are pretty checked out of this game,
He's already thinking about summer split right now.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Hoya.
This is some clean play wall ahead for Nongshim. May not be that exciting, but it is certainly how you want to do it when you're ahead at the stage. It was, what, 27.5 minutes into the game where we had our first team fight?
Yeah.
It's not going to be a perfect game or anything like that.
There is the 1 turret that BRO��� took.
Yeah.
So no perfect game, as you mentioned. Other than that, they got nothing. Of course, we don't include turret plates. It's not a thing.
Yeah,
it factors into perfect games, guys.
Some guy there's
always
like,
that one guy.
Game.
It's always that one guy.
Pretty sure they killed a ward too. So.
How many skull crabs were there?
Yeah.
I think at least 2 went to BRO���.
You took their blast cone.
Yeah. Well, here we are. The Baron push is coming in. They got 2 cannons that are buffed up. Victor is pretty good against this, but still a little bit difficult.
Look at where Rich is.
It's going to be a nice sleep, and yeah, Rich just comes through. He is the... yeah, he's not letting anyone taking damage on his team.
He's just taking the turret. Just doesn't even care.
Yeah, Scion with Mountain Soul is just shouldn't be allowed. Now imagine Scion Seraphine. Thankfully we had, I think, 5 Seraphine fans today. Yes, we did. Very nicely done teams today.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a lapse of judgment in terms of Seraphine priority in Korea for a week or 2 there, but everybody got their minds back in it. It's very difficult for Nongshim to end until they can actually find initiation. Rich has his ult back up. I think that might be the way. This Peanut is just going to catch this this wave and pull it in.
Oh,
there you go.
Scout of the Week here on the Lava, and he is just dead. And that's been many times now in this game that BROΗ has took his life down. And, well, just going to push all the inhibitors here. Potentially get the tutorial victory. Nice play, actually, from Delight. Is going to take down Bay. It almost feels like he's accelerating the doom of BROㅣ in this game as tons of damage comes out from this Graves. As you mentioned, always a treat to watch his Graves as DuckDom is going to take down the remaining members here. Peanut desperately trying to take the kill away. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it? It's DuckDom. He picks it up. Triple kill for them, and we have our 6th place team in the playoffs. It will be Nongshim Red Force as they take down the 2-0 here tonight against BROㅣ and secure their spot in the LCK Spring Playoffs.
Was without excitement. It was a very straightforward series. You know, there was no one holding their breath, I think, across this. If you were a KT Rolster fan or a Live Sandbox fan, it just felt like you were watching the slowest, most painful ending to your team's run here in the 2021 Spring Split. And Valdez, it was a very hard time that Nongshim had at the end of round 1, at the beginning of round 2, but they really tightened up their play. Bay has improved quite a lot, and this team is the most deserving of that 6th playoff spot. But you can see that on the faces of the Nongshim players, there's a little bit of relief, but they know that their journey is only just beginning. If they want to have that path to lift the trophy at the end of the season, there are much tougher opponents ahead, the very first of which will be Hanwha Life Esports on Wednesday. So just a few days left to prepare, and then Nongshim are going to be going right into our new playoff bracket format here. And it is not going to be an easy road, but they get to walk it, and that's not something the rest of the bottom 4 teams can say.
Yeah, and it's very valuable, you know. It puts you in a best-of-5 scenario against a really awesome team. That's some of the best practice you can get, right? The best teams, you know, sometimes they'll just scrim their second team, right?
Yeah.
It might be hard to get a lot of games in against that specific Hanwha Life lineup. So, you know, even that, but you also get an opportunity to maybe get a big upset, build a name for your team, and that's all great stuff. So good for them. Nongshim do make it in. Unfortunately, as you guys probably already know, KT and Live Sandbox will now be knocked out. No hope for them. BROㅣ does secure 10th place, which is, you know, kind of an unhappy thing. If you're an Afrika fan, I guess you're happy about that because they avoided 10th place and they got 9th. And that's kind of where we're at after this one. We got our playoffs figured out.
Yeah, no, it's been a really wild ride over these last few weeks to figure out where we were heading. And it felt like the hype just came to like a crashing halt in the last moment. Where Nongshim was just like, that's mine. I'll take that. Thank you. But it was a fun day of matches for sure. We still have one more day of regular season tomorrow, which will be, you know, depending on your perspective, could be hype games, could be, you know, not so hype. You might just be waiting for playoffs. But we got one more day. We don't end here, even though the playoff condition is. And I have to stress again, I've been talking about this for the last few weeks. It is extremely rare that these last 2 weeks actually are as meaningful every single game as they were. So if you're watching tomorrow going like, wow, that's not that interesting, be happy that the last 2 weeks weren't like that, because that's often how it goes.
We could have been decided last week, guys. Had a couple of games gone a different way, but we were at one point, you were talking about this before, we had 5 teams that could have had the 6th
that
place
never
spot.
happens, like
Every
almost
team
ever.
that was not in the top 5 could have made the 6th place spot. So interesting the way that this format works out as well. We have the highlights ready, so let's hop into those and check out some of the fun plays.
I feel like it won't be very long, this highlight reel, you know? But yeah, I mean, there was some really flashy plays here for Nongshim when they did take those kills. And in general, this was one of the only plays in the early game that BROㅣ even attempted, and it went so badly. Who can blame them for actually playing passively through the mid-game after this? Then we're going to see this play where Hoya actually tries to trade aggressively.
He hopped forward like 15 minutes
yeah.
to get over to this.
And then that was the next time we had a fight, which was, it's hard to call it a fight, but you know, he tries to trade against Rich, gets punished.
A scuffle.
Yes, and then Umpty comes in here and look, he doesn't hit DuckDom somehow.
Watch this scat of the week from Bay.
Yeah. So good. And then he hits another one. Wait for it. In the pit.
Yeah, he flashes in and he just
bam,
does it straight up.
I mean, he doesn't get any kills with that, but he almost did. It's very close.
3k damage in that team fight.
This is when Delight decided to check Baron, and he was able to confirm yes. that they were doing it. And yes, they didn't need Peanut to be there. Or no, rather, they didn't need Peanut to be there. Speaking of Peanut, long-range collateral damage, and we're gonna have our final moments here for Nongshim. I am curious about the comms at this stage.
Yeah.
쌈 보자.
궁 바꾸자.
하나 노플. 얘들 여기까지. 나 잡을 것 같은데? 쟤 죽었어. 저
끊을 수 있나?
징수라서.
오케이. 땡큐.
Thank you.
근데
Translate English part for you guys. Just talking about the top push. Saying I think he's gonna die, about
역시 리치맨.
Rich man. And we went to playoffs. Like they said it in such a way that was almost like, I guess we're in playoffs.
Yeah.
You know.
Wow.
That's the best. That's the best way to kind of translate how he said it there. And I don't think that's because they're not excited. I think it was just because the series was just such a wash. You know, Fred Brion almost no impact in either game, and it just felt like they were sitting back and waiting for it to be over. And it didn't feel like Nongshim did earn it throughout the season. They took a 2-0, and that is what they needed to do to earn playoffs. But it didn't feel like it was a hard-fought battle where they snatched playoffs away. It just felt like Nongshim just walked up and took it off the table.
Here we go. This is our playoff bracket. It starts next week, Wednesday. Keep that in mind, guys. It's not Thursday. It's Wednesday, 1 week earlier from the round 2 schedule. That's Hamalife up against Nongshim. And then the next day, right after that, we get T1 versus DRX. That's called round 1.
Yep.
And we move on to the next part. Keep in mind that Damonki get to choose who they play against from the winner of either the first series or the second one. So
they choose their opponent. The remaining opponent, you know, which most people are predicting to be T1, will go to Gen.G. Which is why some people were worried and concerned about what happens if Gen.G gets second, because they might have to face their kryptonite in T1. That, of course, assumes that T1 will be advancing and that Damwon Kia don't pick them themselves.
Yeah,
there's a lot of question
DRX
marks.
might win. You know, you never know. So
sure.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be a great playoffs. That all starts next week. We do have LCK tomorrow. Don't forget about that as well. But, guys, we do have the analyst desk, rather, right now. So I'm going to hand it over to G-Sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. And Nongshim Red Force was able to be the last one to join the playoffs run. Frederick Brion. Again, they had high priority on that victor, but we were not able to see the reason why for 2 games in a row. It was another victor blind pick, but this time around it was together with Gnar. So if Nongshim Red Force was not able to find the effective pick into Gnar instead of Sion, maybe they had to invest a lot of their ban card in the second rotation. But because Sion was there for them to, you know, just hang on up against Gnar on the top lane, well, Nongshim was able to easily counter that victor pick with Syndra. All of the solo laners on the side of Frederick Brion got a blind pick, and looking at Syndra versus Victor matchup, I think it all comes down to how they piloted at the mechanical level, because if Victor can, you know, sidestep and dodge all the skills and orbs from Syndra, he can have the edge. But still, moving on to the later phase, Syndra definitely is stronger than Victor in some perspective. Gnar was able to get very ahead in terms of the CS department, but he was not that decisive. He was not able to play on the line. He should have been, you know, taking down the Nexus. I mean the turret. He should have been, you know, adding a lot more pressure on the side lane. But Hoya was playing really safe. But he was the one that on his team who only had the lead up against the opponents, and also Syndra and Graves together was able to get a kill onto Victor as well. But still, we had our eyes on the matchup between the 2 veteran junglers. Graves was committing really hard to take the Drake, which actually didn't
좋은
work
타자,
well.
미드 주도권을 바탕으로
Thanks to the
과감하게
mid lane
애들이
priority,
사탕을
Peanut
만들면서
was
선수의
able
판단을
to make a
확실히
bold
베테랑
move
다웠었고,
into the enemy
여기서도 상대 아예
red
반응을
camp and he was
뺏어보는
able to
건데,
steal it
릴리아가 이제 아래
away.
막혔기
So
때문에 위로 올라가는
Lilia,
상황이
because none of
아니라
her camps were up on the bottom side of the map, he goes to the top side of the map, and then Peanut, because his E skill was on cooldown, he just dashed over the wall with his ultimate, but there was a control ward that was placed by Gragas earlier. So it was waste of their tempo and time. I do understand that kind of macro. It was 4 seconds, about 4 seconds on his cooldown. So, I mean, I do get it, but there was another ward around that Dragon Pit. Lilia once again rotates back to the top side of the map, and Gragas came back to the Drake, but there were 2 wards around the Dragon, which means Peanut was not able to finish up that Drake, whereas was able to freely pick up that Herald. The Freddy Brion was able to snowball that very easily thanks to that play coming out from Peanut. So we can tell Slow and Steady wins the race, but still Nongshim Radforce was able to win the game in the end. But let's take a look at this highlight, a very decisive one. Lilia was spotted on the ward, and Nongshim had this information that she's rotating to the bottom side, and Hoya is just standing still, looking for some flank TP angle because he had a very nice Narbar to join the fight, but still there was no ward or minion for him to TP join this fight. So that ended up being another turret falling down for Freddy Brion. If Nar was able to pull the trigger earlier than this and faster than this, maybe Freddy Brion could have won the team fight. But I think Freddy Brion, they didn't have enough heads up for the opponent's position and their location, because when MT was making his rotation, Graves was also in a very close proximity. And with this victory, Nongshim Red Force is heading to the playoffs for the first time in the team's history. And Peanut will pick up the POG. 4th POG up the split. It was not about Peanut doing massive amount of damage by himself and solo carrying this game, but it was really impressive to see Peanut not allowing the opponent to pull off the setup that they wanted. You know, this time around, Peanut won really hard with his macro skills. The way he invaded the opponent's jungle, the way he, predict the location of the opponents was really on point. Peanut was able to pick up 5 votes out of 9 together with Bae, Dokdam, and also Kellen. Now let's invite the POGs on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations on your win, guys. Hello. Thank you. Nongshim is heading to the playoffs for the first time in the team's history. I'm pretty sure you guys were playing under a huge pressure, and this is a huge relief for you guys, right? This is my first experience heading to the playoffs. I'm very glad. I hope I can keep doing a great work at the playoffs. And Peanut, does it hit you hard? Do you kind of realize it? It was really hard to predict up until the very end, but I got super lucky and we were able to make it to the playoffs. I think it's all about the luck, to be honest, but still, I just hope to leave no regret after we play the playoffs. Yeah, it did, because there were a lot of variabilities in this playoff. And Khan, at the end of the series today, earlier, Khan said, "Fighting Khan." So, was there any communication with him before the match? Like a few days ago, he's been like messaging me like fighting for like 100 times. And after the series, you know, Khan also once again messaged me to cheer up. Some nice friendship between the informer teammates. And BROΗ, I'm pretty sure you were playing under a huge pressure. So what kind of, you know, communication went back and forth between your teammates? We were like, this is gonna be our last one, so let's just leave no regrets, you know? We wanted to focus on our own play. We didn't want it to be nervous. I think you were playing on your best level in both games, whereas for the BROΗ, they prioritized Victor really high. What do you think about that? I mean, Victor first pick and blind pick isn't really that bad, but Victor does have a lot of counter picks, so it was easy for us to, you know, deal with it. And BROΗ, when you're playing Azir into Victor, you are able to hit level 6 first and contribute to the Scuttle team fight faster. How are you able to farm up that fast? Is that the power of the B mid laner, BDD, and BROΗ, and always being great on Azir? Well, speaking of Azir and Victor matchup, I think it's about Azir, the champion itself, having the edge over Victor. And I was pretty much proud of that target ban after that game.
자 그러면 오늘 활약 덕분에 이게 베이야 BDD야 하면서
Yeah.
BDD라는 별명이
Now the fans are calling you the BROΗ because you were performing great and that Azir. Do you like that? Yes, I love it. You know, BDD, he's a premier player, so I'm just so honored. Peanut, how do you like the BROΗ new nickname? Well, BROΗ is a rookie. He's doing great. I'm pretty sure he's gonna become as great as BDD. I mean, I wish he could become as great as BDD. Can I say something?
BDD보다는 베이가가 나은 것 같아요. 저는.
But I think BROΗ sounds better than BDD.
원래 자기 닉네임이 제일 좋은 법입니다.
피너 선수가 너무 부끄러워하는데.
아닙니다.
Yeah, okay.
그러면 피너 선수
From Peanut.
네, 1, 2경기 모두 좀
And Peanut, in both game 1 and 2, you were able to outplay the opponent's jungler thanks to the lane priority that BROΗ had on the mid lane. So was that on you or was it on BROΗ? Not only BROΗ, but also all of our teammates were doing fantastic work in the laning phase, so I was able to have a very smooth jungle path. Because BROΗ is not one of the strongest top dogs in the LCK, so we were able to find some edge in this matchup.
근데 참 대단한 것 같은 게 피넛 선수가 이제 또 LCK 복귀를
And Peanut,
해서 레드포스
this is your first split back in the LCK. You are now,
대부분의 시즌에서 피넛
you brought your team to the playoffs.
또 맏형으로서
And as the oldest member, you know, the oldest player on the side of Nongsin Red Force, how was this spring split? There are a lot of things happening in this regular split. Not only us, but a lot of other teams were always fighting tooth and nail to, you know, end on a good note. But we always worked really hard. We never gave up. So we were able to end up on the 6th place. I'm so proud of our result. And now it's the beginning of the playoffs, so we will focus on it. And BROΗ, compared to your beginning of your career, I think you have developed a lot. So what's your thought about your run in the spring split? I think there were a lot of things left to be desired. You know, I could have improved better, but I made too many mistakes. I think playoffs will be the stage for you to get your redemption, so we'll be waiting for that as well. And in this upcoming Wednesday, it's gonna be your playoffs match up against Hana Life Esports. My opponent will be Chovy, a very talented player, so I'm gonna practice really hard. I hope I can go 50-50 or even get ahead of Chovy. I will try my best to make it happen. And Peanut, What about you?
이제 플레이오프 상대 팀들이
All of the
다
playoff
체급이 워낙 높은 팀들이라서
opponents, they
쉽지
are
않을
the
거라고
strong teams in
생각되는데요.
the LCK. It's not gonna be
어쨌든
easy.
저희 정규 시즌도 어쨌든 포기하지
But still, we
않고
never
끝까지
gave up during the
유지했으니까
regular split, and we made it here.
힘들긴
So
하겠지만
it's gonna be a tough journey for us at the playoffs, but we will never give up. We will prepare as hard as we can in order to show the best of we got, to show the best shot we got. Thank you very much for this interview, and once again, congratulations on your win and also making it into the playoffs. And this will be the end of the interview, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, once again for the awesome translation there of the analyst desk and the interview. Great to hear from Bae, a guy we don't get to hear from much. Got his second chance. And Peanut, of course, very often are hearing from him. So they make it into playoffs. Definitely a nice story. We have the play of the day ready. So let's hop into that and see who takes it today.
What's it going to be?
The successful heist.
Successful heist.
Hello.
Oh, okay, this is when he steals the Hecarim ult and just comes through.
Gideon ulted after him. I didn't even notice because it was like so insignificant compared to the Sylas ult.
Very much a kind of a, I don't know what to call that second ult, but first ult here was really well played. You know, we saw, if you guys missed the first series, very successful Showmaker game with Sylas earlier on. He had an extreme lead, was very fed early, and that was not the only Hecarim ult we saw from him throughout the day. And here are our standings. Top 6 is finalized. That is done. Live Sandbox have the opportunity to take 7th place, potentially with a 2-0 win. Actually, that
well, they'd be tied, but
that depends on their head-to-head. I don't actually.
Which I believe is 1-1.
Well, we probably won't play a tiebreaker for that.
No, we're not going to. But it's still a thing, right? Maybe they want to fight for a slightly higher spot, so it'll be interesting to see if they can do exactly that. DRX, I think, you know, on a 4-game losing streak, they're going to have one last chance before the playoffs to give us any kind of confidence that they can actually challenge T1 on a 4-game winning streak in their best of 5 that they have on next Thursday.
And this Hololive versus T1 series will be pretty interesting in terms of the level of play. It could be if both teams play at their best, but of course teams trying to hide stuff for playoffs. That series could be anything. It's Schrodinger's series. You only know once you open it up. Neither team can actually advance their standings in playoffs. The bracket is completely set. Hololive Esports, due to Gen G's win yesterday, are unable to take 2nd place, so it's all done. Just some for fun games tomorrow. And again, we had literally only 1 day of this.
Yeah.
So you should be happy about that, because again, this is so rare. And yeah, should be okay games tomorrow. I'm not going to promise you guys it's going to be 6 games ever or anything like that.
You never know. Again, you don't know until we get to see them.
Could be fun. Weird picks. You never know.
We'll have fun watching Atlas and Chronicler, of course, cast those 2 series. But either way, guys, that's going to do it for today. Thank you so much for watching once again. We really appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a good night.